You fool! Warren is dead. The Weird Adventures of Peter Van Melsen, Paranormal Investigator. Van Melsen Mythos, Book 1. The Soul Stealer. Preface. It was a grey day in the northern quarter. Black clouds gathered overhead as Jack Gill crossed Oldham Street in the direction of Kane's Rare Books. The shop, barely noticeable among the untidy facades of Tib Street, was owned and operated by his old acquaintance, Norman Kane, a man of indeterminate years, singularly devoted to the acquisition of the written word. Books, comics, magazines, notebooks, textbooks. You get the idea. The place had been a Manchester institution for over 3 decades, having first opened its doors in the latter half of the vibrant 1980s. The first drops of the petrichor-tinged late summer drizzle fell upon the pavement as Gill rapped on Kane's lowered shutters. It was Sunday, and consequently the store was closed, but Gill wasn't there on business. Within a minute or two, Gill heard the familiar fumbling on the other side of the shutters, and up they came, revealing the shop's proprietor in the expected attire, namely creased pinstripe trousers and a time-worn off-white dress shirt, over which was thrown a black velvet smoking jacket. No words were exchanged, just a simple nod from both parties, followed by the obligatory handshake, which, from Gill's perspective, was always a perplexing gesture, given that Norman Kane had no hands of his own. Something had deprived his friend of those extremities many years earlier, though Gill, nor anyone else to his knowledge, had ever inquired as to the nature of the incident which had resulted in the loss. So therefore, to shake Kane's hand was to clutch and jiggle a cold, plastic fist. Gill made his way into the shop as the proprietor pulled the shutters down behind them. Gill's eyes fell upon the familiar interior, the ceiling-high shelves filled to bursting point with dusty hardbacks, the upright piano, its keyboard a home to horror first editions, table after table of comic book memorabilia in its original packaging, and the numerous wicker baskets overflowing with pulp magazines. The jazzy, dissonant tones of some long-forgotten music pervaded the air, tunes from the golden age of radio, emitted from an antique console radio. But their destination was the basement, a room under lock and key, a space known only to Kane's nearest and dearest, a place to which Gill had finally been blessed with an invitation, the private collection. Kane approached an unassuming wooden bistro chair, weighed down by a number of heavy-looking volumes, and, with considerable effort, reached underneath and lifted the 2 front legs off the ground. The tipping motion triggered a mechanism to the rear of the chair, which, in turn, caused one of the bookshelves to open outwards, revealing a hidden door. Reaching into a jacket pocket, Kane fished out an iron key, and proceeded to unlock the secret portal, his imitation hand maintaining a uniform grip throughout. Beyond the threshold, at the bottom of a gloomy staircase, a dimly lit space beckoned. Kane led the way, Gill followed. The underground room was a modest space, some 10 by 6 feet in diameter, but what it lacked in size, it made up for in content. Every inch of wall space was dedicated to reading material. Shelves towered from floor to ceiling, full to the brim with books, magazines, textbooks, et al., of rare and unknown origin, at least rare and unknown to Gill. The visitor gulped with his mouth agape, a regular Charlie in his very own chocolate factory, his eyes moving from one leather-bound opus to the next, feasting on the banquet of curiosity before him. But Gill, despite an overwhelming desire to browse at his own leisure, knew that it was his duty to kowtow to Kane. Old Norman was the master of the place, and as was his wont, it was the prerogative of the keeper of the collection to select an appropriate point of discussion. It was always this way. Gil turned to face his friend, and watched as Kane's gaze targeted a small glass display cabinet on the north wall. To quell his excitement, Gil nibbled his bottom lip, for not only was this his first visit to the private collection, but also it was the first time the proprietor had ever threatened to reveal the contents of a locked cabinet. And the invitee waited with bated breath as Kane reached into an inside jacket pocket, fished out another iron key, and proceeded to unlock the cupboard. A few tense moments followed, as Kane moved a plastic hand back and forth in the act of selecting a tome from which to spin a yarn. Finally, the stiff appendage settled on a perfectly ordinary-looking sketchbook, and the proprietor carefully untucked it with a rigid finger. Gil immediately noted that the item, as had been the case with the cabinet, was protected. The homemade combination lock had been affixed to the hardback cover. Kane turned back to his friend, and, speaking for the first time that dismal August morning, said in his thick Lancashire accent,
"You read H.P. Lovecraft?"
Gil frowned, returning, "From time to time." Kane flipped the A4-size sketchbook over in his plastic hands, the faint light from the exposed bulb above his head absorbed by its black, matte binding.
"A friend of mine acquired this,"
he said, his eyes exploring the book's tattered spine, his porcelain white fingers brushing the combination lock.
"And before you ask, I don't know the combination."
"What is it? Lovecraft?" Kane looked up, meeting Gil's gaze.
"Oh, not quite,"
he said, shaking his head.
"Though you might say the story it contains is full of Lovecraftian flavour."
This was classic Kane. After months, and in some cases years of teasing, he'd invite his closest acquaintances into his underground lair, only to ruminate over selections from the private collection in vague whispers, offering little more than evasive snippets of exposition. If asked, he'd describe this as building suspense, though his guests would probably nominate practicing pretentiousness as a more fitting description of the routine. In the end, though, he'd always get to the point and tell a tale spectacularly strange, or, as he would put it, wonderfully weird. "I thought you said you didn't know the combination," Gil said.
"I don't,"
Kane replied.
"This friend of mine, the one who gave it to me, well, it was he who told me the tale. It was given to me for safekeeping. It's supposed to stay locked."
"Ah," Gil offered, sensing that Kane was about ready to spin his yarn.
"Now then,"
Kane began,
"it all started in the old city of York."
Part 1. The Girl with the Sketchbook. The location of the body was public knowledge. The victim, David Hayes, had fallen to his death from Bootham Bar, landing in the middle of the road some 30 feet below. Bootham Bar is the northernmost of the 4 gatehouses punctuating the old walls of the once fortified city of York, serving as a popular tourist attraction. Unfortunately, this tourist felt it appropriate to scale the outer walls of the tower, losing both his grip and footing in the process. Hayes hadn't died upon impact. He'd crawled several feet in an absent daze before succumbing to his injuries. He suffered fractures to both legs, a broken back, and blunt force trauma to the head. When the emergency services arrived at the scene, the paramedics were faced with the difficult task of dispersing a sizable crowd. City dwellers and tourists alike had flocked to the dying man's side, and, up until the moment of his final breath, had maintained a somber vigil. This was the scene as the paranormal investigator Peter Van Melsen stumbled upon it as he ducked out of the quiet and orderly comfort of the Grimoire bookshop, several doors down from Bootham Bar. It was serendipity, really, for Van Melsen wasn't a city man, had only popped into town on an errand. The stop at the bookshop was unplanned. But, as a proponent of the written word, he could never resist the company of a good antiquarian, especially one whose knowledge and fascination rivaled his own. He'd heard the commotion outside, had discussed it with the shop's proprietor, But so engaged were they on the subject of forced, which in itself was to some degree coincidental, the pair had refused to yield to the hustle and bustle. Van Melsen approached the fallen tourist, who, presently, was being lifted onto a stretcher. Several forlorn bystanders sobbed into handkerchiefs, whilst others, too stunned to cry, stood huddled together in silent circles, their empty gazes unfocused. A young woman, some 20 years of age, sat in the middle of the road with her head in her hands. Van Melsen addressed her. "What happened here?" The woman looked up, revealing a face marred by tear-smeared mascara.
"He fell from the tower,"
she said, and gestured towards the looming presence of Bootham Bar. Fell? What was he doing up there in the first... But he was wasting his breath. She'd heard enough. Her head returned to her hands. Van Melsen surveyed the scene as the body of David Hayes was carried away. He looked to the vacant faces surrounding him, saw the pool of blood in the middle of the road. He listened to the muted voices in the distance, the interminable traffic noise. Then he sensed a presence nearby. Turning, he saw another young woman. Ordinary enough, he thought, dark-haired and diminutive, wearing jeans and a plain black sweater, standing just south of the bookshop from which he'd emerged some minutes earlier. The girl was clutching a sketchbook. She held it out before her, scribbling vigorously. Van Melsen, in a state of heightened awareness, wondered what it was exactly she was working on. The splendor of High Petergate, or something else, something macabre. He was about to move in her direction, when the girl, quite abruptly, snapped the sketchbook closed, turned, and fled. He wanted to follow her, felt an irresistible urge to know what was on those leaves of paper, but such action was out of the question. He suspected that her sudden appearance, following such a gruesome death, was anything but coincidental. He had a knack for such things, a sixth sense, if you will. Decades of research into anomalous phenomena had honed his supernatural instincts. He was a professional in his field and well respected among his peers. If Van Melsen had a hunch, you could take it to the bank. And a hunch he had that terrible day, an inkling that the girl with the sketchbook was up to something. Something nefarious, something supernatural. Still, he wouldn't go after her. If his instincts had any veracity, then the two would cross paths again. He felt it in his bones. He would leave it to fate. But then an idea came to mind. Part 2. The Second Encounter. It was a simple idea, really. He'd visit the city more often, once, twice, or even 3 times a week, in the macabre hope that another death, be it accidental or otherwise, would again bring him face to face with the mysterious girl with the sketchbook. He justified this drastic measure by considering the visits opportunities to conduct research, which, in line with what passed for research in the mind of Peter Van Melsen, revolved around time spent drifting from bookshop to library, tea-room to coffee shop, in quest of literature and caffeine, the 2 most valuable commodities in his world. Aside from his love of nicotine, of course. Or was that just another addiction? If you asked him, the man with the sharp features would probably say that love and addiction were 2 sides of the same coin, that the lines between what we consider to be opposites are rarely visible. "We draw the lines," he would mutter, adding, "There are no opposites in nature," whilst puffing on a cigarette, filling his lungs with the object of his compulsion. Driven by his quest for the enigmatic girl, the investigator saw to it that he spent more time in the city of York. His journey by bus from the village of Rosedale, deep in the Howardian hills, was a trifling matter, to begin with. He enjoyed the peace and quiet of the ride, his thoughts keenly focused by the beauty of the landscapes and townships through which he passed. But as the frequency of his visits to the city increased, he quickly grew tired of the repetitive commute, and, before long, was resigned to spending the occasional night in a hotel, or the entire weekend in a guest house. And the nights were long, the weekends longer. To catch a glimpse of Van Melsen during that period would have been to behold a gaunt loner out of time, shrouded by a cloud of smoke, his lanky figure against the facade of a busy tea-room by the banks of the Ouse, or sheltering beneath the overhanging buildings of the Shambles. Bulky volumes would have been his only burden, and the look in his eye would have been one of pure determination, a man in search of death. It was all-consuming for the investigator, who felt quite strongly that the mysterious girl had to be found. There was something in that brief encounter on High Petergate that drove him relentlessly back to the old city of York. Fortunately, Van Melsen was something of a celebrity in certain circles, owing to his seminal work in the fields of esoterica and the occult, having proven the existence of numerous phenomena such as the wildly fantastic wonder moth and the fabled cantor rhythms. He was a regular columnist for the British magazine Fortean Weekly, recounting the many cases he'd investigated on behalf of despairing constabularies up and down the British Isles. His reputation was a profitable one, allowing him the very freedom required to spend prolonged periods of time in what he referred to as the big city. Above all else, Van Melsen was a patient man, and his fortitude finally paid off when, almost 2 months after the death on High Petergate, he happened to witness a particularly violent brawl outside a pub on one of York's oldest thoroughfares, Fossgate. The fight, in the early hours of the morning, involved a pair of intoxicated youngsters who, following crossed words by the roaring fire within, it was late January, had allowed their mutual anger to spill out onto the chilly streets, resulting in a pint mug to the head of the smaller of the two. The investigator had been strolling along Fossgate only moments after the fatal blow was issued, mere seconds, much to his chagrin, too late. The perpetrator had fled the scene, leaving his victim to quietly bleed out by the curb. Van Melsen fought to hold back the tidal wave of guilt that threatened to wash over him. He'd wanted this, pursued this, all in the hope that his elusive target would appear as a result. And there was this young man, boy, really, slumped on the cobbles, fading before his very eyes, robbed of his life by nothing more than an alcohol-fueled misunderstanding. But the investigator's guilt was quickly usurped by an overwhelming sense of pity. It wasn't his fault this young man had been attacked. It was chance raising its ugly head once again. Inevitability. And then pity was brushed aside in favor of another sense, manifesting as a sort of tingling impression at the base of his neck. Van Melsen slowly rotated, and there, under the light of the dim, yellow street lamps, he saw the girl with the sketchbook. Several punters had emerged from the pub, and, presently, were tending to the boy by the curb. The general commotion was raucous and distracting, but the investigator continued to eyeball the girl. She held the book out in front of her, but she wasn't sketching. She was poised, Van Melsen observed, expectant, as if in anticipation of something specific. There was no indication whatsoever that she felt his watchful gaze upon her. Her attention was focused exclusively on the still body of the young man, her eyes dark hollows of intent. Further commotion indicated that the boy had stopped breathing, and another punter, evidently in possession of basic CPR, was doing everything in her power to resuscitate him. But it wasn't the fact that the boy remained unresponsive that told Van Melsen that he had reached the end of life. It was the fact that the girl was now animated, scribbling, almost fiercely. The young man had passed on, and the girl with the sketchbook knew it. But as Van Melsen geared himself up to make his move, the girl, once again, snapped the sketchbook closed, turned, and fled into the darkness. Despite the long months waiting for this second encounter, the investigator opted once again to leave her be. He couldn't go after her. It wasn't his style. But he'd learned something this time, something that was only an inkling to go. The enigmatic girl was attuned to the subtle frequencies governing life and death, frequencies he too was often wont to intercept. In short, she knew where and when death was about to occur. But what Van Melsen had yet to learn was why the girl felt such a strong compulsion to commit the deaths to paper. Part 3. First Contact. It was a car accident that brought about Van Melsen's third encounter with the girl. Following the incident on Fossgate, Van Melsen had plunged his weary head into a number of books on the subjects of clairvoyance, ESP, and even remote viewing, but none of the facts in the case involving the mysterious youngster seemed to correspond with his researches. With regards to the girl's inexplicable attraction to the moribund, the investigator, in light of past experiences, had initially felt that a degree of psychic ability was the source of her strange compulsion, but he'd later dismissed the idea, deeming it too convenient an explanation, that something else was directing her towards some shadowy end. As Van Melsen mused on the subject, minding his own business in a coffee shop on Bishopthorpe Road, an absent driver jumped a red light, surprising and subsequently mowing down an elderly lady in the act of crossing the road. Startled, the investigator tossed his piping hot mug of coffee into the air and rushed to the scene of the accident. The pensioner, a frail individual in a flowing floral dress, had been hurled into the middle of the road, her broken limbs bent at impossible angles, straddling the center line. She wasn't breathing, had died on impact. A number of concerned citizens rushed to her aid, but like the investigator, quickly realized that there was nothing they could do for her. The driver of the car, a tall, sprightly individual, some 40 years of age, emerged from the vehicle with his hands about his head, muttering incoherently, his eyes glued to the result of his negligence. But Van Melsen's attention was soon diverted when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the now familiar silhouette of the enigmatic girl. He turned and beheld her in her entirety, the dark hair, the jeans, the black sweater, and, of course, the sketchbook. But this time he caught her eye, and she returned his gaze, the pair fleetingly caught in mutual acknowledgement. And it was in that moment that Van Melsen saw the youngster emerge from the depths of the darkness that had held her. Her eyes widened, revealing emerald pools. A sense of awareness washed over her pale face. She shook her head, as if dismissing an unwelcome thought, looked down at the sketchbook in her hands. She cursed under her breath, clutching the book like a foreign object, an unfamiliar object that had no business whatsoever being in her possession. Peter Van Melsen saw all of this, and determined to reach her at any cost. With a gracefulness uncommon for him, the investigator tentatively approached the source of his obsession. The girl must have sensed his honest intentions, because she didn't retreat, showed no intention of taking flight. She simply stood there on the corner of Bishopthorpe Road and Vine Street, watching the approach of the man out of time, the tall, gaunt stranger whose face was a white mask of quiet reserve. And when he was within a handshake of her, it was she who broke the silence.
"I'm too late,"
she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Too late for what?" Van Melsen asked.
"For her,"
she continued, gesturing towards the prostrate form in the middle of the road. Van Melsen frowned. Care to elaborate? The girl hesitated.
"I'm not sure how,"
she said, but her eyes widened further, the abyss that had held her closing up beneath her.
"It isn't me that wants them, you know. It isn't me."
Tears threatened to dampen her cheeks. "I know," Van Melsen offered, and smiled. So rare was his face adorned with a smile that the effort involved in maneuvering the muscles required to achieve the desired effect sent waves of dull pain shooting upwards in the direction of his temples. But the smile was met with the response he had intended it to evoke. The girl with the sketchbook smiled back, and the tears evaporated. "Can I buy you a cup of tea?" he asked.
"That would be lovely,"
she said, and following her assent, the pair strolled side by side in the direction of the city centre, choosing to ignore the dreadful accident that had finally brought about their introduction. There would be time to reflect later. What a sight the pair made. Peter Van Melsen, the towering, slender, sharply dressed echo of a bygone era, and the enigmatic girl, an untidy millennial, half his age and half his height, a look of wonder stamped upon her face, walking together in total silence. But there was something significant in their coming together, a fate foreseen by the famed investigator. He'd known that to come face to face with the girl was to open a can of particularly volatile worms, because her motivations were driven by something beyond her, something in need of a human agent in order to acquire its terrible necessities. Van Melsen escorted the girl to Della Vega's tea room on Castlegate, and, once within its chintzy interior, acquired a quiet and spacious booth. Seated there on the broad benches, under the glow of an orange lamp, the investigator set out to accomplish two things: drink tea and talk death. The owner of the tea room, Paul, had become familiar with Van Melsen and his comings and goings, but, up until that afternoon, had only ever served him in the company of heavy-looking books. So, naturally, he was rather surprised to see the man sitting opposite a young and rather attractive, if a little dishevelled, girl. And there was a tangible presence surrounding them, Paul thought, an atmosphere so thick that he felt he could slice it with a bread knife. But the strange tension was promptly alleviated, as the investigator politely ordered a pot of tea for two. As Mr. Della Vega disappeared into the depths of the tea room, Van Melsen turned to his present company. Finally, he asked her the first of many questions he'd been waiting to ask for over 2 months. "What's your name?"
Ellen.
the girl proffered.
Ellen Moore.
"It's a pleasure to meet you at last, Ellen." The investigator extended a long, steady arm. Ellen took the cold hand at the end of it and shook it gently. "I'm Peter Van Melsen. Most people call me Van Melsen, but you can call me whatever you like."
It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Van Melsen.
The investigator shook his head briskly. "Anything but Mr., please," he blurted, followed by a series of grunts, which Ellen surmised was some form of rusty laughter. She chuckled.
Can I ask what it is you do?
The youngster asked. "I'm an investigator, my dear. Fields of expertise, the occult, anomalous phenomena, and such like."
Oh.
Ellen returned, at a loss for words. "Rare these days, I know. But I assure you, my nuts and bolts are tightly wound." The girl chuckled again, eyeballing the investigator with an air of curiosity. He was handsome, she thought, but much in the way she found her grandfather to be in old faded photographs. Van Melsen wasn't a man of the 21st century, she concluded. He was a character from a Hammer horror movie, an immaculately presented vampire hunter or werewolf slayer. His overcoat was just a touch too long, she felt, and the lapels of the velvet blazer beneath were just a touch too sharp for this man to be anything but the product of an overactive imagination. Yet there he was, a living, breathing specimen of yesteryear. And, furthermore, much like those lone heroes of the low-budget horror movies of the past would have done, given half the chance, Peter Van Melsen had come to her aid.
How did you know I was in trouble?
She asked. Van Melsen tipped his head towards her and said, in an even tone, "I have a keen sense of the supernatural." At this interval, the tea-room's proprietor returned to the table, carrying a tray host to a large teapot and a matching china tea set. "Here we are," he said, placing the tray on the table between them, his gaze once again drawn to the young girl, who was now smiling. "Thank you, Paul," Van Melsen offered. Ellen simply smiled. "Enjoy," Della Vega said, and promptly departed. "The tea is wonderful here," the investigator commented, proceeding to fill the cups on the tray with tea from a blushing bird's teapot. He added a drop of milk and a single sugar cube to both cups. After what they had witnessed on Bishopthorpe Road, only sweet tea would do. "And I've you to thank for discovering this place," he continued, motioning towards the colourful surroundings. The girl raised her eyebrows as she tasted the tea.
How so?
She asked, post-slurp. "Today wasn't the first time our paths have crossed," Van Melsen said. "In fact, I first noticed you over 2 months ago. You were present at the death of one David Hayes, the man who fell from Bootham Bar. Do you remember?" Ellen placed the cup on the saucer before her and closed her eyes.
Yes,
she said.
I remember them all.
"How many of them have there been?" Van Melsen continued.
Too many,
she said, and as the words left her mouth, her eyes were drawn to the closed sketchbook on the table beside her. "Did you draw them all?"
Yes.
"Is that the only book?"
Yes.
The investigator took a sip of tea and leaned back on the bench. His brow formed a deep V-shape as he frowned, carefully considering his next words. "Can I take a look?" he ventured. Ellen, clearly startled by the request, hesitated before returning,
I don't think you should.
"Have you been warned against sharing its contents with others?"
Yes.
Ellen answered, and the last vestiges of colour drained from her cheeks. Van Melsen leaned forward again. "I know what's happening here, Ellen. This isn't the first time a gifted artist has been manipulated like this. It may surprise you to learn that artists of all kinds, painters, sculptors, architects, have served as unwitting agents of the hidden ones throughout the centuries."
Really?
She stammered. "You aren't the first, and you won't be the last." The investigator gestured towards Ellen's cup. "Drink your tea, my dear." She took another sip of the brew, before nervously asking,
But how did you know about the hidden one?
"Back on High Petergate," Van Melsen started, "when Mr. Hayes fell to his death, I felt a presence. It wasn't the presence of the hidden one, mind you, more the presence of its victim, the presence of one acting under the influence of something inhuman, the one in need of help. And when I turned to locate the source of this feeling, I saw you, Ellen, scribbling briskly, mindlessly devoted to some hellish task." Ellen nodded.
When I'm out there, sketching,
She said,
it's like a dream. Only I'm seeing things from the back of my mind, like a witness to a crime or something. It's only afterwards that I can really reflect on it, but even then it's fuzzy, and I only ever recall the person as they lay dying, not so much the act of drawing them.
The girl paused, before adding,
And I don't remember seeing you.
"Nor did you see me the second time, following the death of Brian Eshbaugh, the boy hit over the head outside the Highwayman Inn." The investigator paused to sip his tea. "But this afternoon," he continued, "down by Bishopthorpe Road, you missed the moment the lady passed on, and so I was able to obtain and hold your attention just long enough to temporarily dispel the presence of the hidden one." Ellen, quite abruptly, blurted,
Can you help me?
Van Melsen nodded. Yes, he said, and attempted to smile again as some of the colour returned to the young lady's cheeks. "But you're going to have to take me to it, Ellen," he added, and frowned, watching the colour leave her cheeks again as quickly as it had returned.
But
She started, then immediately trailed off, knowing her only chance of being free of her burden was to accept the help of her new, eccentric acquaintance. The investigator sipped his tea and nodded encouragingly. "Now then," he began, pausing for dramatic effect, "can you take me to it?" Part 4. The Hidden Ones. Reluctantly, Ellen Moore agreed to lead her fortuitous friend to the lair of the thing he'd referred to as a hidden one, but not before quizzing Van Melsen on his knowledge of the subject, of his seemingly miraculous understanding of her plight. The hidden ones, according to the learned investigator, were ancient occupants of the earth, beings who had roamed its surface eons ago, during a dark epoch he referred to as the Deep Twilight. This tenebrous age was a period in Earth's history following the alleged eruption of a supervolcano, in which vast clouds of ash thrown into the atmosphere blotted out almost all light and heat from the sun, resulting in a barren and inhospitable world. It was during this shadowy time that the antecedents of the hidden ones came to Earth, having identified its cold, nitrogen-rich atmosphere as a practical substitute for some other world long since abandoned in the unimaginably distant reaches of the galaxy. These otherworldly beings, far beyond humankind's ability to describe in any great detail, survived for millennia on the Earth's surface, prospering in the bleakness. But Mother Earth had other plans for her planet. The inexorable sun sought to penetrate the expansive clouds that had shrouded the planet for centuries, and, slowly but surely, as it eventually did so, Earth's new inhabitants found its capricious conditions to be increasingly hostile. The hidden ones were sensitive to both heat and light, And so the Hidden Ones concocted a plan. Rather than risk the frigid voids of space in another intergalactic relocation effort, they identified a refuge closer to home, the subterranean world beneath their feet, a honeycomb labyrinth of shadowlands and constant temperature. It wasn't perfect, but it was a reasonable alternative. But deep in the earth, the beings from another world encountered new troubles, earthquakes and subsidence, reducing cities and kingdoms to rubble, declining intelligence confined to narrow passages with little space to propagate, and the presence of the other things that lived in the depths beneath them, the great old ones, or elder things they were said to be named. Those denizens of the underworld were not to be trifled with, and, by all accounts, not to be spoken of either. To do so was to imbue them with power, to remind the world of their existence. To tempt them forth was dangerous, much too dangerous for humankind to contemplate. These beings were suspended in the dark recesses of the inner earth, dreaming, so it was said. The Hidden Ones, trapped in an abyss of their own making, were within striking distance of the Old Ones, they who slumbered in the earth's deepest places, and, in their quiet desperation, turned to their alluring presence in a bid for salvation. These giant, silent beings were looked upon as gods, prayed to, worshipped, adored. And in the Hidden Ones' darkest dreams, their prayers were answered. But they were ill-prepared for the dreadful malignity that poured forth from the unconscious minds of the Old Ones, and a stream of terrible, polluted intent infected the Hidden Ones, changed them, apprised them with forbidden secrets of elder lore, taught them diabolical, primal practices, purveyed the mysteries of the flesh and the secrets of the soul. And, akin to their teachers, those beastly creatures frozen in time, the Hidden Ones too lapsed into profound reveries, petrified as it were, becoming little more than the stony protuberances by which they were surrounded, entombed alongside their masters, dreaming, inhumanly patient. Ages passed. Eventually, Mother Earth saw fit to introduce a new intelligence to her planet, the loping bipedal creature known as the Wise Man, or Homo sapiens. Mankind evolved rapidly, from hunter-gatherer to rocket launcher, whilst deep beneath the surface of the earth, frozen in that secret subterranean world, the Hidden Ones remained, waiting. Perhaps it was the pitter-patter of mankind's plentiful feet that finally roused them, Van Melsen ventured, in reference to what individuals belonging to certain learned circles had once referred to as the awakening of the Hidden Ones. These individuals, according to Van Melsen, had suggested that the Hidden Ones, having learned to dream in the manner of the Old Ones, had embedded themselves in the unconscious minds of psychically hypersensitive human beings in order to fulfill some malign purpose. This suggestion was put forth following the discovery of a book in 1977, a mysterious tome by the name of None, found among the effects of one Daniel Fisk, a paranormal investigator based in Cleveland, Ohio, who had traveled extensively throughout Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan throughout the 1950s. According to a series of diary entries on the subject of the find, the book was found in a discount bookstore in an unnamed bazaar in the heart of Georgia's capital, Tbilisi, in the possession of a shopkeeper who was apparently at a loss to explain its presence amid his wares. Though Van Melsen had never beheld a copy of None, Fisk's copy was taken to Chicago following his death in 1977. He was privy, thanks to friends in certain circles, to its rather extensive chapters on the subject of the Hidden Ones, in which a number of hypersensitive dreamers throughout Georgia and its neighboring countries had come together to form a sort of primitive organization dedicated to the worship of the Hidden Ones, or, as the organization referred to them, the Dwellers of the Deep. The organization, often called the One Cult or Deep Cult, claimed to have been informed through dreams that the Hidden Ones had awakened and were preparing to return to the surface. But they were weak, dreamers of the One Cult said, and that in order to survive in our temperate, brightly lit atmosphere, certain things would be required, things it was said only human beings could provide, things shown to them by the Old Ones, things the very likes of which Van Melsen's new acquaintance, the girl with the sketchbook, could be persuaded to help them acquire, given the proper motivation. As Peter Van Melsen concluded his lengthy and somewhat arduous lecture, Ellen Moore was beginning to appreciate the full extent of what it was the Hidden One hoped to gain from her macabre sketches. When it had first approached her in her dreams, she hadn't seen an ancient being from another world. She'd seen a man, an ordinary-looking fellow, an individual who appealed to her quiet demeanor and candid sensibilities. This man, who had never proffered a name, simply asked for help, and had told her where to find him in the waking world and what to bring with her should she choose to seek him out. Suitably intrigued, she'd made her way to that secret spot, heard him calling to her from the gloom, and offered that which he had requested, a simple sketchbook. She waited there on the brink of the underworld, waited at the edge of that deep place for the sketchbook to be returned to her. And return it did, that plain black volume, imbued with special properties in order for her to sketch upon its magical pages the forms of the dying, to capture the last vestiges of life as the living became the dead. But now she understood why she'd been asked to capture those images, why she'd been asked to return the book to its maker after new deaths had been committed to its pages. The Hidden One was what Van Melsen referred to as a soul-stealer. To sketch a person in the throes of death to the pages of that accursed book was to pledge their soul to its spoiled leaves. And, once returned to the subterranean dweller, the soul would serve as nourishment, fodder for the beast, fuel to aid its imminent return to the surface of a world abandoned eons ago.
What have I done?
Ellen asked, her eyes fraught with fear. You haven't done anything, my dear, Van Melsen returned in an effort to reassure her. This thing is beyond our experience. It is only through speculation and allegory that we can even attempt to understand its motivations. Faust was at the very least predictable. The investigator laughed heartily, but his reference to the man who sold his soul to the devil was lost on the girl, who, however unfairly, felt herself responsible for the eternal damnation of dozens of innocent human beings. I'm sorry, Van Melsen offered, reaching for the now lukewarm teapot. That was in poor taste.
I just want this to be over, Peter.
And over it will be. We just need to—
But if these things are preparing to return to the surface,
the girl interrupted.
Can you really hope to stop them?
It's not my job to stop them, Ellen, Van Melsen said bluntly. It's my job to take you out of the equation. The girl simply eyeballed the investigator before clutching the teacup and taking a long sip. One step at a time, eh? He added. But Ellen remained silent. She knew what needed to be done, knew where they needed to go, but she was dreading it. She always dreaded it, had dreaded it before Van Melsen had explained its true nature. But now, fear held her in a tremendous suspense. She drained the remnants of the teacup and climbed to her feet. The time had come to make the long journey into the hills. Part 5. The Deep Place. The paranormal investigator and the girl with the sketchbook left the city of York and took a bus deep into the Howardian hills. Far beyond the village he called home, Rosedale, the pair alighted by the old walls of Castle Howard to the east. But it wasn't onto the expansive grounds of the historic estate that Ellen Moore guided them. A winding bridleway took them in the opposite direction, away from the civilized parklands of the stately home, steering them towards a forested area overlooking a picturesque valley, some 3 miles west. Through wild fields and agricultural byways the couple tramped, negotiating brooks and swampy embankments, the grey sky of a late winter afternoon looming above them like a spectral veil. Van Melsen noted the evidence of the girl's previous visits to the mysterious site, large swathes of trodden grass and upturned topsoil providing a clear route towards the mass of trees beyond. Rain had started to fall as the pair reached the edge of the forest, but the extensive canopies of towering oak and birch offered shelter from the oncoming downpour. Into the heart of the dense woodland the pair continued, accompanied by a dreadful silence. The hum of the great outdoors was entirely absent. There were no birds among the foliage, no squirrels going about their daily business, only the pattering of rainfall above and the crunching of undergrowth below. Before long, Ellen, her face pale and glowering, indicated that the deep place was near, that she felt a great deal of trepidation in approaching it in the company of the investigator. But Van Melsen was in possession of robust supernatural instincts, and hadn't required a heads-up from the girl to know that the hidden one was close by, for he had felt its awful presence the moment he'd stepped into the woods, had been aware of the odor accompanying it, the smell of something unwholesome and putrid. They soldiered on, despite the girl's misgivings, and within a matter of minutes had crested a small acclivity overlooking what appeared to be an open pit, some 7 or 8 feet in diameter. As Van Melsen beheld the pit, he saw nothing unusual in its shape and form, nor did he question its existence as anything other than a natural aperture, possibly an entrance to a system of caves or similar. But the presence he'd sensed was assuredly emanating from that hole, as was the putrid stench, which had intensified dramatically since ascending the slope. His sharp instincts warned him against getting too close to its source. Whether or not the occupant of the pit was aware of the investigator's presence seemed of little relevance, as, almost immediately upon their arrival, a strange voice rose from the darkness of the aperture, speaking directly to the girl with the sketchbook. Disembodied was too weak a word to describe the nature of the voice that assailed Van Melsen's ears, but it was the only word that seemed to apply to the thin, hollow quality of that otherworldly din. "Give," it commanded, the word a terrible confirmation of Ellen Moore's dreadful quandary. But when the youngster hesitated, looking back at the investigator, the voice came again, issuing precisely the same command. "Give." Ellen approached the edge of the hole, and, in a manner well practiced, took the requested item in both hands and held it out over the aperture. A succession of sounds answered the gesture, sounds impossible to describe, but unquestionably belonging to something inhuman, and Ellen let go of the book. But instead of disappearing into the blackness, the expected result of gravity acting upon an item left to its own volition in mid-air, the sketchbook simply floated there, before gradually, and with a feather-like grace, it descended into the void below. Further alien sounds followed, sounds the investigator might have compared to the noises one might expect to hear at the dinner table following an extended period of hunger. These sounds, the retching and the spluttering, the grunting and the fizzing, were short-lived, making way for an extended period of deathly silence. The investigator and the youngster simply held their positions, patiently waiting for the second phase of their encounter with the thing in the pit. And then, out of the Stygian gloom floated an object, the sketchbook. It hovered there above the pit, awaiting collection. Like an automaton, Ellen collected the book, shivering as its icy-cold binding came into contact with her warm flesh. She returned to Van Melsen's side, and, motivated by some inexplicable drive, opened the book to the page upon which she was supposed to have committed the dying form of the elderly lady on Bishopthorpe Road. Looking up at the investigator, she eyeballed him intently, willing him to comprehend the strange smattering of letters that had been scribbled there. 3 characters had been sketched upon the page, in a dark, crimson-colored liquid that gave off that same fetid odor Van Melsen was struggling to identify. The investigator saw an inverted S, a character that looked like the letter B turned on its side, and a third character that closely resembled the Roman numeral 3. He turned confused eyes upon the youngster, as if to say, "I don't understand." And in response to his silent statement, Ellen proffered,
It says, "Fail again, and the next soul will be yours."
Part 6. The Plan. Peter Van Melsen, the renowned paranormal investigator, often credited as such on the pages of Fortean Weekly, took the decision to invite Ellen Moore, the girl with a sketchbook, to his humble abode in the quiet village of Rosedale, some 10 miles northwest of the forest in the ravine. She was in danger. He hadn't needed to witness the strange penmanship of the ancient beast to know that, and so he felt it imperative to remove her from the source of that danger, in order to concoct a reasonable plan of action. Together, they made their way back across the boggy landscape, much relieved to have missed the worst of the weather, and boarded a bus on the outskirts of the village of Bulmer, in the direction of Rosedale. What a sight to see! The sodden adventurers, the gaunt investigator and the youngster, side by side aboard the 519, their faces masks of contemplation. Alighting at Rosedale, Van Melsen escorted Ellen to the cottage on Back Lane, and led her directly to the quiet comfort of his personal library. There, in the company of his leather-bound colleagues, a collection of over 1,000 books, the girl with the sketchbook listened to the soothing wail of a kettle on the stove as her host prepared tea in the adjoining kitchen. She gazed at the myriad volumes surrounding her, hundreds of anonymous-looking tomes, with only the occasional suggestion of something remotely familiar, dictionaries, the Encyclopaedia Britannica, the complete works of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, M.R. James's Ghost Stories of an Antiquary. She wondered what obscure wisdom she might acquire if she were to spend a week studying under Van Melsen, what there was to learn about the nature of the thing that had held her in its grip for many long months. Perhaps it was better not to know, to accept the help of the investigator and ask nothing else of him, to simply thank him and walk away when the trouble was over, if it was to be over. But there was something about her eccentric saviour, something in his manner that was endearing to her. She pondered his origins, for he certainly wasn't a local man. She contemplated his backstory, what it was that drove him, that led him to become a purveyor of all things weird and wonderful, that fueled his compulsion to lift the veil of mediocrity and rummage through the dark secrets beneath. As she mused, the inscrutable figure returned to the library, carrying a wooden tray host to an ornate china teapot, 2 cups, and a selection of biscuits. Good, she thought. He likes biscuits. Some small portion of him belongs to this universe. Van Melsen sat across from Ellen in an uncomfortable-looking wooden armchair, poured her a cup of tea, and followed her gaze as she silently questioned him with regards to the numerous books dotted about the shelves surrounding them. "It's by no means a comprehensive collection," he said modestly, "but considering my field of expertise, I like to think I've got all my bases covered. In any case, there's no such thing as a comprehensive collection." And Van Melsen continued in such a fashion, outlining his parameters for good and or relevant reading material. "There are books out there, for example," he continued, "that shouldn't belong to any collection. Baker's Thief, Jericho's Sorcerella, Alhazred's Necronomicon, not to mention that mysterious book of Georgian origin. None." The investigator paused, then turned his gaze upon Ellen's sketchbook, which was now lying next to the teapot on the small table between them. "And I fear that is another example, Ellen." Reluctantly, she glanced at the book. "When I asked to see it earlier," the investigator continued, "I had no intention of looking inside. But when I saw the Hidden One's message within, I was on the verge of seeing too much." Van Melsen paused, his eyes intently focused upon the sketchbook. "You see, the book is meant for its eyes only. Your gaze is only permitted in the cold light of day due to the fact that it is by your hand that the souls of its victims are committed to its pages. If others were to see the forms printed there, well, chances are most of us would be driven to madness. It is not wholesome for the living to lay eyes upon the souls of the dead." Van Melsen sipped his tea, then lit a cigarette.
"Can I have one of those?"
Ellen asked, and her host immediately obliged, reaching across to light it. Ellen puffed on the cigarette, then exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, adding,
"So what are we going to do about it?"
The investigator leaned back in his chair, scratched his forehead, and said, "We've another soul to commit to the sketchbook." Ellen gawped at her new friend, too stunned to puff on the cigarette, sip the tea, or mouth a response. Van Melsen had a plan, a dangerous one, but a plan nevertheless. "Tomorrow, at the crack of dawn," he began, "I'll arrange for a car to take us back out there. I know a few folks around these parts who'll drive us, no questions asked. We'll be heading into the fray with nothing but the clothes on our backs, an electric lantern, and the sketchbook. And, of course, the pencils you carry in that satchel of yours." He pointed to the location of the small purse that Ellen had evidently gone to great lengths to keep concealed beneath the thick black sweater she wore.
"How did you know I had a purse hidden away?"
she quizzed. "You have to keep your pencils somewhere, don't you, my dear?" Ellen giggled, adding,
"And the rest."
Van Melsen chuckled, puffed on the cigarette. It was as he exhaled that Ellen noticed the predominant colour of the vast majority of the books in the library, nicotine yellow.
"What's the lantern for?"
she asked, returning to the subject at hand. "You'll see," the investigator said cryptically, and winked. And as he did so, in that old-fashioned manner she'd only ever seen in black and white on Sunday afternoons in front of the television at her grandparents' place, she realized his intentions. It was clear he didn't take her for a fool. Van Melsen was able to communicate with her on a level she'd never experienced before. Did that make her an old soul? The kind of person who not only watched those black and white movies with her grandparents, but actually enjoyed them, felt an unspoken kinship with those bygone characters? Absolutely, she thought. And Peter Van Melsen, the renowned paranormal investigator, the character from a Hammer horror movie, understood her, got her completely. Unlikely as the duo were, fate had brought them together. The pair of them, like a latter-day Holmes and Watson, were out to bag themselves a monster. Part 7. Give, and it shall be given unto you. Ellen, who had slept soundly on a daybed in Van Melsen's living room, was roused by the man a little after 6:30 a.m. Moments later, the odor of fresh coffee pervaded her nostrils as the investigator wafted a mug of the stuff under her snout. She drank from the proffered cup eagerly, enjoying the instant gratification afforded by what was evidently a sizable dose of caffeine. Van Melsen sipped coffee too, with a sense of calm about him the young lady coveted as she sat up on the edge of the bed, insensible. By the time the grandfather clock in the hall struck 7, the pair, suitably perked up by the caffeine, had vacated the cottage and were waiting for the car on Back Lane, the investigator holding a battery-operated storm lantern and Ellen clutching the sketchbook. It was a cold morning, and as such, Van Melsen had furnished the girl with a rather becoming overcoat. It was much too large for her, of course, but it added a layer of psychological protection, in addition to shielding her from the chill. The car arrived just after 7:05, an aging blue Ford Cortina that looked as though it had absolutely no business whatsoever tackling the winding roads of the Howardian Hills. The term rust bucket wouldn't have been too harsh in describing the vehicle's shabby appearance. The driver of the cerulean relic, a heavy-set individual with a head of curly white hair, nodded as he pulled to the curb, a gesture the investigator recognized as an invitation. In response to this, Van Melsen and Ellen climbed into the back of the car and buckled their seatbelts as the driver took off into the mist-cloaked stillness of the countryside. Within 15 minutes, a little after 7:20, the driver had delivered the intrepid duo to the requested location, a section of road from which the pair could once more tread in the direction of the pit. The familiar valley through which they trod, still sodden from the previous day's downpour, was in possession of a potent atmosphere that morning. Basking in the twilight of a late winter morning, clouds of mist dominated the expanse, drifting from field to plain, revealing the occasional tree or cautious deer, making navigation difficult. But the pair pressed on, undeterred. The two of them had little to discuss. Their objective was clear. It simply remained for them to reach their destination in order to execute Van Melsen's plan. Into the heart of the forsaken forest they strolled, and, before long, found themselves overlooking the aperture, Van Melsen once more taken aback by the raw fetor emanating from that damnable place. Daylight fought to penetrate the scene, mostly conquered though it was by the dense canopy wreathed in lingering fog. Still, the scene was illuminated sufficiently to behold the pit. It resembled an inky black eye surrounded by towering trees. And just as it had before, the Hidden One spoke from the bowels of the earth.
"Give,"
came the voice that wasn't a voice, and with it arose fresh volleys of sickening fragrances. Van Melsen turned to Ellen. "Listen," he started, keeping his voice low. "We must approach the edge of the pit, now." And, without hesitation, the pair moved through the haze in the direction of the aperture, nearing its brink. The odor was beyond foul. The investigator was certain its source had crept closer to the world of light during their brief absence.
"Give,"
came the voice again. In response to the dreadful command, Van Melsen switched the lantern on and held it out above the pit. He said to Ellen, "We'll only get one shot at this. Be ready." Ellen knew what was being asked of her, and, quite calmly, though internally her heart was galloping, she opened the sketchbook, withdrew a pencil from her hidden purse, and bit her lip in trepidation. Van Melsen released his grip on the lantern, and both he and Ellen watched in quiet amazement as the object simply hovered there in mid-air, just like the sketchbook had, a glowing emissary on the verge of a journey from which it would never return. Then, slowly at first, but with increasing rapidity, the lamp began to descend, drawn into the earth by the ravenous Hidden One. The investigator and the youngster watched as the ball of light descended into the vertical shaft, the former with a preordained expectancy, the latter with a grim foreboding. The pair lost all sense of time as they observed. They heard it before they saw it. A snorting sound followed by a scuttling sound. The sound of something retreating, something eager to elude the battery-operated intruder that had infiltrated its safety zone. Van Melsen, aware that at least one of them needed to be able to walk away from the encounter with their marbles intact, averted his gaze from the dimly lit aperture, turning his attention to the fear-filled face of Ellen Moore. The girl's eyes blazed as she stared into the abyss, her hand moving back and forth across the sketchbook in front of her. Tears, discharged from unblinking eyes, stained her pale cheeks, and still she sketched, spiritedly, absorbing in its entirety the nightmarish thing that had been illuminated below. For the first time in his professional career, the renowned paranormal investigator felt completely helpless. He couldn't support the poor girl, couldn't shoulder her burden, could do nothing but watch as she endured the horror of ages in an effort to free the souls of those consumed by a monster in the blackness. In his powerlessness, a moment of weakness really, he caught sight of Ellen's work, of the thing she was in the act of committing to the cursed leaves. Their surroundings were dim, and the glimpse was fleeting, but he saw enough to leave a scar that time would never heal. Sketched by Ellen's nervous hand, Van Melsen witnessed a series of dark lines and shapes, the suggestion of multi-jointed limbs connected to a vast central bulk or torso covered with minuscule pores or sphincters, each oozing dense blobs of graphite, presumably intended to represent some sort of waste product or lifeblood. The approximation of a monstrous face surmounted the central bulk, a terrible mien akin to that of a bloated toad with a horribly distorted orifice or mouth from which poured the penciled depiction of a dark, viscous liquid. The Hidden One was coming apart down there, torn asunder by the glow of the lantern. So adapted to the darkness had it become that no longer was it able to tolerate even the most minimal amount of exposure to light. Van Melsen vomited. An appalling mixture of shrieks and fetid gusts emerged from the dark place, immediately followed by an abrupt silence, which, in turn, signaled the end of Ellen's frantic sketching. Recovering himself, Van Melsen lunged at the girl, snatched the sketchbook, and snapped it closed in mid-air before plummeting to the ground, piecemeal fashion. Ellen blinked, and the lantern in the pit died, blotting out forever the incomprehensible remains of the nascent hidden one. Postface. "That's quite a tale," uttered Jack Gill, who'd been sitting on the edge of his seat for over an hour listening to Norman Kane's yarn. He eyeballed the locked sketchbook curiously, experiencing a mixture of awe and wonder.
"Indeed,"
Kane agreed, his plastic hands maintaining a loose grip on the subject of his story.
"And as I'm sure you can appreciate, this is quite a sketchbook."
Gill continued to ogle the book, his mind's eye envisioning the ghastly images sketched upon its hidden pages.
"Ellen Moore made a full recovery,"
Kane continued.
"According to Peter, the hidden one had held her in a sort of psychic thrall. With its passing, the influence it had over her passed too, negating both her memories of it and the terrible things she'd done on its behalf."
"And Van Melsen?" Gill quizzed.
"Peter's a resilient bugger."
Kane laughed and coughed a couple of times before proceeding to light another cigarette, much in the manner of his good friend, the renowned paranormal investigator.
"But he'll carry the burden of what he saw on the pages of this book for the rest of his days."
"What about the pit? The deep place?"
According to Peter, it was filled following an anonymous complaint to Natural England.
The atmosphere was tense in the underground room at Kane's Rare Books. Gill felt the power of the object in his presence, not to mention the other items lurking in the shadows and on the shelves surrounding him. The idea that a glimpse of the horror Ellen Moore had sketched upon the pages of the book was within arm's reach was both tantalizing and terrifying. In Gill's mind, morbid curiosity was a human trait as undeniable to him as the need to procreate. But, if Kane's story was anything to go by, the last thing Gill would want to do would be to lay his eyes on the hidden one in its death throes. And then, abruptly, the penny dropped. Gill looked up at Kane, his face like chalk. The hidden one," he stammered. "Its soul, it's in the book." Kane simply nodded and proceeded to return the accursed object to the glass cabinet on the north wall. As he did so, Gill was reminded of the words of Peter Van Melsen. "The book is meant for its eyes only. If others were to see the forms printed there, well, chances are most of us would be driven to madness. It is not wholesome for the living to lay eyes upon the souls of the dead." The Colour of the Forest. The following account, complete with foreword and afterword, is taken from Peter Van Melsen's memoir, In Search of the Occult, first published September 2018, by Kane Publishing. An abridged version of the article, The Colour of the Forest, first appeared in the British magazine Fortean Weekly in its March 19, 2018 edition. Foreword. It's a quiet February morning in Rosedale, but it's noisy in this head of mine. Last month, I was up in Scotland, the Forest of Galloway, to be exact. Had quite the experience, I can tell you. And now, almost 4 weeks later, I'm typing away in my little library, typing this foreword. I'm procrastinating, if truth be told. My friends over at Fortean Weekly are expecting an article, you see. If it hadn't been for Mike, that's Mike Ferguson, editor-in-chief, I'd have never been exposed to such madness. But that's Mike. If there's a story out there, he'll have you on a train in its direction before you can strike a match. In any case, this foreword isn't for Mike's benefit. It's for mine, a means by which to expel the thoughts of a wandering mind in an effort to obtain sharp focus, coupled with black coffee and a dozen cigarettes, naturally. My time in the Great Forest left me a little shaken. Brushes with the unexplained continue to have that effect on me, despite my long years as a weather-worn paranormal investigator. The last 4 weeks have been difficult. Other than the occasional contact with my new friend at the Forestry Commission, I've kept myself to myself. You might say that I've been healing. But I still have questions. For example, Who are the custodians? Where might they be found? Might an active element set me on the right path? I need help, but that'll come later. For now, it's back to the task at hand. This article won't write itself. The Colour of the Forest, by Peter Van Melsen, P.I. When the telephone rings at 10 to midnight on a Sunday evening, I can be reasonably sure as to the identity of the caller. Subscribers to 14 Weekly will be familiar with the magazine's editor-in-chief, but perhaps less so with his relentless enthusiasm. Forgive me, Mike. Regardless, the calls go something like this. Van Melsen? Peter, it's Mike. Mike, what have you got for me? A lead. I'm listening. And so on and so forth. On this particular Sunday, Mike was calling to share the details of an email exchange he'd had with an unnamed Forestry Commission employee based at Galloway Forest Park in Scotland. He'd caught me during an extended rest period and was eager to take advantage of my availability. Suitably stimulated by a sizable dose of caffeine, I indulged the editor-in-chief's zeal for a good 15 minutes or so. Simply put, the anonymous forest worker claimed to have encountered a number of unusual objects in a remote region of the park, objects whose mention was repeatedly frowned upon by the individual superiors at the commission. Mike, in his infinite wisdom, concluded that I, Peter Van Melsen, the renowned paranormal investigator, should meet with this unnamed caller, to be given a tour of the park, and to inspect the objects in question. Somewhat reluctantly, I agreed, and put myself to bed. I arose bright and early the following morning, and prepared to leave. By 9 a.m., I was sitting opposite an old lady by the name of Beatrice in the first-class compartment of a train from Northallerton to Edinburgh. From Edinburgh to Glasgow, I had the pleasure of Muriel Wilkinson's company, a lady who found it necessary to end every tale with the beginning of a new one. Then it was Glasgow to Ayr, a stretch in which I managed to avoid the company of other human beings. But from Ayr to Bar Hill, I was once again blessed by the presence of another, an 11-year-old boy by the name of Duncan Abernathy, a quiet chap who had the rather irksome habit of unashamedly gawking at me for long, uninterrupted periods of time. It had just gone 7 p.m. when I finally arrived at Bar Hill Station, and so I sought food and lodgings for the night, both of which I found in the peaceful rooms of the Trout Inn, and made arrangements for the second leg of my journey on the morrow. January dawns can be bitterly cold in Ayrshire. That Tuesday morning in Bar Hill was no exception. I arranged, as per Mike's instructions, for a private hire vehicle to take me just south of the village of Bargrennan, to a place where the A714 crosses the River Cree. At the turnout of an unnamed road, just before the river, my rendezvous with the anonymous forest worker was set to take place. I arrived at the designated meeting place at a little before 8:30 a.m. It was still very cold, but I was grateful to be waiting there under clear skies. Like clockwork, a maroon estate, an old Citroën CX, I believe it was, emerged from the unnamed road at 8:30 on the dot, and pulled alongside me, with the engine still running. I hopped in, and was met by the glare of a nervous-looking 20-something, my contact at the Forestry Commission, an individual I'll refer to hereon as Philippe. He turned the car around, and off we went along the unnamed road. We talked a little on the brief journey up that single-track lane, exchanging formalities in the main. The young forest worker said he'd been with the Commission for approximately 6 months, employed as a novice craftsperson, he indicated, and was responsible for numerous practical duties, including the planting of trees, pruning, and such like. In exchange for this introduction, I provided an overview of my work experience, focusing chiefly on my achievements in the fields of esoterica and the occult. Spurred on by my enthusiasm for such subjects, Philippe proceeded to tell me that he had a great interest in cryptozoology, ever since sighting, at the tender age of 11, the giant, hairy creature known as the Big Grey Man, Am Fear Leith Mór in Gaelic, on a childhood outing to the Cairngorms. He went on to say that brief glimpse of something immense lurking amongst the distant trees inspired him to pursue a career in the great outdoors. A drive of a mile or so delivered us to another vehicle, a dark green Land Rover Defender, an off-road motor essential for excursions into the heart of the forest. It was during this part of the journey, a 15-minute ascent in the direction of Loch Trool, that Philippe and I discussed the purpose of our expedition that morning. The young craftsperson revealed that he'd discovered the first of the unusual objects during a trip to an area of the park he playfully referred to as the belly, in reference to the phrase, the belly of the beast, highlighting the occasionally hostile nature of what was the remotest part of the forest. He'd been coppicing the area, trimming trees to encourage growth, when he'd noticed the object standing upright in a nearby clearing. The thing was this, a large wooden door, frame and all, some 7 feet high, overgrown with moss and weeds. On closer inspection, Philippe noted that the door was locked. A rusty padlock secured by a heavy-duty hasp and staple prevented him from opening it. Naturally, he surmised that the door had once belonged to an old building of some description, but it was clear to his inquiring eyes that nothing man-made, aside from the door itself, had ever stood in that glade. Philippe queried the discovery with his supervisor later the same day, only to be told not to worry about it. Subsequent returns to the belly revealed further doors, 6 more to be precise, all of which differed from each other, some older, more weathered, others newer, sporting modern padlocks. And again, questions directed at his supervisor and other senior members of staff yielded the same glib responses. I asked the young worker if he had a theory as to the origin of the doors, but he simply shook his head, his eyes glued to the winding road ahead. We passed Loch Trool, and for a stretch continued along what was evidently a private access road, before eventually reaching a small parking area. There we exited the vehicle, and under a sky growing increasingly overcast, Philippe equipped me with a pair of walking boots, and off we tramped into the depths of the belly. I must state at this interval that the woods were beautiful, a feast for the senses. From the gentle crunch and scent of the needle-strewn forest floor beneath my feet, to the grand, towering pines that ascended, it seemed, towards infinity, and all about me the colours of life, those myriad shades of evergreen, accentuated by the charcoal-like blackness of the surrounding deep forest shadow. It made a poignant impression, but a fleeting one. After all, I was there on business. After a grueling 2-hour hike, we came upon the clearing Philippe had described. What a peculiar sight it was! As the young worker had stated on the drive, it was indeed evident that the strange door hadn't at any time belonged to a larger structure. I studied it minutely. South-facing, multiple pieces of solid oak, iron frame heavily corroded, padlocks on both sides. Other than its mysterious presence in the clearing, there was nothing particularly unusual about the door itself, which begged the question, if it hadn't at one time been the entrance to a now absent building, then what on earth was its purpose? I was about to ask Philippe to assist me in removing the padlocks, when it occurred to me that I hadn't quizzed him in any detail with regards to the other doors he'd discovered. "Are all of the doors locked?" I asked, to which he responded, "All but one." He went on to explain that the unlocked door was in fact ajar, that the hasps had been torn away from what was a wooden frame in this case. Insisting that I ought to see it, we set off on what was, according to Philippe, an easy 10-minute hike from our present location. As we walked, I paid close attention to my surroundings. I was on the lookout for the irregular, the absence of wildlife, the presence of strange odors, but the forest was unyielding, its secrets obscured. The sky above remained overcast, though rain for the nonce seemed unlikely to fall. There was an uncomfortable humidity in the air, a result of the unusual warmth of the afternoon in what was a damp, dense forest. But I sensed nothing outre, nothing out of the ordinary, till I saw the second door, of course. The second door, another solid oak affair, with, as Philippe had described, an oak frame, stood atop a minor hillock, obscured by roughly a dozen conifers. Approaching it, I was immediately dazzled by a most unwelcome sensation. Imagine, if you will, a vast canvas, across which an artist has thrown every conceivable colour under the sun. The medium doesn't matter, just the suggestion of 1,000 vibrant hues bleeding into one another, merging in a seething mass of colour. Envision that wild canvas, then allow it to expand, growing ever larger and larger till it consumes your field of vision. Then, quite suddenly, it rushes towards you, an iridescent cloud. It envelops you, penetrates your being. But as quickly as it comes over you, so does it vanish, leaving not a trace of itself behind. Such was the sensation that overwhelmed me in less than an instant. What it was and where it went, I was unable to contemplate at the time. My attention had turned to Philippe, whose hopeful eyes were directing me towards the mysterious door. Doors are powerful objects. The very sight of one can instill a variety of emotions: nostalgia, relief, pride. But the sight of that curious, displaced entryway deep in the belly of the park filled me with a very appropriate and specific emotion: fear. The door was indeed ajar. It looked as though it had been just so for a long time. Grass and weeds all but covered it, the wiry tendrils of the forest working to bring their repurposed counterpart back to the soil. Together with Philippe, the two of us managed to push the door a little further open, disturbing the earth and the worms in the process. I wasted no time in crossing the threshold. Perhaps the young craftsperson expected me to disappear, to vanish before his very eyes, but nothing of the sort occurred. I turned and eyeballed Philippe humorously, watching him brace himself as I stepped back through. "What about the newer doors?" I asked him. "How new would you say they were?" "A couple of years at most," he answered. A theory was forming in my mind, the kind of hypothesis potentially dangerous to the young craftsperson. Philippe's supervisor, a chap we'll call Bob, had been reticent with regards to the young worker's questions, reticent in a manner that suggested that he too had been hushed on the subject of the mysterious doors. Bob's manager, we'll call her Sandra, had also been subjected to Philippe's inquiries, responding in much the same way, issuing the tired "don't worry about it" directive. I looked at Philippe, his bright blue eyes filled with curiosity, his quizzical brow furrowed with zeal. Could I deny this bright young spark the courtesy of my musings on the matter? After all, it was he who had brought the strange doors to my attention in the first place. And so I broke it down for the lad. Essentially, I posited that the doors were barriers, blockades erected with a single purpose: to prevent unwitting humans and animals alike from stumbling into whatever it was that had, at one time, existed in the space the structures now occupied. I further postulated that those intangible somethings were likely gateways or portals, capable of transporting those unfortunate enough to step through into— well, that's as far as I'd been willing to speculate at the time. Philippe's boyish face fell limp. The exhilaration that had formerly held his features aloft sank to the very bottom of his being, as he stood there, motionless, having listened to what I'm sure he perceived to be an utterly ridiculous and outlandish premise. But then I saw it, a wave of dawning realization, a weary acquiescence. He stood up straight, looked me in the eye, and nodded affirmatively. And with that nod he seemed to recall something of note. "Might just explain those disappearances," he said, in his thick Glaswegian accent. And the young craftsperson went on to highlight numerous cases of missing persons in the area, going back decades and beyond. Dog walkers, hikers, forest workers, lumberjacks, many a visitor to the forest of Galloway over the years, missing, presumed dead. He spoke of Victor Swift, an elderly vicar who watched his dog, a border collie by the name of Max, vanish before his eyes near Craigencally. There was the tale of Sarah Buchanan, a college student on a camping trip with friends near Loch Enoch, who was last seen heading into the shadows of the great pines to urinate, never to return. And Frank McCulloch and his wife, June, both of whom were never heard from again, following a hike through what Philippe continued to refer to as the belly of the forest. And then he mentioned a name I'd heard before, Lucy Fisher. Fisher, originally of Sheffield, South Yorkshire, had been an avid nature photographer, known for her striking landscapes and wildlife portraiture. On a warm day in the late summer of 2007, she'd set out on an excursion through Galloway Forest Park, armed with her trusty camera and her faithful sidekick, Knick-Knack, the pug. According to friends who were awaiting her return in the nearby town of Newton Stewart, Fisher was on a day hike, and so when she failed to come back that evening and was seemingly unable to answer calls to her mobile phone, the authorities were contacted. Fisher was never found, but what stuck in my mind about the case was the fact that Knick-Knack, the pug, was found just 2 days later. A hiker who had unwittingly strayed from a trail between the settlement of Craigmalloch and the Craigengillan estate in the north of the park had happened upon what he described as an area of scrubland, at the centre of which stood a derelict building, a farmhouse, he called it. The man, I believe his name was Jones, approached the house with the intention of snooping about, as he put it, and lo and behold, Fisher's faithful sidekick, Knick-Knack, came bounding out of the front door and into Jones's arms. Eager to return the dog to its rightful owner, Jones abandoned thoughts of entering the building and retraced his steps to Craigmalloch in order to seek assistance. Later, when he learned of Fisher's fate, he offered to assist interested parties in locating the house on the scrubland. But, unfortunately for all concerned, Mr. Jones suffered a fatal heart attack before the search was scheduled to be conducted. Knick-Knack, who Jones had readily adopted, was left without a master once again. Though Philippe had the gist of the Fisher case, he hadn't been aware of the discovery of Knick-Knack. He was particularly interested in the isolated house, as mentioned by Jones. I watched the cogs whirring, as with his mind's eye, the young craftsperson scanned the myriad maps and topographical data he'd studied during his relatively short time with the Commission. But daylight was beginning to wane, and so, with a 2-hour hike ahead of us, we opted to return to civilization in order to take stock of what we'd seen and discussed. How the forest changed as darkness fell. What earlier had been the gentle crunching of pine needles beneath my boots was now a roaring cacophony, with every ear-splitting snap serving as an invitation to the hidden denizens of the gathering gloom surrounding me. The scent that had been so enticing, fresh and sweet, was now stale and bitter, evocative of charred wood and mouldering tombs. And the colour, that universal evergreen, was all but completely absorbed by the ubiquitous blackness, void-like and cold. Even Philippe, the experienced forest worker that he was, seemed to be aware of the change. The belly of the forest wanted rid of us. Later that evening, Philippe and I snatched a quiet booth in a small pub on the outskirts of Newton Stewart, and, over a couple of pints of bitter, pored over an Ordnance Survey map of Galloway Forest Park. Our focus was on the sizable area between the settlement of Craigmalloch and the Craigengillan estate. The young forest worker outlined a number of hiking trails, only one of which appeared to match the route Knick-Knack's finder Jones said he had taken that day back in 2007. But in terms of the house on the scrubland, as described by the late hiker, the map had little to offer by way of evidence to support its existence. Satellite imagery as viewed on a laptop Philippe brought along to the pub, revealed a couple of areas of interest, one in particular being a patch of scrubland by the southern end of Loch Finlas, at the centre of which we observed a curious dark shape, quite possibly the elusive house we sought. Digging a little deeper, we brought up everything we could on the Lucy Fisher disappearance. I couldn't recall from memory where the photographer's friends had said she had entered the park that fateful day. It turned out that Fisher had visited Loch Trool the morning of her disappearance, mine and Philippe's starting point, after which an eyewitness claimed to have observed her heading north in the direction of Merrick, the park's highest mountain. From there, Philippe and I agreed that it was conceivable that Fisher may have continued from Merrick in a northeasterly direction towards Craigmalloch, thereafter happening upon the scrubland, as described by Jones, but we had no evidence to support such guesswork, apart from the discovery of knick-knack several days later. Uncertain as to our next move, we decided to call it a night a little after 10:30, the pair of us having secured accommodation at the pub. I slept poorly. I was unable to shake the after-image of that unusual flash of colour I'd encountered by the second door in the belly. In retrospect, as I pondered the impression, I was all but certain that what I'd perceived was merely an echo, that I'd glimpsed a vision of something that had passed through the forest many years earlier, and this notion was supported by the fact that, after experiencing the unusual phenomenon, I'd stepped through that second entryway without effect, proving its dormancy. I perused the archives of the hippocampus, searching for information stored away in stubborn cells, something to explain the familiarity I seemed to be sensing about the whole thing. But I couldn't get to the bottom of it. It haunted me through till dawn, at which time I showered, dressed, and sought refreshment in the form of a full Scottish breakfast. Philippe joined me at the breakfast table, the dark rings around his eyes suggesting that he, too, had struggled to catch 40 winks. Suitably staffed following a hearty meal, we formulated a plan of action over numerous cups of coffee. I informed the young forest worker that, although I thought it likely that all 7 doors were now dormant, there was perhaps a connection between Lucy Fisher's disappearance and whatever the thing was that might conceivably have emerged from one of the doors many years earlier. With this in mind, we made plans to attempt Jones's trail that afternoon, hopeful that a detour in the direction of Loch Finlas might prove fruitful. But prior to that, I wished to visit the establishment of an old friend of mine, a chap by the name of Gary Cook. Subscribers to Fortean Weekly will be familiar with Cook's books in Wigtown. His collection of pulp fiction is second to none, not to mention his bi-monthly publication, Mysteries of the Mind. Wigtown, known as Scotland's national book town, is heaven on earth for an antiquated soul such as me. One can't help but feel consumed by the magic of it all. Books are, after all, magical objects, housing forbidden thoughts, secret worlds, and the mysteries of the universe. But I digress. Philippe dropped me off at Cook's books just before 9 a.m. I was waiting by the door when the shutters came up. I met with Gary, did a little catching up, then got down to the business at hand. I spoke at length on several subjects: the enigmatic doors in the forest, my young acquaintance at the Forestry Commission, and the disappearance of Lucy Fisher. Gary's eyes narrowed to slits as he listened. It was plain he had information for me. It was just a case of prying it out of him somehow. And so I continued, informing him of mine and Philippe's intention to follow in the footsteps of the late hiker, Jones. But still, old Gary refused to yield. Having exhausted almost all avenues, I brought up my experience by the second door in the forest. At the mention of that wild flash of colour that moved through me, Gary's eyes widened. He looked at the floor sheepishly. A few moments elapsed. Then Gary let out a reluctant sigh and proceeded to talk. And boy, did he talk! I'll recount what he said as best I can. According to Gary, The word on the street, or the rumour in the air, as he put it, was that an unnamed organisation of some description was responsible for the doors in the Forest of Galloway. Confirming my suspicions, he went on to state that this organisation had been formed centuries earlier, following a number of bizarre disappearances in several locations across the globe, and, much to my horror, a number of extraordinary arrivals. Not only was it a fact that men, women, and children had vanished as a result of stumbling into these mysterious portals, but it was also a fact that things from the other side of the portals had stumbled through into our world. As to where these portals were said to lead, and whether or not those crossing the thresholds could ever return, the rumour mill had been unable to provide a reasonable answer. But that wasn't all Gary had to say on the subject. Sweeping a seemingly random pile of papers aside on a desk in his office, an old book was revealed. Apparently, it was a partial copy of the mysterious book Nun, said to have been authored by the American paranormal investigator David Fisk following his travels throughout Transcaucasia in the 1950s. Subscribers to Fortean Weekly will be well acquainted with what we know about the book, I myself having written on the subject many times, but you'll also be aware that other than the dozen or so second-hand accounts conveyed to me, I've never before been fortunate enough to lay my hands on an actual copy of the book. As far as Gary's copy was concerned, he claimed to have been gifted it by a contact in the Lake District. He hadn't much to say about this shadowy figure, aside from the fact that the lady in question was a collector of rare books, with a keen interest in the occult, a lady after my own heart, I might add. In any case, I was thrilled to behold a copy of Nun, regardless of its incompleteness. For a couple of seconds, Gary leafed through the book, in quest of something specific. Finding it, he passed the tome to me. I feel it's important to note at this stage that Nun is a handwritten book, and though the version in my hands was evidently a reproduction, I couldn't help but marvel at Fisk's haphazard scroll. Full of excitement, like a winner at the races, I read from a passage headed The Custodians. The passage spoke at length regarding the secret organization Gary had mentioned, referencing a number of locations throughout the United States in which the organization had installed doors akin to those I'd witnessed in the Forest of Galloway. According to the text, this organization, dubbed the Custodians, was continually monitoring locations throughout the world, several of which at any one time might be host to what were described as active elements. Locations indicated were Cherry Creek, Nevada, USA, Berchtesgaden, Germany, next to which, roughly scribbled, was the word Untersberg, which, according to my research, is a massif in the Berchtesgaden Alps, Penrhyn Drayth, North Wales, and Bolton, England, next to which, underlined in the margin, was the name of a village on the outskirts of the town, Felmont. But what really caught my interest was a segment describing beings or entities Fisk referred to as the colours of Carlo. The section read as follows. We mustn't ignore what the Hyperboreans called the colours of Carlo. During the erection of a door in the mountains of the Nevada desert, a custodian came face to face with an iridescent mass that spontaneously appeared within the boundary of the doorframe. The mass was incorporeal, the man said, passing through him and evaporating when he turned to pursue it. Later, at the same location, another custodian involved in the finishing of the door claimed to have been fleetingly enveloped by what she could only describe as an inexplicable flash of colour. An after-effect of the first custodian's experience, or had other colours followed in its tracks? Regardless, one must be mindful of what the Hyperboreans wrote on the subject of these inexplicable beings. They come to feed. Fisk goes on to explain the futility of the doors, stating that, though they're clearly effective in keeping people and animals out, they're not so effective in keeping the occupants of the other side in. Digesting the strangeness to which I'd been exposed, I looked up at Gary, whose round face was a mask of uncertainty. "What do you make of it?" he asked. "Haven't a clue," I responded, still a little distance away, as far as my attention was concerned. We talked at length on the subject of rare books, volumes teeming with cryptic references to phenomena both weird and wonderful. Jericho's Sorcerella came up, the famous book of spells often found in the midst of would-be wizards, the fabled Necronomicon, within the forbidden pages of which, according to notes found amongst the papers of Derek Myers, a rare book collector who allegedly acquired fragments of the John Dee translation, were a number of references to locations throughout the world wherein curious magnetic anomalies were at one time present. And the Book of Ibon, that forgotten volume of ancient Hyperborea, in what little remains of which, according to Gary's copy of none, mention is made of those intangible creatures said to have preyed upon Hyperborean spiritualists in the form of bright, flashing colours, the aforementioned colours of Carlo. The whole thing had me bristling with a strange mixture of excitement and alarm. What on earth was it that I was getting myself into? As to the true nature of the doors, the custodians, the colours, Gary and I could only speculate. But either way, it was very fortunate that I decided to pay Cook's books a visit that morning, as my old friend took it upon himself to share with me a certain something that would later ensure the success of mine and Philippe's endeavours in the great forest. The conversation had added significant flesh to the bones of my working theory, and so I left Gary in the reliable company of his leather-bound acquaintances and sought my young accomplice over at Rigby's coffee shop, next door but two. Over a cup of coffee and a cigarette by the door, I brought Philippe up to speed. It was my belief that when Lucy Fisher and her beloved pug, Knick-Knack, took to the hills that day back in the summer of 2007, that it wasn't a portal she stumbled upon, but rather that peculiar patch of scrubland host to the old house, as later described by the late hiker, Jones. And in happening upon that isolated spot, Fisher and her dog crossed paths with another wanderer, an entity that had been transported to the forest years before, and had taken up residence in the very property into which the two of them had blundered. Could it be that the entity in question simply stumbled into the forest of Galloway, just as the countless numbers of unwitting men and women had stumbled into similar invisible gateways here on earth? Or was it more likely, as per the tales of the colours of Carlo as described by the ancient Hyperboreans, that the entity had intentionally crossed that invisible border in order to feast upon our senses? The answer to that question lay in that isolated farmhouse off the beaten track, in the northern reaches of the great forest. Philippe, though wary and understandably sceptical, agreed that the only course of action was to proceed with the plan, to seek out the mysterious house, and to deal with whatever we might encounter there within its crumbling walls upon our arrival. We returned to Philippe's Land Rover, and readied ourselves for the 40-mile drive from Wigtown to Craigmalloch, packing food, water, and a change of clothing. In addition to these essentials, I had, tucked away in an inside pocket, my journal. Occasional Fortean Weekly readers might be unaware that my journal doubles as a sort of survival guide, a book of helpful hints and tricks for the discerning paranormal investigator out in the field. Page 34, thanks to my old friend Gary, was going to be especially useful if Philippe and I were to encounter the likes of which only the ancient Hyperboreans had ever dared speak of. This I discussed with the young forest worker in detail, all the while attempting to soothe his nerves. The grey skies that had haunted us on our previous visit to the park were naught but a distant memory that Wednesday afternoon. The sky above was clear, a light sapphire, hovering above an emerald landscape. We reached Craigmalloch a little after 12:30 p.m. Exiting the vehicle, we once again donned walking boots and set about the task of locating Jones's elusive house. Parked on the outskirts of the settlement, we took a moment to gaze out across the still waters of Loch Doon, Philippe eyeing the scenery, myself wondering what that scenery might say, if it could only speak. Locating the desired trailhead, we took off in the direction of a distant clump of trees, the very route Jones claimed to have traversed all those years earlier. The weather remained calm and clement, and under any other circumstances, the trek into the park that day would have been an absolute joy. But beyond it all, the clear skies and the teeming canopies, the birdsong and the creaking trees, I sensed that we were treading on dangerous ground, moving in upon the territory of something that was assuredly unfriendly. Philippe consulted the Ordnance Survey map he carried frequently, steering us away from the main hiking trail in a northwesterly direction, towards Loch Finlas. We looked for evidence of activity along the way, footprints, personal effects, but it was clear, at least to the young craftsperson, that the only creatures regularly traversing the region we descended into were members of the local wildlife population. We must have been hiking for a good hour before Philippe stopped in his tracks, motioning towards a break in the trees up ahead. I followed his gaze, and could just about make out what appeared to be a clearing on the horizon. Cautiously, we proceeded, until it was undeniable that the area up ahead was in fact the scrubland of which Jones had described back in 2007. Having trekked through the dense swath of woodland surrounding it with Philippe, it was now much easier for me to understand how the search parties assigned to the missing Lucy Fisher had been unable to locate the remote clearing. Emerging from the tree line, I was initially taken by the size of the expanse. It was much smaller than I'd anticipated, approximately equal to an Olympic-sized swimming pool. And there, at its center, south-facing, stood the old house, just as Jones had described it. It was a 2-story building covered in flaking roughcast, at the top of which a partially collapsed chimney surmounting a slate roof pointed into the clear blue sky like an arrow. Fragments of glass remained in 3 of the 4 windows, gaping like hollow eyes. The entrance to the house was by means of a dark wooden door hanging by a thread to its frame. The building was certainly unwelcoming, and I imagine that Jones was more than a little relieved that he'd been given an excuse not to enter when the pug, Knick-Knack, came bounding out of it. Other than the occasional chirp of a bird and the rustle of a squirrel in one of the overlooking pines, the scene was still and silent. As Philippe gazed at the ruined building, a mask of reluctance fell across his face, which was just as well, as I meant to enter the house alone. This I relayed to my young accomplice, to which he responded with a slow and considerate nod of his head. I then proceeded to give him a series of instructions to follow, in the event that anything untoward occur. "Untoward?" he queried. In response, I lit a cigarette, and slowly advanced towards the elderly edifice. Old houses are curious. Abandoned houses even more so. They take on the appearance of orphan children, gazing hopefully in the direction of those willing to approach, ready to reveal their most hidden secrets in exchange for the attention they've craved for untold ages. The house on the scrubland was no different, those windows like mournful eyes, the facade streaked with neglect, the gaping mouth of the threshold, hollow and humble. Reaching the doorway, I extinguished my cigarette and turned to survey my counterpart standing at the edge of the forest. He signaled weakly in my direction, a poor attempt at an encouraging salute. I returned the gesture with aplomb, before turning to meet the gloom that awaited me. I stepped inside. I felt it, straight away. The presence of something alien. Inhaling deeply, I took a good long look at my immediate surroundings. The remains of a staircase greeted me, only the banister rail of which reminded one of its former existence. To my right, a boarded-up door prevented access to the eastern rooms of the ground floor. To my immediate left, however, an empty space opened out into further gloom. Cautiously entering this area, I observed decaying items of furniture in the center of the room, illuminated by a single ray of light permitted entry through a gap in the stiff curtains pulled across the large window to the south. Guided by this solitary beam, I followed it to where it appeared to highlight a mouldy door on the room's north wall. Approaching the door, I saw that something had been etched into the rotten wood, a phrase clearly visible at the center of the beam of light. It read as follows: "Beware the path less traveled." On closer inspection, I observed numerous scratches on the door below the etching, quite possibly the result of a small dog's attempts to gain access to the room. Knick-knacks, claw marks, perhaps? What, I wondered, was on the other side of that door? The sound of footsteps to my rear had me turning on my heel. Silhouetted by the beam of light was my young companion, Philippe. "Find anything?" he whispered. I was about to chastise him, when, quite suddenly, there sounded a most disquieting din on the other side of the mouldy door. It was the sound of liquid, something viscous sloshing about, like the noise one might expect to hear when attempting to expel the curdled remnants of sour milk from the confines of a plastic carton. And akin to sour milk, there rose a smell, a foul fetor, the unmistakable stench of decomposition. Philippe retched where he stood, taking several steps backwards in the process. Undeterred, I turned once again to face the door. Slosh, gurgle, bubble. Something was growing behind that mouldy door, expanding, and the stench intensified, forcing me to cover my nose with a handkerchief. With my other hand, I fished out my journal, and there, in the limited light of that lone beam, I flicked through it with my thumb, in quest of page 34. Philippe remained several feet to my rear, no doubt regretting his decision to join me in the awful, festering shadows of that house. Locating that which I sought, I lowered the handkerchief, deciding that the stench, no matter how intense, wasn't so bad that I'd be prepared to face its source with one arm. I approached the door in the slowly shifting spotlight with all the conviction I could muster, and, with great care, clutched the handle and pulled it open. The sight beyond was indescribable, though I'll do my best to do it justice. The room itself was of no concern. As a matter of fact, I can hardly recall it. The only thing that caught and held my attention was the sphere, hovering in mid-air, some 3 to 4 feet in diameter. A glowing, iridescent ball of effervescing liquid threatened to rob me of my sanity. It throbbed and pulsated, emitting the foulest smell, the intensity of which had me heaving. This involuntary reaction to the stench was probably the very thing that saved me, as, in doubling over as I did, I was reminded of the fact that I was clutching my journal, open to page 34. But as I sought to process that which was written in the book, my peripheral vision was dazzled by a firework display of color, the likes of which only the Hyperboreans, in all of recorded history, had ever before attempted to describe. I heard a thud behind me. The result of what I later discovered was Philippe's unscheduled collapse. But I held my nerve, and, achieving some semblance of focus, I resisted the urge to glance at the thing again, and read from my journal in a loud, clear voice, read as though my life depended on it, which, of course, it absolutely did. The verse through which I emptied my lungs was a phonetic transcription of a revocation found in the Sorcerella, that, according to my old friend Gary Cook, had been sourced by the wizard Jericho from an alleged Book of Ibon fragment. I daren't quote that forbidden verse here. To do so out of context would only provoke that which it was employed to dispel. I barked those 4 lines over and over again, like a priest conducting an exorcism, my eyes averted to the iridescent color, its pulsing, gelatinous core, an insult to all which is sane and holy. Beads of sweat peppered my wrinkled brow as an intensifying humidity sought to drain me of moisture, to bleed me dry before that monstrous abomination, which, I saw out of the corner of my eye, was presently glowing a dark, furious red. And then, quite suddenly, the dreadful sphere began to expand rapidly, filling the entirety of the room in which it pulsated. My gaze was drawn to it, but I persisted with the revocation. Next, it contracted, just as swiftly, reducing to the size of a water droplet, at which stage it promptly vanished into thin air. Sensing deception, I rushed outside, scanning the trees and the scrubland for any sign of the otherworldly color. Seeing nothing, I glanced towards the heavens, and there, above me, in every direction, a vivid iridescence filled the sky, steadily dissipating, like the recession of clouds observed in a time-lapse video. The GAT revocation, as provided by Gary Cook, had forced the color into the ether, where it would eventually dissolve, never to prey upon those lost in Galloway Forest Park again. I watched the last of the color fade from the afternoon sky, before returning to the confines of the purged house. My first port of call was the horizontal form of the young craftsperson. He opened glazed eyes to me as I crouched beside him. "What happened?" he mumbled, in response to which I gestured in the direction of the empty room at the back of the house. Leaving Philippe to come to his senses, I inspected the cleansed room thoroughly. Within, I found the remains of local fauna, matted hair and broken bones, all piled together in a corner. A sticky residue coated the remains, quite possibly a form of bile or gastric acid, and a curiously familiar bone fragment suggested the presence of human remains amongst the detritus, but the task of identifying it as such wasn't mine. A weary-looking Philippe joined me, astonished, he said, to have woken at all, let alone to discover that the thing that had forced him into unconsciousness in the first place was nowhere to be seen or smelled. We left the house shortly afterwards, returning in the direction of Philippe's Land Rover. Again, the woods had changed, but whereas I'd sensed something foreboding the previous day, I felt that the forest was somehow cognizant of what had been driven from the house in its midst. It was rejuvenated. My young companion felt it too. But I caught fleeting glimpses of the sky through the canopy overhead, a sky that had unwittingly accepted the forest's burden. Out there, somewhere else, perhaps at that very moment crossing uncharted thresholds, strange life forms such as the colors of Carlo might be settling themselves into the darkest and most hidden corners of the world, waiting for those unfortunate enough to encounter them. My mind was filled with thoughts such as these as Philippe and I reached the Land Rover and returned to Newton Stewart. It simply remained to report the discovery of the bones in the deserted house, a task which Philippe and I were obliged to perform together, in spite of the young forest worker's wish to remain anonymous in all this. Later, in conversation with Philippe over the telephone, I learned that forensic anthropologists assigned to the case counted the remains of 4 individuals amongst the bones recovered from that accursed place, all of whom were identified as persons reported missing. One of the skeletons was that of the aforementioned Lucy Fisher. And so, what began as a case involving a number of unusual objects in the forest ended with the discovery of 4 missing persons and the banishment of an alien entity, the likes of which, if the words of the ancient Hyperboreans are anything to go by, have been frequenting the planet Earth for eons. But several questions remain unanswered. Where did that strange creature come from? And, most importantly, had the GAT revocation truly eliminated it? My advice to you, reader, is to be wary when you're out and about in the great outdoors. Exercise vigilance in the presence of Mother Nature, and, If you're unfortunate enough to encounter a padlocked door in the deep woods, just keep on walking. Don't worry about it. Afterword. Well, that's your lot. I doubt they'll print the whole thing, but it'll certainly give Mike something to work with. I find myself questioning what I saw in the end. Philippe was unable to put what he saw into words. He likened the vision to that one might expect to see when peering into a kaleidoscope. And in the end, it was the smell that had knocked him out, or so he said. But my recollections are vivid, from that first brief flash by the door on the hillock to that dreadful encounter with the colour in the old house. And then there's that etching in the door, so curiously illuminated by that beam of light. Beware the path less travelled. I was reluctant to mention in the article that I was familiar with the verse in which that phrase appears. Some call it the path. In full, it reads as follows. It's a dusty old thing, that memory, littered with weeds unseen, over the hills, under the trees, there on the edge of a dream. Stray too far and you'll miss it, the thought it won't ever occur, to stray into wilds without reason, magnificent the end of despair. Beyond the bridges of slumber, no couth and her barnacled throne, fade into blackness and stroll by the light, close to the end of the line. And when awake once again by the starlight, look to the eye of the storm, but beware the path less travelled, for you might just forget who you are. Curious. It's sometimes referred to as Murphy's method, attributed to Jason Murphy, a figure whose name conjures visions of the 4 steps, a world beyond this one, and a strange black box, a man often whispered about in certain circles. But what's the connection? I'm at a loss to explain the origin of that etching there in the presence of that thing. Which brings me back to the questions I asked in the foreword. Who are the custodians? Where might they be found? Might an active element set me on the right path? Like I said, I need help. By my reckoning, there's only one man capable of helping me answer these questions, my old friend in Manchester's northern quarter, the keeper of the private collection. Perhaps I'll pay him a visit. Anyway, enough of this. I have an article to submit. Peter Van Melsen, Rosedale, February 2018. The Pom-Pom Spot. 1. From the little-known travel blog Hitchens Britain, first published October 2006. A Weird Encounter in the Hills, by Mark Hitchens. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you read that right. A Weird Encounter in the Hills. Doesn't sound like a typical Hitchens Britain post, does it? Sounds more like the title of a horror story. Well, that's probably closer to the truth. It's a title with 2 meanings, but I'll get to that. So I was up in Yorkshire, doing my thing, exploring the grounds of Castle Howard, sampling the local produce, and all that good stuff. This was last Thursday, I might add, October 22nd. Anyway, I'd spent the day, mentally at least, putting the outline of a post together based on my time in the hills, and found myself, at around 6:30 in the evening, traipsing up and down the cobbled streets of a beautiful Howardian Hills village, looking for somewhere to grab a bite to eat. This insatiable appetite of mine delivered me to the Bludgeon Inn Ox, a typical country inn, within the cosy confines of which I managed to score for myself a rather satisfying portion of scampi and chips. Chomping away at the feast before me, I happened to look up from the comfort of the booth I was sitting in, and watched with curious eyes as a lanky, lavishly dressed gentleman approached the bar. The bartender muttered something to the newcomer, who in turn responded with a mumble of his own. He then parked himself at the bar and lit a cigarette. Seconds later, the skinny chap was enveloped by a cloud of smoke, and was all but lost to my gaze. I finished my meal and approached the bar. The fellow with the cigarette, who had ordered a cup of black tea to go with his dose of nicotine, seemed impervious to my presence. Looking at him, I couldn't pin an age on him. He might have been 35 or 65. The lines under his eyes and the silver streaks in his hair only added to that sense of agelessness. I meant to pay for my meal and be on my way, but the bartender, suddenly talkative, insisted on knowing who I was and what I was doing up there. Naturally, I gave him the gist, and he asked me where the travel writing game was to take me next. And so I told him. It's the Peak District for a couple of days, I said, followed by the Lincolnshire Wolds. The Wolds, sir? He asked. A strange look crossed his face, and, for the first time, mention of the Wolds provoked a reaction, a judder of sorts, out of the silent figure to my immediate left. That's right, I confirmed. The bartender eyeballed the smoking punter, who, as if in response to some unspoken command, nodded slowly. Is there something I should know about the Wolds? I asked reluctantly. You'll be visiting Luth, I suppose, the bartender continued. Yes, I stammered. It's on my itinerary. Better watch yourself down there, sir. What a strange comment from a bartender in a quiet pub a whole county away. So I asked him the only obvious question. Why's that exactly? And then the bartender glanced at the lanky fellow beside me, who, once again, nodded slowly. Carefully, he extinguished the cigarette, clutched his cup of tea, ogled me like a crazy man, then took a long comedic sip. I was about to repeat my question when the quiet gent spoke. If you have the time, he began, his voice rich and colourful, certainly not what I was expecting. I'll tell you a story. Immediately hypnotised, I nodded and sat myself down next to him. Al, he said, motioning towards the still warm teapot by the till across the bar. Pour our friend here a cup of tea, will you? And Al, the landlord of the Bludgeoning Ox, proceeded to do just that, while I sat there in silence, ready to listen to whatever it was the man at the bar wanted to tell me. I'll do my best to deliver the tale verbatim. It shouldn't be too difficult. That chap really knew how to paint a picture. Now then, he began. Last summer, I was in the Lincolnshire Wolds, on business. An elderly lady had contacted me with regards to a possible case of infestation in a crumbling outbuilding to the rear of her property. With some trepidation, I agreed to pay the lady a visit, and over the course of half a day made the somewhat grueling journey via public transportation from my homestead here in the hills to the bustling market town of Luth. The town was very much alive when I arrived that stuffy evening. Youngsters prowled in packs, and intoxicated adults spilled in and out of pub porches. I traversed the busy streets in quest of the Queen's Head Inn, my lodgings of choice for a couple of nights. I was warmly greeted by the staff at the inn, and was shown to a rather luxurious suite on the first floor. At a little past 8 p.m., after dining alone in the on-site restaurant, I settled into my comfortable digs and read up on the history of Luth. I had managed to procure a copy of a book by the name of The Haunted History of Luth, and was scouring its pages for documented reports of infestations and manifestations as having taken place in the town and the surrounding hills throughout the last century. The country house Thorpe Hall caught my eye, the gardens of which were said to be frequented by the ghost of a Spanish lady in a green dress. I also read reports of a soldier, often seen walking a dog in the hills nearby. But both these accounts and several others I went on to read were little more than folkloric anecdotes, offering nothing of relevance to my imminent investigation. I suppose the strangeness began that very first night. I hit the feathers at approximately 10:30 p.m., thoroughly exhausted after a long day, but was jolted awake at around 11 by the most horrible din, a relentless tittering that seemed to be coming from the suite next door. Though the laughter itself lasted only a couple of minutes, the memory of it lingered for a good hour or two in my unsettled brain. It had been Unnatural, that chuckle. The following morning, not quite as rested as I would have liked, I set out in the direction of my client's bungalow on the edge of town, a beautiful spot at the top of Little Crowtree Lane. I introduced myself to the old dear and followed her into the rear garden, all the while listening to her speak of the thing that watched and mocked her from the ruined, moss-covered outbuilding at the far end of the plot. But that's where her story ends. At this point, the ageless fellow took a sip of his tea and lit another cigarette. A long drawn-out silence ensued. Was that it? The whole story? I was about to verbalize my thoughts when he started up again. As I approached the outbuilding, I happened to glance towards the landscape beyond, the wild countryside known as Harris's Hills. As the lady babbled on, mostly incognizant of my presence, I perceived a figure, that of a young boy, making his way across the open meadow. In cupped hands held up to his chest, the boy appeared to be carrying something round and bright blue. His demeanor was suspicious. With every step he cast wary eyes in all directions, seemingly protective of his luminous cargo. Spouting apologies to the chattering lady, I vaulted the low stone wall separating her property from the fields and edged towards the surreptitious boy. Careful though he was, the young chap was far from worldly wise, and failed to observe my approach. Had I been a big cat in the savannah, the youngster wouldn't have stood a chance. I called to him in a calm voice, "What have you got there?" He turned, startled. Nothing," he replied between heavy breaths. "Looks like something to me," I said, eyeballing the object held to his chest. It's, he stammered. "It's trouble, I imagine," I finished for him. The boy studied me cautiously. I guessed he was somewhere in the region of 13 years old, his face awash with youthful wonder, his scruffy jeans and filthy t-shirt testament to the trials and tribulations of a boy in the grip of adolescence. "Who are you?" he asked at last. "I'm an investigator. See that lady back there?" And I gestured in the direction of my disgruntled client, now watching from the boundary of her property, her well-oiled jaw still in motion, her flailing arms conveying her frustration. "Yeah," the boy confirmed. "She's my client." A look of bewilderment washed over the boy's face. "She doesn't look too pleased," he observed. "That's because I had to abandon her situation in favor of your situation," I explained. "My situation?" "That's right, and I believe it centers around that object you're holding." The boy let out a reluctant sigh and proceeded to tell me all about what he referred to as the Pom-Pom Spot. "The what spot?" I immediately asked. I hadn't intended to interrupt the man. The question just sort of popped out. "The Pom-Pom Spot," he repeated. "Allow me to elaborate." And so the odd, tea-drinking character at the bar did just that. "According to the boy," he said, "the Pom-Pom Spot was an urban legend, a cursed place in Harris's Hills, said to be the final resting place of a local entertainer, a character once known as Corby the Clown. Allegedly, the late performer had got himself into a spot of bother with the local community, owing to an unhealthy interest in certain members of the opposite sex. An inability to control his carnal desires had angered many a married man, a number of whom, thoroughly tired of the clown's inappropriate behavior, had set out to teach Corby a lesson. Unfortunately, so the legend went, the angry mob took things too far, choosing to feed the clown one of his own pom-poms, upon which he choked to death. It was then said that the men buried Corby in Harris's Hills, leaving, for reasons unknown, a single pom-pom atop a shallow grave. As the boy related this last detail, I glanced again at the object in his hands, a bright blue pom-pom. What the youngster had stumbled upon I hadn't a clue, but I felt the presence of something lurking beyond his unsettled demeanour and furtive glances, a presence that had drawn my attention to the strange item in his possession quite inexplicably. My objective was clear. The nervous child needed help. My happening upon him there in the grass that afternoon was no accident. And so, somewhat reluctantly, the boy agreed to take me to where he found the item in question, the aforementioned Pom-Pom Spot. From our location at the edge of Luth, we climbed a little higher into Harris's Hills, following a well-trodden path in the direction of an area of dense woodland. The boy said he was an explorer, and had spent the entire summer in search of the Pom-Pom Spot after hearing the legend whispered about amongst a group of teenagers in the centre of town. Nobody else other than himself, he claimed, knew of the location, other than the alleged perpetrators, that is, the identities of whom the boy, naturally, had no knowledge of. After some 15 minutes or so of hiking, we came upon an old fieldstone wall bordering a small allotment of sorts, host to a number of silver birches and stunted grass. Over the wall I went, guided by the boy, and into the centre of the plot we strolled, till we reached a molehill-sized mound protruding from the ground. The youngster pointed at the mound and said, quite simply, "There." I asked the boy to position the pom-pom precisely where he'd found it, and he did so. I gazed at the item atop the mound, and decided the time had come to ask the boy another question. Does the legend of Corby the Clown have anything to say about when exactly he was buried here? The boy shrugged. That pom-pom doesn't look all that old or weathered now, does it? I continued. Again, the boy just shrugged. Although the youngster was offering me very little to work with, I couldn't shake the notion that there was something very wrong there in that allotment. There was a strange odour in the air. Not the foul reek of death one might expect to linger beside a shallow grave, but a sweet scent, the smell of toffee apples and candy floss. A faint whiff of the circus, perhaps. I didn't like it one bit. I decided it was high time to return to Luth, in order to ask around with regards to the late clown, but not before collecting the pom-pom and returning it to its new owner. As I crouched to retrieve it, my focus shifted to the earth atop the miniature mound. Did I perceive a number of dark hairs amongst the blades of stunted grass? Not wanting to alarm the child, I ignored the sighting. Handing him his blue prize, the two of us returned to Luth. In order to alleviate any unwelcome suspicions, I accompanied the boy home and introduced myself to his parents. I simply explained that I was in Luth on business, and that I'd observed the boy in the wilderness looking a little out of his depth. It was in my interest to see that he made it home safely. And it was then that I finally learned the boy's name, George. George's mother was especially talkative, being familiar with the publication Fortean Weekly, a magazine I contribute to on a regular basis. George's father, though, seemed to study me with a degree of uncertainty, had done so ever since I mentioned my stumbling upon the boy at the edge of Harris's Hills. Neither saw the boy's prized possession, though, which was safely concealed beneath the shabby baseball cap he wore. I said farewell to George and took my leave. My first port of call following my experience with the boy in Harris's Hills was to visit the local library. In my line of work, a small town's library is the best place to familiarize oneself with its history, though I have to admit I couldn't shake the feeling that something was drawing me towards the library. I felt like a flapping fish on an invisible line. I made my way via Northgate to my destination, and entered in as clandestine a manner I could muster up. It's a small library, the one at Luth, and so I paced myself accordingly, on the lookout for books and newspapers pertaining to local history. I wanted to avoid speaking to the librarians in the first instance, as I found over the years that strangers making inquiries with regards to criminal activity in the locale can often be met with hostility. Browsing the aisles, I happened upon an older gentleman taking his time by a section dedicated to classical literature. He was short, this individual, standing a mere 5 feet or so, but it was a shortness, I observed, owing to an extreme curvature of the spine. With some difficulty, he looked up and studied me, and I knew immediately that whatever it was he was about to tell me wouldn't be found in any of the numerous books surrounding me. "You're here about Corby, aren't you?" he stated, his high-pitched tones raucous and unpleasant. "Yes," I answered. "How did you know?" To which the senior gestured towards a vacant table at the end of the aisle. I followed him, and the two of us sat. The small man eyeballed me some more before saying, "The boy found it, didn't he?" "Yes," I answered again, seemingly incapable of saying anything else. A protracted silence followed, but the old man's eyes remained fixed upon me. "I know," the man continued, "because you're here. Saw it all coming, I did." "How's that, then?" I insisted. "Can't tell you, sir." "Can't?" "Can't," he confirmed. "Can you tell me anything else about Corby the Clown?" The old man nodded. "There were 2 of 'em," the old man began. "Twins they were, Corby and Curtains. Corby wore blue, Curtains wore red. Corby was a good 'un, Curtains not so much. The latter, well, he went after the women, that one. Hurt 'em, he did. Went out dressed as Corby, fooled 'em. Those men, they went after the blue clown. Killed him, they did. Buried him up there in the hills, right where you stood this morning, sir." Again I asked him, "How do you know all this?" And again he answered, "Can't tell you, sir." "How long ago did this happen?" "Oh, decades ago, sir. 30 years or more, I reckon." Another awkward silence followed, before the senior spoke again. "Got to put that pom-pom back, sir," he stated flatly. "And why's that?" I asked. "Trust me, sir." "To be fair," I said, "you're not giving me much to work with." And with that, the old gent climbed to his feet and shuffled away towards the exit. It was only as he disappeared from view entirely that I once again became aware of that strange, sweet odor, the smell of toffee apples and candy floss. I shuddered. Feeling a little deflated, I returned to my suite at the Queen's Head in order to reflect upon the unusual morning I'd had. From the moment I'd glimpsed the boy in the field, I'd felt unusually compelled to learn all I could about what it was he'd been clutching, what it was, and where it had come from. And tugging on that thread had revealed, little by little, a larger and more intricate tapestry, involving George's hesitant father and the strange clairvoyant at the library. I dined at the inn's restaurant for lunch, and headed back out into Louth a little after 2 p.m. I wanted to familiarize myself with the town's centre and back streets, wanted to get a little closer to what had once been the stomping grounds of 2 entertainers, Corby and Curtains, the clowns blue and red. Going about my business, I perceived something unwelcome in the eyes of the locals that passed me on Eastgate, the same cowed uncertainty that I'd seen in the eyes of young George's father. On Burnt Hill Lane, onto which I'd strolled to avoid the piercing gazes of a mother and child on Queen Street, I happened to notice, amid the graffiti, 3 words that sent a shiver down my spine. In bright blue spray paint, a colour highly reminiscent of George's pom-pom, was the phrase, "Corby will rise." 2. Al, the landlord of the Bludgeoning Ox, poured fresh cups of tea for the lanky fellow and me. I wasn't sure what to make of his story so far, and no doubt the blank expression splashed across my face probably told the teller as much. I got the impression that the man was probably used to this kind of reaction, given that the impression on his face remained fixed in a sort of mild grimace. He had a weary look about him, not altogether vacant, but a sort of melancholy, possibly owing to the very singular line of work he was in. Lighting another cigarette, the well-spoken gent offered me one, which I politely declined, before continuing with his tale. "I spent the remainder of the day in my suite at the Queen's Head," he said, mulling over the unusual events of the day, and the abnormality that was sure to follow. It was clear to me that I'd stumbled upon something rather unique there in Louth, a state of paranormal affairs the likes of which I hadn't previously encountered. I felt certain that the disturbance of Corby the Clown's final resting place had triggered a sort of telepathic fog, through which certain cautious citizens of Louth had been made aware of my intentions, particularly in the case of the hunched senior at the library. That, or young George's happening upon the late entertainer's shallow grave, had awoken something in the corpse below, allowing it to reach out to members of the community in an effort to be discovered. Of course, these thoughts were by their very nature erratic, and left me with more questions than answers. Later that evening, at approximately 11 p.m., my attempts to sleep were once again disturbed by the sound of laughter. The suite was dark, dimly illuminated by the glare of a streetlight outside. As I came to, I became increasingly aware of the proximity of the laughter. It was a low, strained noise, the kind of mirth forced through clenched teeth, the unnatural laughter of an unhappy clown. And this time it was emanating from inside the suite. I reached for the lamp by the bed, assured that the light it would throw into the room would reveal the interloper, wherever it may be. But the ensuing light revealed nothing whatsoever. The laughter abruptly stopped. "Paid you a visit, didn't he?" This from the bartender, Al. I surmised as much, and immediately went for my notepad in order to make a note of the time. 11:06 p.m. Observations such as these can be useful, I found. The following morning, having slept soundly without any repeat visitations, I ate a hearty breakfast courtesy of the inn, then set out in the direction of the Pom-Pom Spot. This was approximately 8:30 a.m., and it was already 21 degrees, the promise of a sizzling afternoon to come. Finding my way back to the allotment in the hills was no trivial matter. More than once I found myself up to my ears in ferns and brambles. Oh, to be in possession of those boyhood instincts once more. By the time I hopped over the fieldstone wall bordering the allotment, I was covered from head to toe in dandelion fluff and burdock burrs. Not quite Robinson Crusoe, I can tell you. Once again I made my way into the centre of the plot, and searched for the small mound young George had led me to the day before. But it was no mound I found. Something else entirely occupied the spot from which the youngster had retrieved that bright blue pom-pom. You may recall that I noted a number of hairs atop the mound on my first visit. Well, an entire head of hair now projected from the stunted grass. A head of blue hair, complete with blood-red lips, a clown's red nose, and a face painted blue and white. It was utterly motionless, and its eyes were closed, but it didn't appear to be a head belonging to a corpse. It was clear to me that I was looking upon the face of a living man, buried up to his head in the dirt. I moved closer, crouching in the process. I studied the buried clown with a great deal of trepidation. What was he doing there? I crept within striking distance of the head, looking for subtle signs of movement. Was it a prank? Was I the victim of a Louth tradition? Carefully, I reached out and touched the clown's chinless face. The flesh was hard and cold, the face paint dry. I prodded the head again, but no response was elicited. Was the man deceased after all? The pate was firm, rigid, like the trunk of a tree. I stood up and stepped away from the spectacle. I searched for signs of recent activity in the surrounding earth, but it was quite evident to me that the ground beneath my feet hadn't been disturbed in a very long time. The brown, underdeveloped grass stood as a testament to the fact. But as I stood there, studying the scene, something truly unprecedented was unfolding before my eyes. Slowly, ever so faintly, the head was rising from the stunted grass. I shook my own head several times and refocused my gaze, but still the strange dome continued to rise from the ground. A long, pale neck emerged, attached to which was a blue and white bow tie, the likes of which only a dedicated clown would wear. And several moments later, when blue ruffles surmounting broad shoulders arose from the infertile earth, I gasped audibly. The stiff figure was, in effect, growing out of the soil. The following flashes remain as mere fragments in my memory, but I'll do my best to piece them together for you. The rate at which the clown grew accelerated exponentially. Up and up it rose, revealing more and more of its blue and white costume, like toothpaste squeezed out of a tube. And just like expelled goo, the rigid clown tipped slowly forward, till a pair of oversized shoes emerged from the earth, and the purged figure fell like a domino to the surface of the allotment. It was about then that I noticed claw-like tendrils attached to the bottoms of the clown's shoes. Had the late entertainer taken root in the earth like a regular vegetable? Stunned, I turned and fled. At this point, the ageless man took a long sip of tea and lit another cigarette. I noticed that his hands were shaking. "Can you imagine such a thing?" he asked. I simply shook my head, holding back a chuckle. I was still waiting for the punchline. But no such thing was imminent. The man continued. Deciding the dandelions and the burdocks were the least of my concerns, I returned to Louth via the most direct route I could manage, paying no heed to the brambles and nettle patches in my path. Like a man gone feral, I ran along Gospel Gate, tore my way through the crowds on Kidgate, and mounted the steps 2 at a time to the safety of my suite at the Queen's Head. What the locals made of me I hadn't a clue, but I simply had to clean up, change clothes, and put some thought into just what it was I had witnessed at the Pom-Pom Spot. A cool shower served to soothe the numerous nettle stings, and a pair of tweezers liberated the majority of the thorns that had buried themselves in my knuckles. Sore but safe, I dressed, and, driven by that same inexplicable force that appeared to be guiding me from A to B and back again, I strode out into the land of the living, towards Louth Library. It was a little after midday when I reached my destination. The sun was high in the sky. 27 degrees, a digital display outside the library informed me. Sweating, I crept into the cool sanctuary of the library. Just as I had done the previous day, I crept from aisle to aisle, keeping my head down, in sharp contrast to my wild gallop across town just an hour before. And there, slinking along by the classical literature section, was the old clairvoyant, the man with the hunched back. "He's returned, hasn't he?" he said upon spotting me. "Something's returned," I agreed noncommittally. "What's going on here?" "He wants revenge," the old man continued. "They got the wrong man, remember?" "I remember very well," I answered. "But I don't believe that that's the main concern here. In fact, if I were pressed on the matter, I'd have to nominate the clown rising out of the barren earth situation as the main concern." With great difficulty, the old man straightened up to an angle of roughly 45 degrees and looked me square in the eye. "Best put him back, sir," he said. "Put him back in the earth and put the pom-pom back. That ought to do it, sir." And with those final words, the old man once again shuffled away from me and out into the heat of the day. I would have gone after him, but I'd noticed something. I recognized him. Though his face had seen many years, evidenced by lines of varying depth, the high-set brow, coupled with the tall cheekbones and a curious chinlessness, reminded me of the thing that had emerged from the Pom-Pom Spot. There was no doubt in my mind. The old man was Curtains, Corby's twin brother. Could it be possible, I mused, that young George's removal of the pom-pom inadvertently re-established an old bond that once existed between the two? Corby, given license to rise once more, might well have transmitted his intentions to his guilty brother, and I, the investigator in the wrong place at the wrong time, caught up in a most unwelcome telepathic web. Of course, this was all speculation on my part, but I've been right before, and knew that I had to act accordingly. And so I set out to George's house up on Woodvale Rise. It was mid-afternoon when I arrived, and I was lucky enough to encounter the boy playing at the front of the house. He listened eagerly as I related what I had learned and experienced over the last 24 hours. Anticipating the conclusion, George was quick to offer his assistance in returning the reanimated form of Corby the Clown to the earth, and offered a quick glimpse under his baseball cap, where still the bright blue pom-pom remained concealed. Within a matter of minutes, the two of us were ascending Crowtree Lane in the direction of Harris's Hills. I was glad to have the boy with me, as I had absolutely no desire to repeat my tussles with the underbrush again, so soon after recovering from my copious injuries. We reached the allotment in good time, exhausted though we were by the ambient temperature, which by this time had crested 30 degrees. Thirsty, and with further toil ahead of us, we hopped over the fieldstone wall and sought the stiff body of old Corby. But before we reached the site of the unearthing, troubling signs hinted at the possibility that we may not succeed in our efforts to return the latest member of the living dead to the ground. We observed dozens of large, unsettling footprints in the dry earth, patches of stunted grass tamped down by gargantuan heavy shoes. We followed these prints in reverse from the inner edge of the plot to the pom-pom spot. Not only had Corby the Clown been thrust out of the earth like a newborn, but also had he climbed to his revived feet and taken off in the direction of his old stomping ground, Luth. 3. Having listened with great interest to the cigarette-smoking gentleman thus far, I ordered myself a rum and coke for the third and final act. The lanky chap wasted no time whatsoever in getting to it. The remainder of the day was spent in quest of the thing that had sprung from the dry earth before my eyes. Conscientiously, I advised young George to make his way home, to leave the sordid business of tracking Corby the Clown to me. But the little chap was having none of it, and persisted in following me across town. I began my search in the cemetery on London Road. It was a logical starting point, given the cemetery's location at the edge of the hills. The sweat literally poured from my brow as I scanned the graveyard for blue and white abnormalities in the shape of men. But there was nothing to be glimpsed between the crumbling stones and the derelict tombs. Reaching Linden Walk, I moved northeast along Tennyson Road, then northwest along Newmarket towards the centre of town. I was on high alert. Every cerulean T-shirt and periwinkled dress triggered my already tense nerves, resulting in unwelcome outbursts the likes of which I was thankful young George wasn't close enough to hear. The search continued in such a fashion for several hours. With twilight upon me, a striking pink sky it was, I found myself a couple of 100 metres along the Luth Canal, with a weary boy at my heels, the two of us utterly drained. Sluggishly, we made our way back to the centre of town, and reconvened by one of Luth's plentiful late shops, from which I purchased refreshments for George and me. "It's time for you to head home, George," I said, motioning in a northwesterly direction. "Your parents are going to be wondering what on earth you've got yourself into." The boy had turned and was about to do as I directed, when I asked one final thing of him. "Ahem," I coughed and held out my hand. The boy removed his baseball cap, revealing the bright blue pom-pom amid a mound of unkempt strawberry-blonde hair. Quite willingly, he handed the pom-pom over to me and took off at speed. Tired, hot, and bothered, I made my way back to the Queen's Head. I washed, changed, put on my thinking cap, and made myself comfortable once more at the desk by the window overlooking Eastgate. I considered the fact that much, if not all, of what I'd learned with regards to the strangeness in Luth had come to me inexplicably. My initial instincts regarding the boy in the field, the sense of something out of the ordinary by the so-called Pom-Pom Spot, the unwelcome glare of many a suspicious local, and the mysterious lore of the old clairvoyant down at the library, of him in particular, whose insights had been gained by some extraordinary telepathic medium. And so I decided to remain at my station, clutching the blue pom-pom by the window, observing the comings and goings of all and sundry, the twilight boozers and the early evening joggers, the groups of teenagers and the enthusiastic dog-walkers, the couples romancing and the low-key police patrols. But nothing came to me, inexplicable or otherwise. The hours ticked by. And then, subtly at first, but with a gradual intensification, I sensed something outre. I glanced at my watch. It was approaching 11 p.m. With little to no thought whatsoever, I climbed to my feet and exited the suite. Calmly, I made my way through the inn and stepped out into the sweltering heat of the night. I held the pom-pom out before me, allowing it to guide me. Whether it truly was the pom-pom that pulled me eastward, I'll never know, but there in that moment, it felt to me as though the object had become a compass, luring me towards something of great significance. I left the main thoroughfare, and found myself traversing Monk's Dyke Road, moving ever eastward. I specifically recall passing the unassuming frontage of Luth Evangelical Church, before being drawn, as it were, along a gravel side street, dimly illuminated by the light from a crescent moon. The lanky gent paused to light another cigarette. His already pale face took on an even lighter shade as he prepared to tell me what he saw on the side street. I braced myself. Some distance ahead of me, say 30 or 40 paces, I saw, roughly silhouetted atop a minor acclivity, two figures. One was short and hunched, its hands together before it as if held in prayer. The other was tall and foreboding, the telltale characteristics of an oversized neck ruffle and baggy trousers, highly suggestive of the thing that had just that very morning risen from the ground. I crept closer still, as the taller of the two reached out with enormous swollen hands and took the other by the throat. Into the air the smaller figure was lifted, a mere pixie in the hands of a behemoth. I heard wheezing and muted groaning as the giant figure squeezed the life out of its writhing victim, and then followed an alarmingly disconcerting crack as the pixie's neck was snapped like a pencil. Corby the Clown's alien laughter met my ears. Still clutching its victim by the broken neck, the giant turned to face me. Briefly, I caught a glimpse of its cold, glazed eyes, illuminated by a bright, distant light, before it took off at an inhuman pace, the dead body of its brother, Curtains, slung over its shoulder. Once again, I glanced at my watch. It was 11:06 p.m. I knew where it was headed, knew where I would find it. The removal of the Pom-Pom had given Corby license to rise from the earth in order to exact revenge on the one who had been responsible for his untimely death. It had rekindled a strange, psychic connection between the brothers, a bond that somehow I, and quite possibly certain members of the community, had unwittingly intercepted. This, of course, was how Curtains had known that, 1, his brother had returned, and 2, that I had become aware of the fact, and that the guilty brother's only chance of survival was to ensure the Pom-Pom was returned to its rightful place atop the mound in the allotment, to serve the purpose it had served ever since the murder of his innocent brother all those years ago. And so, one last time, I made my way in the direction of the Pom-Pom Spot. Back along Kidgate and Gospelgate, along Crowtree Lane onto Little Crowtree Lane, into the shadowy realm of Harris's Hills, guided by the meagre moonlight. The dandelions had their way with me once more, as did the burdocks, but I was undeterred as I followed my nose in quest of the brothers clown. On more than one occasion I was certain I heard the strains of distant laughter, the same horrible strains that had disturbed my sleep at the Queen's Head, the same piercing, monstrous chuckles that had followed the snapping of an old man's neck off Monksdyke Road. At last I reached the old fieldstone wall. With the last vestiges of strength available to me, I vaulted the wall and crept furtively across the dim plot. Silent as the grave it was. Poignant, really. And then I saw it. Movement. Ever so fleetingly did I see it. 2 shapes stirred ahead of me, one large and menacing, the other small and broken. The larger of the 2 sank into the ground, dragged into the earth, as it were, by something akin to quicksand. A vast, bloated hand was the last thing to disappear from view, which in turn took hold of the small corpse lying prostrate on the stunted grass and pulled it under too. I rushed towards the resultant pile and listened to a frightful sequence of guttural chuckles that fought to penetrate the dry earth upon which I stood. I held out the bright blue pom-pom in front of me, stepped forward, and placed it atop the mound. Instantly, the muted laughter that had threatened to deprive me of my sanity ceased. Immediately, stillness returned to the scene, and that vague sense of something out of the ordinary evaporated. That was all. I returned to my suite at the Queen's Head, showered, wrestled once more with the thorns that had embedded themselves in my hands, and slept much after the fashion of the dead clowns, Corby, and Curtains. The following morning I took a bus to Lincoln, and sought the company of a friend of mine, a contact at the City of Lincoln Council. You see, I couldn't abide by the idea that another youngster the likes of George might happen upon that fateful spot and disturb that grave marker. I mean, what if Corby wasn't done with his act of vengeance? God only knows how many of Luth's vigilante fathers and husbands might have had a part to play in the innocent clown's premature demise. Mercifully, I was informed that the allotment would be dealt with accordingly, which meant that the Pom-Pom Spot would soon be a thing of the past. One can only hope. And those were the last words the lanky, lavishly dressed gentleman at the bar voiced. As you can probably appreciate, I sat there for a moment in a complete, stunned silence. The tall chap took one last sip of what had to be cold tea by that time, nodded at Al, the bartender, and promptly left. It was Al who spoke first. "See what I mean, sir?" he said. "Better watch yourself down there." "Huh," I managed, still dumbfounded. Were the 2 of them having me on? A bit of fun with the outsider? I've met all kinds over the years, folklorists and historians, criminals and con artists, palm readers and psychics, but the chain-smoking, tea-drinking gent was difficult to measure. He positively oozed credibility. So how was it that I found his story so hard to believe? After the event, I was able to learn a little more about our friend at the Bludgeoning Ox, thanks to the publication he referred to in the telling of his story, Fortean Weekly. Seems he's dedicated his life to the study of all things weird and wonderful. All the more appropriate I name this blog entry A Weird Encounter in the Hills. The things he's written about are beyond me. The shapes of Clapham Wood, lights over Massam, the spectre of Ibstock. These are places to avoid moving forward, methinks. I settled the bill with Al, the bartender, thanked him for the wonderful grub and evening's entertainment, and took my leave for the night. Who was that, anyway? I asked, as I moved towards the door. Oh, that was Van Melsen, our local PI. PI? I repeated. Paranormal investigator, he clarified. But never mind that. We just call him Peter. The Knavesmire Vampires 1.
Bloodsuckers?
Came the broad tones of Norman Kane in response to his caller's query.
What's going on over there, anyway?
The man with the prosthetic arms was referring to a pair of killings that had recently occurred within the city of York. His caller and friend, the renowned paranormal investigator Peter Van Melsen, was assisting the police, in an unofficial capacity, with the more outre aspects of the case. It's uncanny, Norman, the PI returned. Victims attacked in the wee hours, bodies drained of blood, puncture marks here and there. They're calling the culprit the Knavesmire Vampire.
Knavesmire?
Queried Kane. It's an open area south of the city walls, marshland mainly, home to the racecourse.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course.
In their accustomed spots by the upright piano in Kane's bookshop on Tib Street, Manchester, the proprietor, following a protracted, uncharacteristic search, had extracted a dusty paperback from a wall of books prior to sitting. The book, in pursuit of the vital essence, was a shabby affair. The title printed on the soft cover was mostly illegible. It was only when Kane volunteered the name of the book that Van Melsen was able to fill in the blanks. Awkwardly, Kane began sifting through its pages with his clumsy, false appendages.
Ah,
He blurted.
here we are.
The Lancastrian proceeded to read aloud the numerous definitions written there, all of which suggested that the so-called Knavesmire Vampire was indeed likely to be precisely what the name implied. Nocturnally active, driven by the need to consume human blood, possessing unusually large canines capable of puncturing human flesh. The trouble is, Van Melsen began, I don't think we're dealing with a corporeal entity.
How's that, then?
A couple of witnesses have come forward, each claiming to have seen a dark figure on the Knavesmire in the vicinity of where a body was later found. The first of these, a man out with his collie on the Little Knavesmire, described the thing as murky and shapeless. The second observer, a jogger on her nightly circuit of Knavesmire Road, said she'd seen a shadow dart across the street, the source of which never materialized. Kane hesitated before once again leafing through the tattered paperback in quest of something befitting the accounts of the witnesses. After several moments of fruitless searching, the Lancastrian said,
Nothing on shadow vampires in here, Peter.
Shadow vampires? Came Van Melsen's reply.
Aye,
Said Kane, his eyes dancing from bookshelf to bookshelf distractedly.
I've got a book on the subject somewhere.
The paranormal investigator lit a cigarette. With the exhalation of a lungful of smoke, he asked, Is there anything you can tell me off the top of your head? Kane mused for a few moments, a plastic fist stroking his bristly chin. The man was out of sorts, his friend thought.
Beware the slain anthropophagus,
The Lancastrian quoted from memory.
for it will inevitably return.
Cannibal? Van Melsen delved.
No ordinary cannibal, Peter. This sort is dead, but it keeps coming back.
And these things are... The PI paused for emphasis. Shadow vampires?
You're going to have to leave it with me, old friend. I've got some ferreting to do.
Again, His eyes flew to the numerous bookshelves. "Not to worry, Norman. I've a train to catch shortly." Van Melsen knew his friend well. In Kane's world, everything had its place. Books, artifacts, particularly the exotic items stored below in the private collection. But it was clear, judging by the look of befuddlement on his dumpy face, that he was having some difficulty locating certain things. Why was that? Just then, the door to Kane's rare books gently opened, and in stepped a stranger to the PI at least. Conspicuous in a striking black and yellow shirt dress was a young lady with a mass of luxurious, jet-black, kinky hair atop her head. Large brown eyes, framed by scarlet-rimmed circular glasses, seized Van Melsen, rendering him momentarily inert.
"Wax!"
Kane blurted, immediately approaching the young lady.
"I can't find anything in here."
The young lady rolled her eyes playfully, smiling at the PI as Kane berated her. Puffing on the remnants of his tab by the piano, Van Melsen grinned. Extinguishing the cigarette, he climbed to his feet and approached the pair. "And this is?" he probed, distracting Kane from his fruitless grilling.
"Wax,"
the Lancastrian offered.
"My new assistant."
The young lady smiled again, shaking the skeletal hand the PI extended. "Peter," he said, in response to which Wax simply nodded.
"As I was saying, Peter,"
Kane blurted,
"you'd better leave it with me. Wax and I have some reshuffling to do."
The young lady, still smiling, waved farewell to the PI, then disappeared into the back of the shop. Van Melsen focused on his friend. "Assistant?" he asked, eyeballing his friend quizzically.
"You know how it is, old friend,"
Kane said.
"We all need a helping hand from time to time. Me more than most."
He added, drawing his friend's attention to his plastic arms. Nodding, Van Melsen moved towards the door. "I'm staying in the city," he said, referring to York. "Call me at the Golden Fleece."
"Will do,"
the Lancastrian confirmed, then shuffled off after his new assistant. Stepping out into the chill of March, Van Melsen popped the collar of his dark brown overcoat. He did so not only to protect himself from the biting cold, but also to shield the sensitive flesh of his neck from would-be bloodsuckers. Shadow vampires, he thought, eyeballing the dark shapes trailing behind the late afternoon passers-by on Tip Street. They're everywhere. 2. Back in the cramped confines of his room at the Golden Fleece, Van Melsen paced back and forth. His imagination was getting the better of him. Wherever he looked, he saw the silhouettes of scheming shadow vampires. He'd seen them on the platform at Victoria Station in Manchester. They'd occupied the empty seats of the train as it traversed the Pennines. There were suggestions of them atop York City walls. But he wasn't a fool. The shadows he'd scrutinized were simply that, shadows. The creatures Kane had mentioned were something else entirely. The investigator approached the panelled window, which offered a view of the thoroughfare pavement and the south end of the shambles. It was a little after 10 p.m. Sunday, and as such the streets were relatively quiet. Feeling the need for air, Van Melsen donned his coat and slipped out into the night. It wasn't unusual for the investigator to feel out of sorts in the city, but having spent several lengthy periods in York in recent years, he and the ancient metropolis had developed a sort of rapport. He met the used bridge as one might meet a friend, climbed Micklegate with what might have passed for a smile on his face, and on he went in a southerly direction towards the Mount, unconsciously drawn to the scene of the recent murders, the Knavesmire. Accessing the little Knavesmire by way of Albemarle Road, the investigator made his way towards the spot upon which the student, Philip David Carrington, had met his end on March 2nd, just 2 weeks earlier. The Little Knavesmire, as the name suggests, is a small green area in York's South Bank, occupying the northeast portion of the Knavesmire, and separated from the grasslands proper by Knavesmire Road. It's a public space, overlooked on all sides, but after dark, other than the occasional dog walker or loitering teenager, the little Knavesmire can seem a very barren place indeed. The circumstances surrounding Carrington's presence on the field that fateful evening weren't fully understood. As far as the young student's parents were concerned, Philip was supposed to be spending the night in the city. A room above a pub on Cromwell Road had been booked in his name. However, the pub in question was within the city walls, making Carrington's decision to head south of the walls after leaving his friends at approximately 11 p.m. all the more curious. Moreover, the landlord at the Iron Will stated that the young student failed to check in. Carrington's body was spotted by a dog walker a little after 6 a.m. the following morning. The young student, lying by the hospital field allotments at the north end of the little Knavesmire, was flat on his back, his bloodshot eyes gazing into space. The coroner later deduced time of death as somewhere between midnight and 1 a.m., which corresponded with the report of the man walking his collie at 12:30 a.m., who said he saw something murky and shapeless fleeing the little Knavesmire in the direction of Tadcaster Road. Van Melsen, once again conscious of the vast swathe of shadow enveloping him there on the dark field, gazed at the spot by the hospital field allotments momentarily before continuing towards Knavesmire Road. Crossing the empty street, he hopped the small wooden fence separating the grasslands from the road and approached a bold patch of grass just visible under the glow of a nearby street lamp. This was the spot upon which the primary school teacher, Janet Rachel Constance, had expired, much after the fashion of the student Carrington. Friends and family members of Constance suggested that she wasn't one to head out after dark. She was the quiet type, the sort who enjoyed nothing more than repetitive evenings in front of the television with her 3 cats, Dolly, Molly, and Folly. For her to end up on the Knavesmire in the middle of the night, some 3 miles from her home in Fulford, was highly unusual indeed. Regardless, there she was, dead, discovered a little after 7 a.m. Sunday, March 11th. Like Carrington, she'd been flat on her back, gazing at the sky. And again, the coroner, in her report, put Constance's death at somewhere between midnight and 1 a.m., again correlating with the testimony of Lisa Ramsbottom, the night jogger who saw a shadow dart across Knavesmire Road at approximately 12:30 a.m. Cautiously, and through eyes that had gazed upon 1,000 horrors over the years, Van Melsen studied the vast, open gloom surrounding him. He was on the lookout for movement, the presence of peckish parasites, the sauntering of sentient shapes, but he felt sure that he was quite alone. Absorbing the night song of distant traffic met by the occasional hooting of a lone owl, he lit a cigarette and toked deeply. That there was a great deal of work to be done, the investigator was certain. His contact at the local constabulary, Detective Chief Inspector Mark Brent, who had called upon Van Melsen's services more than once before, had enlisted the assistance of the investigator in order to dispel rumors circulating in certain circles, rumors that the recent deaths were the result of a rampant vampire's bloodlust. It's worth stating that DCI Brent would never admit to believing in such nonsense. He was a police officer with a reputation to maintain, but he was shrewd enough never to exclude the possibility that certain crazed individuals might just believe themselves to be creatures of the night, members of the recently resurrected, and such like. Hiring the well-known paranormal investigator was simply a means by which to weed out the nut jars. With a heavy heart, Van Melsen withdrew from the Knavesmire, feeling a great deal of sadness for both the victims of whatever it was that was out there and their friends and families. The investigator's family, what remained of it, was far away, impossibly far, it felt to him at times, and it was that distance that allowed him to empathize with the plights of others. That, above all else, was what kept him rooted to the ground. To lose that connection would be, as far as he was concerned, to become one of the others, the creatures of the night he spent his time hunting. Van Melsen made his way back to the Golden Fleece in a timely fashion. As he ducked into the entranceway, a glance to his right revealed something, a shape of some sort, disappearing into the gloom of the Snickleway known as Lady Pecket's Yard. Was it another midnight stroller, a local taking a shortcut to Fossgate? Or was it something much more nefarious, something murky and indistinct, something potentially responsible for the grisly deaths of a young student and a primary school teacher? Tired, and not in the least bit interested in coming face to face with the object of his pursuit at such an early stage in the game, the P.I. stepped into the pub, and, as the landlady had requested, locked the heavy wooden door behind him. Whether or not the incorporeal thing outside would be impeded by an ordinary wooden door was a point Van Melsen mused over for several minutes. Reaching his room, he proceeded to adorn both the door and the window overlooking the shambles with a number of special homemade wreaths he referred to as allium chains. The P.I. chuckled to himself as he finished attaching the pungent garlands. "Oh, I do love me a bit of garlic," he muttered. Having enjoyed an uninterrupted sleep, in spite of his concerns regarding the thing that may or may not have ducked into Lady Pecket's yard the night before, Van Melsen awoke a little after 7:30 a.m., completely refreshed. The P.I. wasn't the type to aim for the requisite 8 hours of slumber. He was the kind of individual who valued quality over quantity. Dreamless nights were of major concern, indicative of fidgety slumbers spent tossing and turning. To have dreamt of anything, really, though he had a preference for dreams of home, that place that seemed so impossibly distant, was an indication of a night well rested. And dreamt Van Melsen had. It was a recurring dream, one he'd had many times before, a dream as old as the man himself, which, as anyone gazing upon the hard face of the gaunt investigator might concur, was rather difficult to determine. In the dream, Van Melsen would find himself atop a lofty cliff within an enormous underground cavern. Far below him, above a huge lake, would be drifting a vast, slow-moving airship, a giant zeppelin, the likes of which only a fantastic mind could conjure up. He'd stand there for a long time, ages it felt to him, gazing at the interminably slow airship below, wondering who its occupants might be, where it was going, and how it was that it had come to be contained within the confines of a gigantic subterranean grotto. As the dream progressed, the presence of someone approaching to his rear would instill a tremendous sense of fear, and, almost involuntarily, the P.I. would promptly leap from the cliff, during the descent from which the dream would fade to black. What the dream meant, Van Melsen hadn't a clue. Dream interpretation was a little beyond him, despite the fact that his chosen profession often involved encounters with those who relied on such to provide information. The investigator pushed thoughts of his slumbers to the back of his mind and sought the recuperative effects of a cold shower. Van Melsen's morning routine, which might have included a close shave, the ironing of his trousers, the buffing of his winkle-pickers, was disturbed by a telephone call. The caller was his contact at the police, DCI Mark Brent.
"Peter?"
came the voice of Brent.
"There's been another."
The P.I. paused, before asking, "Where?"
"Do you know the Knavesmire Lodge on Tadcaster Road?"
"Yes," the P.I. confirmed, knowing that the property in question was visible from the spot upon which the body of the primary school teacher Janet Rachel Constance had been found.
"How soon can you get here?"
"I'm on my way." With those words, Van Melsen threw himself together and promptly left the relative safety and comfort of the Golden Fleece behind. As the cool air met the taut flesh of his face, he considered the very real possibility that he may be in need of accommodation a little closer to the Knavesmire Lodge. 3. The Knavesmire Lodge, a Georgian Grade II listed building overlooking the northern portion of the Knavesmire grasslands, was, as described by Nigel Brackett, Asset and Property Management, York City Council, a little worse for wear when Agatha and David Winston acquired it in the latter months of 2017. "It's been unoccupied for over 40 years, said Brackett during their initial conversation on the subject. "Not afraid of ghosts, I hope?"
Absolutely not.
Agatha had responded, laughing.
They'll flee at the first sight of me.
David had laughed too, though lacking the conviction and gusto his wife provided on behalf of the pair. He'd added, as jovially as his quiet demeanour allowed, "Ghosts? Really?" To which Brackett, a giant of a Yorkshireman possessed of the most ridiculous comb-over seen this side of Scarborough's annual toupee convention, had answered, "Keen to find out?" The big man had laughed, but David, his plush feathers ruffled, merely smirked emptily. Agatha, desperate to acquire a piece of York's history at a steal, had insisted that the lodge's past was of little to no importance, and that what was important was the restoration of a very centrally located business opportunity close to the racecourse. The deal had gone through without much ado, and, shortly afterwards, in the 3rd week of October, the renovation of the 7-bedroom property had begun. After several months of intensive labour, much of which had been funded by a sizable inheritance following the passing of David Winston's elderly mother, the Knavesmire Lodge welcomed its first guests on the afternoon of Valentine's Day, 2018. Visitors had booked months in advance, and, according to Agatha when questioned by DCI Brent the morning of March 19th, the 7 guest rooms were fully booked through to September. When Van Melsen arrived later that same morning, having stealthily slipped by the inquisitive throng gathered on Tadcaster Road, he took a moment to explore the south-facing grounds at the front of the lodge. Under the bare willows overhanging the gravel driveway, a dozen or so police officers formed a steady flow of traffic between the scene of the crime and the road. The PI kept well out of their way as he approached the lodge. The striking facade of the listed building, with its numerous sash windows and gloriously refurbished ruby-red door below an immaculate cast-stone portico, was inviting in the extreme. One need only pass it on the street to succumb to its irresistible lure. Astride the portico, Van Melsen noticed further windows at basement level, windows notable in that they didn't appear to be up to the standard of the rest of the property. Shabby and moss-riddled they were. Nearing the portico itself, Van Melsen's gaze was drawn to the elaborate fanlight above the door, forming part of which were the words Knavesmire Lodge. All this he saw and carefully absorbed, irrespective of the comings and goings of the sizable task force, which was now accompanied by a number of paramedics and the coroner. DCI Brent met Van Melsen by the portico, where he offered a brief overview, the room in which the body had been found, the details pertaining to the state of the body, who had discovered the body, namely Mr. Winston, the proprietor, and a dash of general information touching on the lodge's recent renovation. Brent had then given the signal for the investigator to go about his routine, to look for evidence concerning anything, and the DCI always struggled saying the word aloud, supernatural. As was usually the case when Van Melsen was invited to a murder scene, the overwhelming levels of activity allowed him to conduct his affairs largely unnoticed, which, as far as Brent was concerned, was a blessing. Entering the lodge, whilst simultaneously avoiding a shoulder barge from an impatient young police officer, Van Melsen's gaze immediately fell upon the tired and broken countenances of both Agatha and David Winston. By the reception desk, a rather beautiful mahogany affair, exquisitely polished, the ailing couple were sitting patiently, waiting, minding their own business, so to speak, as the members of the task force went about their duties. Spotting an opportunity to acquire some information, the gaunt figure in the dark brown overcoat approached the downcast pair and opened his mouth. "Good morning," he began, attempting a smile, never a trivial feat. "Are you the proprietors?"
Yes.
answered Agatha gloomily.
And you are?
"Peter Van Melsen," he said. "I'm a private consultant, working with the police." Brent insisted that Van Melsen be classed as a private consultant when involved with the police. The notion of the press catching wind of a paranormal investigator in their midst was almost too much for him to bear.
Oh.
Came the muted tones of Mrs. Winston. Directing the question at Mr. Winston, the PI asked, I believe it was yourself who found the body? David, a short, middle-aged gentleman with a stack of unkempt, bright white hair atop his head, managed a nod. What can you tell me about it? This question visibly riled the towering Mrs. Winston.
We've been through this 12 times already.
Patiently, and in the softest tone of voice he could muster, the investigator said, I know, and I apologize, but I'm here in a slightly different capacity. My objectives are quite dissimilar to those of my, and he grappled for the word, colleagues. Something in the vocal quality of the gaunt fellow transfixed Mrs. Winston, who, quite uncharacteristically, yielded to him.
I'm sorry,
she said, her broad accent untamed.
It's just that we put everything we had into this place. Everything. We've only been open a month. A bloody month. And what happens? A fella turns up dead upstairs. And not just dead either. Drained of blood.
Van Melsen was about to interject, but Agatha, a boisterous lady some 10 years David's junior, was just getting started.
You know what that means, don't you, Mr. Molson?
Actually, it's
It means that someone was in here last night. The same someone who's been out there on the fields preying on those folks in the night. He's been in here, feeding on our guests. I mean, Mr. Molson, he could have very well sneaked into my room,
she said, emphasizing the word, while simultaneously revealing a little something about the nature of her relationship with Mr. Winston.
Could have been me that he fed on. Me!
He? Van Melsen asked for clarification.
Well, they're saying it's he, aren't they?
Van Melsen shrugged. I'm not sure what they're saying, Mrs. Winston. As far as I'm aware, nothing is yet known with regards to the assailant. Mrs. Winston let out an exasperated sigh, then turned to her diminutive spouse.
Go on, then,
she barked.
Tell Mr. Molson what you told me.
Van Melsen raised his eyebrows at this third instance of mispronunciation, but decided to let it go unchecked. David Winston, with some effort, finally agreed to empty his lungs on the subject. Well, he began, involuntarily clutching at his right earlobe as he did so. I was up just after 6 to start preparation for breakfast. We were fully booked, 5 couples and 2 singles, so I wanted to get started nice and early like. The little man paused and took a deep breath. Agatha and me sleep here on the ground floor. The guest bedrooms are on the 1st and 2nd floors. Rooms 1 through 4 on the 1st floor. Rooms 5 through 7 on the 2nd. On my way past the stairs there, and Mr. Winston motioned towards the staircase, located to the left of the reception desk. I noticed some marks on the steps. Dark marks, like footsteps, barely visible, really. And so, being of a nosy mentality, I followed them. Mrs. Winston interrupted her husband.
Well, you never know, do you, Mr. Molson? You see footsteps on the stairs, you've got to check 'em out, haven't you? I mean, somebody could have walked in off the street looking for a place to crash for the night.
It seems that somebody did wander in off the street, Van Melsen remarked. Anyway, David continued, before his wife could speak again, I followed them, sporadic though they were, and before I knew it, found myself standing at the door of room number 2. And that's on the 1st floor? The investigator asked. That's right, David confirmed. It seemed to me that the footsteps led away from the room, which I found more than a little odd. If the guest had walked something in from outside, they'd have trailed it in both directions, surely. Van Melsen nodded, gesturing for the nervous proprietor to continue. Well, the whole thing just felt off, if you get my meaning, so I knocked on the door. Mr. Winston paused for effect. No answer, so I knocked again. Again he paused, only to be chastised by Mrs. Winston for pussyfooting. Okay, he yielded, brushing her heavy hands away. After the 3rd knock, I tried the door handle. The door was open, so I went inside, and the short man trailed off. It's okay, take your time, Van Melsen encouraged. I went inside and saw there on the bed, it's a big one in there, king size it is. I saw Mr. Powell sprawled out on his back. On top of the covers he was, in a right state. and though there wasn't a drop of blood to be seen, I knew straight away that the fellow was dead. His eyes, you see, wide open, they were staring at the ceiling. I can't get the image out of my head." "And the footprints?" the investigator asked. "Gone," Mr. Winston stated. "Just gone. It's got me wondering if I saw anything at all. Like something was drawing me to the room. Do you know what I mean?" Van Melsen acknowledged the proprietor's vague explanation with a contraction of the eyelids and a slow nod of the head.
"What do you make of it, Mr. Mulson?"
Mrs. Winston asked pleadingly. The investigator shook his head. "I can't say at this stage, Mrs. Winston. I'll need to make a detailed assessment of both the scene and the lodge in general before I can conjure up any sort of hypothesis." To this, both halves of the Winston unit heaved out exasperated sighs, and, in short succession, much like characters in a video game, resumed their silent ruminations, their bodies inanimate. Van Melsen took a moment to contemplate the chain of events as related to him by Mr. Winston. Despite informing the Winstons of his inability to form a hypothesis at this stage, his keen sense of the supernatural was drawing him in a very particular direction. Outside, standing by the portico, the P.I. had noted, with a special interest, the poor state of the basement windows, those dark, mouldy, sunken panes in the shadow of the shiny, polished exterior. And now that he was on the inside of the lodge, he found himself gazing in the direction of the stairs, specifically the flight leading down to the basement, the top of which was cordoned off. "What's down there?" Van Melsen asked the Winstons, pointing a bony, nimble index finger in the direction of the staff-only barrier.
"The basement,"
answered Mrs. Winston.
"It's still, or was at least, on our to-do list."
"Anything unusual down there?" The large woman frowned, saying,
"Not really. There's not a great deal down there, to be honest. The old boiler room, a couple of storage rooms, that's your lot, really."
Again, Van Melsen offered a slow nod in acknowledgement. "Mind if I take a look?" he asked.
"I doubt you need my permission, Mr. Mulson."
The P.I. shuddered once again, biting his tongue. "Thank you," he managed, and strolled away towards the stairs. After several moments spent fumbling about in the dark, Van Melsen located a pull cord at the bottom of the steep stairs. Yanking it, the cramped and unwelcoming space about him was dimly illuminated by a low-voltage, exposed bulb suspended from a dangerous-looking, frayed cable. The action of pulling the cord set the bulb swinging back and forth, allowing for erratic glimpses into the depths of a murky corridor beyond, host to several doors. The investigator followed the corridor, inspecting the doors respectively. There were 4 entrances in total, one of which lacked a door entirely, where beyond a gloomy space filled with dusty, antiquated furniture sprawled out into further darkness. One of the remaining 3, though, caught his eye immediately. The door in question, the second on his left as he moved along the corridor, was unlike the others, in that a symbol had been etched into the hoary timber. Other eyes might have missed it, or passed it off as merely a series of insignificant scratches, but Van Melsen saw it clearly. The symbol comprised 3 vertical lines, just like the Roman numeral 3, enclosed in a triple-lined circle. It appeared to the P.I. that the symbol had been there for some time. The tattered door was ajar. Pushing it open, Van Melsen immediately saw that the room into which the door led was one of the spaces behind the murky windows he had observed from the front of the property. The grimy windows did a poor job of allowing light to spill into the room, but it was quickly apparent to the investigator that the space was empty. Judging by the footprints in the sooty ground beneath his feet, it was evident that the new owners of the Knavesmire Lodge had at the very least visited the basement rooms, or had something else been in the room recently, something that had tread its tracks upon the stairs and throughout the corridors in quest of the occupant of guest room 2. The investigator made a mental note to return to the room in due course. There was something about the ominous chamber that had piqued his interest, and if the symbol on the door was anything to go by, the room was significant in a way he wasn't yet quite able to define. Had he seen the symbol before? And what of that odour? The faint odour of rotten eggs. Emerging from the basement, Van Melsen came face to face with DCI Brent. Pulling the PI to one side, the officer asked in hushed tones,
What are your impressions, Peter?
"I'm not sure," Van Melsen said. "When can I see the crime scene?"
They're bringing the body out now.
Brent affirmed, as presently 2 men appeared at the top of the stairs, carrying a stretcher. The investigator held his breath a moment, his eyes following the body bag as it was carried out into the light of day.
The victim's a man by the name of Martin Powell,
Brent announced.
He's a 45-year-old insurance salesman from Leeds, here in York on a city break. Checked in Friday afternoon, according to the Winstons.
Van Melsen nodded, musing. And the circumstances surrounding his death?
Same as the others,
Brent stated.
Puncture marks on the neck, drained of blood, not a drop spilled.
Again, the PI nodded, deep in thought.
Let's head on up,
the DCI said. Van Melsen followed Brent up to the first floor, and into guest room 2 they strolled. Several forensic analysts were still working the scene.
Feel free to take a look around,
Brent suggested. The investigator nodded and proceeded to canvass the room, careful not to disturb the meticulous analysts. It was immediately apparent that there were no signs of a struggle. Whatever it was that had visited Mr. Powell in the night had done so with stealth. The PI looked for further evidence of sooty footprints on the carpeted floor, but none were visible. He took note of the objects the analysts were in the process of dusting for prints, but felt intuitively that no prints belonging to the killer would be found. The one responsible for the salesman's death, he felt reasonably sure, was not of flesh and blood. This incorporeal predator was much more likely to be akin to what his old friend Norman Kane had vaguely described. It was furtive and wraith-like, ravenous and dogged. Turning to Brent, Van Melsen asked, "Can you smell that?" Brent frowned, sniffing the air.
What am I supposed to be smelling?
Sulphide. Again, Brent inhaled deeply.
Marginally, perhaps,
he declared tentatively. But the DCI's appraisal meant very little to the PI. He was already drawing parallels between the guest room and that curious basement room. The faint scent of sulphide, the sooty tracks that, according to Mr. Winston, had appeared on the stairs and in the corridors, only to later disappear inexplicably.
What does it mean?
Brent asked with regards to the odour. "It's hard to say at this stage," Van Melsen answered, withholding his racing thoughts. The PI was far from reaching a definitive conclusion, but he was certainly leaning in a very particular direction. In his mind, he was all but sure that whatever it was that had visited Mr. Powell in the night, as well as those unsuspecting victims out on the Knavesmire, had its origins in that very lodge, that, in all likelihood, it had its origins in that peculiar basement room. But he wouldn't make any announcements just yet. Van Melsen was a very thorough investigator, and thoroughness was always a prerequisite in cases such as this. "I have some reading to do," the PI stated, then added, almost as an afterthought, "and I'd like to do it here." Brent's eyebrows raised.
You want to stay here?
"Yes," Van Melsen confirmed. "Can that be arranged with the proprietors?"
I suppose so,
Brent said. "Excellent," the PI blurted, and a subtle in the extreme, look of excitement washed over his face. "I'll head back to the Fleece to collect my things. Then I've an errand to run." That errand involved a visit to his favourite bookshop on High Petergate, where he hoped to acquire a tome on the subject of occult symbolism.
Leave it with me,
the DCI said, eyeballing the sullen faces of Agatha and David Winston by the reception desk. And with those words, Van Melsen slipped out of the Knavesmire lodge, leaving Brent and the scene of the latest feast behind, for the time being. 4. Following the collection of his belongings from his room at the Golden Fleece, the investigator made his way to the Grimoire bookshop on High Petergate, and acquired, after a lengthy conversation with the shop's proprietor, the sought-after book, Mystical Marks, a comprehensive catalogue of occult symbols by the notorious astrologer Julian Terence Correct. Returning to the Knavesmire lodge, his thoughts clouded by muddled conjectures, he was met at the reception desk by Mrs. Winston, who had been informed of the investigator's intention to check in for an untold number of nights. Agatha, still visibly shaken by recent events, showed Van Melsen, per his insistence, to guest room 1, adjacent to the victim, Mr. Powell's room. The distinctive yellow barrier tape was in place over the door to guest room 2, beyond which several forensic analysts were still working the scene.
What are you hoping to achieve here, Mr. Molson?
Mrs. Winston asked as she unlocked the door to guest room 1. I suppose you could say, the investigator began, that I'm hoping to gain some insight into the nature of our killer. Agatha nodded, not exactly listening, simply concerned with voicing her opinion on the subject.
Well, I hope you know what you're doing,
she continued.
We can't afford to keep our doors closed indefinitely.
It was Van Melsen's turn to nod, before following Mrs. Winston into the room. Like the late Mr. Powell's room, guest room 1 overlooked the rear courtyard, a sizable space befitting the lodge, host to a number of green statues, a disused water fountain, and several anemic silver birch trees. The room consisted of a luxurious sleigh bed, a tall wardrobe with a mirror inset, a writing desk, and an adjoining bathroom, complete with a copper roll-top bath.
Make yourself at home,
Mrs. Winston invited. Thank you, Van Melsen returned, attempting a smile. Agatha retreated from the room, leaving the PI to his musings. Putting his luggage aside, he withdrew the attractive hardcover copy of Mystical Marks from the brown paper bag into which it had been carefully placed, and positioned himself at the writing desk by the window. Leafing through the book's glossy pages, Van Melsen quickly found what he was looking for, an entry addressing the very symbol he'd glimpsed on the door in the basement. The entry was titled The Globe of Detention, below which was a depiction of the emblem in question, 3 vertical lines, just like the Roman numeral 3, enclosed in a triple-lined circle. The brief entry, limited to the verso of page 57, said the following on the subject of the symbol. First glimpsed on the doors of certain remote castles throughout central Bulgaria, it has been suggested that the primary purpose of the Globe of Detention was, in centuries past, to imprison vampiric entities, namely tablet or shadow vampires. The Roman numeral 3, together with the triple-line circle, indicates the number of entities confined to the space beyond the threshold. Whether or not the Globe of Detention was, and is, effective in its capacity to contain tablet remains a matter of conjecture. Further research on the subject is required. Van Melsen absorbed what he had read and took a moment to digest it. Could it be that, decades, perhaps centuries earlier, a band of bloodthirsty creatures were sentenced to an indefinite stay in that dreary basement room below? If so, what might the consequences of breaching the Globe of Detention be? A picture was forming in the investigator's mind, a scenario based in part on the words of his old friend Norman Kane, who had said, "Beware the slain anthropophagus, for it will inevitably return." Had the prisoners of the room below been cannibals of some sort, the so-called tablet? It was with such thoughts in mind that Van Melsen climbed to his feet and approached the telephone by the bed.
Kane's rare books?
Came the dulcet tones of the investigator's Lancastrian friend through the earpiece. Norman, it's Peter.
How fortuitous. I was about to call you.
You'd have missed me. I've relocated.
Oh? Where are you?
There's been another murder. Happened at a guest house called the Knavesmire Lodge.
And you're staying there now, I assume?
Correct.
Well, I've uncovered a thing or two,
Norman announced.
I were calling to say that I'm probably going to have to join you.
Now that is fortuitous, Van Melsen said. The two men tittered, although anybody listening to the conversation on either side might have dismissed the sound as nothing more than the clearing of a throat. The pair rarely laughed. Their characters were rooted in the cold reality of existence.
Wax will take care of things here.
Norman continued.
I'll be on the first train tomorrow morning. How do I find you?
To which question Van Melsen proceeded to provide directions from York train station, and, following the phone call, approached Mrs. Winston regarding the availability of an additional guest room. It had been many years since the P.I. and Kane had worked on a case together. Van Melsen was looking forward to spending some quality time with his oldest friend. While still in the company of Mrs. Winston, he took the opportunity to inquire about the mysterious space downstairs. "What can you tell me about that room in the basement? The one accessed via the second door on the left. The one with the symbol on the door." Agatha frowned.
Symbol?
She quizzed. At this juncture, David Winston's balding pate emerged from the unseen depths behind the reception desk.
Did you see a symbol on that door down there?
Agatha asked her short husband. "Don't think so," he said, shrugging his shoulders. Eyeballing the investigator again, Mrs. Winston repeated,
Symbol?
"It's not important," Van Melsen assured her, adding, "I'm just curious to know. Was that door ajar when you acquired the lodge?" Mrs. Winston let out a sizable puff of air, saying,
Ajar? It was locked up tight. David practically dislocated his shoulder trying to barge it open.
To which Mr. Winston nodded, rubbing his right shoulder. "There wasn't a key, then?"
My husband would have hardly been likely to shoulder barge it if there'd been a key now, would he?
She said, grinning wryly. "I mean to say, a key never surfaced?"
No.
Agatha answered shortly. "But you did manage to open it?" "Yes." This, much to Van Melsen's relief, from David, followed by, "Crowbar." "Right," Van Melsen acknowledged, recalling the poor condition of the door in the vicinity of the latch.
You can imagine our disappointment,
Mrs. Winston continued,
when we finally managed to open that door and found nothing whatsoever waiting for us on the other side.
"It was completely empty?" the investigator queried.
Just a floor full of soot and a window full of grime.
She said.
You can see why the renovation of the rooms down there are still on our to-do list.
DCI Brent strolled into the reception area, having returned to the crime scene to check in with the analyst still working it upstairs. "Excuse me," Van Melsen said to the Winstons, and moved to intercept Brent. "Inspector," he began, "I have a friend en route. He has some information for me that I believe will be pertinent to the case."
So pertinent that he has to join you physically?
The DCI questioned. "We have a system," Van Melsen responded. "The Winstons are happy to accommodate him in room 3.
Well, that's fine with me, Peter. Just keep me in the loop, okay?
"Absolutely." Brent strolled away. In need of fresh air, the investigator made his way through the lodge into the courtyard he'd glimpsed through the window of his room. He lit a cigarette. The possibilities were accumulating in Van Melsen's mind. Though he'd read extensively on the subject of vampires and similar creatures known to exhibit vampiric traits, he hadn't ever come up against one, or, in this case, as the globe of detention on the basement door suggested, 3 of them, a trinity. And now 3 murders had been committed. Did that indicate that all 3 tablet had now fed? It was all guesswork. He couldn't be sure about anything. The nature of the killer or killers, where they might be coming from, and how they might be stopped. He wandered back and forth throughout the spacious courtyard, filling his lungs with nicotine, admiring the craftsmanship of yesteryear in the form of cherubs and horses, ever conscious of what may or may not be hiding amongst them. The P.I., having reflected on the nature of the thing that ducked into the shadows of Lady Peckett's yard the previous evening, was reasonably sure that whatever was responsible for the deaths of a student, a primary school teacher, and now an insurance salesman, was unlikely to be on the prowl in broad daylight. Regardless, he'd proceed with caution. Prior to retiring to guest room 1 that evening, Van Melsen urged the Winstons not to leave each other's sight until daybreak. The proprietors, who had been permitted to stay on site in order to see to the investigators' needs, were, under the circumstances, more than happy to remain attached at the hip for the foreseeable future. The few remaining forensic analysts, having completed their initial investigation of the crime scene, departed the Knavesmire Lodge at 7 p.m. The atmosphere within the walls of the old building thereafter was truly unsettling. Every creak was an advancing monster, every indistinct rumble a scheming shadow vampire. In his room on the first floor, Van Melsen once again adorned every conceivable point of ingress with allium chains, investing the entirety of his faith in the pungent garlands. His thoughts were scattered, his senses were dormant. Lacking the necessary insights to face whatever was waiting for him in the dark below, the PI's only recourse was to sit tight, await the arrival of his friend, and pray that the death of Martin Joseph Powell had satiated the killer, or killers, for the time being. And there he remained, aided only by a coffee-maker and a seemingly inexhaustible supply of cigarettes, patiently awaiting the slumber that would, with a bit of luck, provide a shortcut to dawn. Van Melsen's oldest acquaintance, the steadfast bookshop owner Norman Kane, strolled up to the reception desk at the Knavesmire Lodge the following morning, a little after 10:30 a.m. A quick word with Agatha Winston saw the man with the plastic limbs escorted to guest room 3 on the first floor, directly opposite the investigators' quarters. Sensing the arrival of his friend, Van Melsen, who, having awoken at first light, had spent the morning exploring the frozen swathes of grass comprising the Knavesmire, returned to the lodge and joined Kane in guest room 3. Immediately, and without the exchange of pleasantries, as was their custom, Kane plucked a well-kept, blank-covered paperback from a carry-case and thrust it into the waiting hands of the investigator.
Page 42,
the Lancastrian said. Van Melsen flicked to the page in question and read aloud, "The Case of the Knavesmire Vampires." The investigator looked up at his friend, who simply nodded and said,
"Read on."
And what he read there was very revealing. According to the book, the case of the Knavesmire Vampires had taken place at that very lodge in 1899, and involved a strange trio of unknown origin, who had allegedly been responsible for a number of deaths throughout York's South Bank and Nunthorpe regions. Following a fruitless investigation on behalf of the police at the time, a specialist had been called in to deal with the situation. The person in question, whose name was never mentioned, was much like Van Melsen himself, a figure who developed a reputation as something of a supernatural sleuth. This individual had determined that the trio responsible for the deaths were operating beyond the means of physical apprehension, and would necessarily have to be contained rather than exterminated. "Who's the author of this book, Norman?" the investigator asked, noting only the single word "cloaked" on the book's spine.
"A little-known researcher called Dick Sellers,"
came the broad tones of his friend.
"It's essentially a collection of accounts he gathered over the course of his 40-year career."
"Sellers, eh?"
"You know the name?"
"Before my time, but known to me, yes." The investigator paused, taking a moment to leaf through the thin pages of the book. "Are all the cases in here relating to vampires and such?"
"Yeah,"
Kane confirmed.
"Tablet, specifically."
Van Melsen's eyebrows shot up. "It's funny. Just yesterday I found mention of the very same in Corret's mystical marks." Kane's eyebrows shot up.
"You found symbols?"
he asked excitedly. "I'll get to that," the investigator said, curbing his friend's enthusiasm. "How does one define tablet precisely?" he continued. "The Knavesmire article suggests that the murderous trio were quite corporeal, if you catch my meaning." Kane sighed, raised a plastic fist to his chin, and stared off into space momentarily. Van Melsen knew the routine. His friend had done his research and was preparing to impart a sizable nugget of information. The investigator took it as an opportunity to light a cigarette.
"Beware the slain anthropophagus, for it will inevitably return,"
Kane began.
Do you remember me quoting that?
Van Melsen nodded.
Though I've been unable to locate the source of that quote,
Kane admitted.
it's curious that the creatures in the case of the Knavesmire vampires are described as anthropophagus, cannibals, but not in the sense you might be familiar with, Peter. The term cannibal hardly seems appropriate. Tablet, or shadow vampires, are incorporeal entities, capable of entrenching themselves in living hosts. They roam the surface of the earth looking for human beings to possess.
He leaned forward, adding,
If these things took a liking to us, Peter, we'd be instantly transformed into blood-sucking monsters.
Kane paused, motioning to his old friend for a cigarette. Van Melsen lit one and placed it carefully between the firm digits of Kane's right appendage.
The trouble is,
Kane continued between his first few puffs,
once those things are in there, you can't get them out. You can kill the host, but that just drives the tablet onto other hosts. Hence, it will inevitably return. In the case of the Knavesmire vampires, it seems that our mysterious sleuth opted to imprison the creatures instead.
In the basement, Van Melsen supplied. There's a door down there with a symbol on it. The globe of detention.
I know the one.
Kane acknowledged, nodding. Though instants forced that door open, Van Melsen continued. They broke the seal.
Blimey,
The Lancastrian muttered, puffing on his cigarette. But there were no remains in there, Norman. No bones, I mean.
ashes?
Kane surprised him by asking. Van Melsen hesitated before proffering, soot. Mounds of soot. Then he gawped at his friend, silently groping for further elaboration.
Sunlight, my friend.
Kane answered.
What's the room's orientation?
The investigator mused for a moment, then blurted, It's south-facing.
There you have it. Remember what it says in the book there. The killers operated after dark.
And our mysterious sleuth knew what they were. What would happen if they were exposed to direct sunlight?
I believe so, yeah.
Kane affirmed.
But as we've already deduced, the specialist understood that annihilation by sunlight would only take care of the corporeal elements, the bodies possessed by the tablet. The purpose of the symbol etched into the door was to contain the tablet following their liberation.
Van Melsen toked deeply on his cigarette, then absently puffed rings of smoke into the air. If that's the case, he said slowly, then the only pertinent question to ask is, why are these things now only feeding as opposed to possessing?
That I don't know,
Kane declared.
Perhaps they're on the lookout for specific hosts.
Van Melsen, bewildered, said, We need to obliterate these things, Norman. Containment is no longer an option.
Then we might start with this,
Kane suggested, and proceeded to untuck another curious-looking volume from the carry case beside him. Where on earth did you acquire that? Van Melsen instantly queried, a look of disbelief spoiling his otherwise stern and unchanging features. The book held in the plastic hands of his oldest acquaintance was a heavy-looking mahogany-brown edition of a tome known to the investigator as Cycle, a work by the late 19th century, early 20th century author and paranormal investigator Roger Arkwright, a man who, following many decades of research in the presence of several eminent gumshoes of the time, chronicled a series of instructions on the very curious premise of interdimensional banishment.
Kook,
Kane stated simply, referencing the pair's mutual contact, Gary Cook, the proprietor of Cook's Books in Wigtown, Scotland.
You quoted a passage from it in the November-December edition of Mysteries of the Mind. Seconds later, I was on the blower begging him for a loaner.
Blimey, Van Melsen mumbled, unable to take his eyes off the book. Banishment? He added slowly.
It might come to that.
Kane said, and passed the book to Van Melsen.
Turn to page 49.
Flicking to the page in question, the investigator's gaze fell upon an intriguing illustration, that of a seemingly empty room, with heaps of dark, sooty material covering the floor and clinging to the walls. Of especial interest to Van Melsen, though, was what he saw portrayed on the rear wall of the room, 3 distinct outlines in the shape of men, appearing in the form of shadows cast by invisible figures in the foreground, black figures hunched together, forming, collectively, the shape of a large talon. In his mind's eye, Van Melsen revisited the murky basement room, the dark, empty space with the mounds of soot upon the floor. He was all but certain he'd glimpsed unusual shapes on the north wall, shadows cast by invisible beings in the semi-darkness. Or were those nebulous outlines the result of the direct sunlight that had once acted upon photosensitive beings, their silhouettes etched into the barren walls indefinitely? Under the illustration was a caption. Van Melsen, recognizing what was written there, read it aloud. Swator's Claw.
So that's how you pronounce it.
Kane uttered.
What does it refer to?
Van Melsen, still clutching the remnants of a cigarette, used the embers to ignite another one. We've got work to do, the investigator announced, dismissing his friend's question for the nonce. 5. The audacious duo, Peter Van Melsen and Norman Kane, set about preparations for what they had playfully termed a stakeout. The idea was to follow a series of instructions identified as a potentially plausible means of locating and subsequently banishing the entities the pair had come to believe were in their midst. Throughout, Van Melsen remained mute on the subject of the mysterious claw he'd observed in Arkwright's book, Cycle, and Kane knew not to prod his friend prematurely. The two had an unspoken agreement, harking back to the very first time they met many moons earlier, a series of events that unfortunately culminated in the loss of the Lancastrian's appendages. It was understood that the investigator would address the matter in due course, when he was good and ready. The investigative pair managed to convince the Winstons to seek accommodation elsewhere for several nights, necessary on numerous counts, leaving them alone in the sizable property on the hunt for entities ostensibly vampiric in nature. The stakeout, as per Arkwright's book, was organized into 3 distinct stages. The design stage, which involved establishing a base of operations in a large room, namely the breakfast room in this case. The detection stage, which, as the name suggests, was concerned with the location and exposure of the hostile beings, and, lastly, the deportation stage, in which the would-be shadow vampires would be forced out of the present dimension and into some other plane of existence, which, according to Van Melsen, might well be a lot closer to home than either of them dare imagine. The late researcher, Arkwright, had apparently witnessed the success of the design detection-deportation method on a number of occasions throughout the 1920s and 30s, prior to his demise in 1939. Footnotes accompanying an early trial of the method in 1911 suggested that Arkwright's peers had been perfecting the practice for decades. By 6:30 p.m., the pair had configured the breakfast room, a space some 30 feet squared, to their liking, Kane serving as director, Van Melsen the gopher. The room had been cleared of all objects, tables, chairs, etc., and in their place, in the center of the room, had been dragged a rather tatty but luxurious Afghan rug from the entrance hall. From various locations throughout the lodge, as delineated by Agatha and David Winston prior to their dusk departure, numerous candles and standard lamps had been positioned about the rug, their sole purpose to illuminate a central point upon which the investigator and the Lancastrian were to lure their subjects. It was just prior to the commencement of the detection stage that Van Melsen decided it was high time to share his knowledge of the unsettling illustration depicted in the curious tome Cycle. As always, the P.I. sat upon the Afghan began, lighting a cigarette and eyeballing his friend sitting opposite him. "I thank you for your patience, Norman." Kane, an extremely tolerant man, simply nodded and took a sip of the now-cold hibiscus tea he had balanced atop a plastic mitt. "Swator," Van Melsen continued, "the bearer of that hideous claw noted in Arkwright's book, is, according to my research into certain obscure Eastern European cults, an extra-dimensional being. What appears to our limited perception to be a trinity of tablet or shadow vampires, could very well be the clutching tendrils of Swator, a mere facet of that which exists beyond the boundaries of this three-dimensional construct. The investigator, suddenly conscious of the sound of his voice reverberating throughout the shadowy reaches of the open room, lowered his voice. I first came across the name during my time in the Tatras, just east of Zakopane, Poland. A villager related what he said was a common folk tale, involving an entity that was once said to feast upon the blood of hunters in the mountains. Those who strayed too far into the foothills alone would sometimes return pale and altered, thereafter turning on their family members, killing them brutally. The old man, Arthur was his name, said that these unfortunate individuals were the victims of Swator. Swator, according to the old man, being another word for seducer.
It's starting to make some kind of sense,
Kane interjected. If you hadn't brought Arkwright's book along, I might not have made the connection. Van Melsen, puffing on his cigarette, turned once again to page 49 of the heavy tome Cycle, and drew Kane's attention to the picture of the claw-shaped shadow cast onto the wall. What if, he continued, these things, these tablet, are indeed mere projections of the being Swator's will, the will to penetrate into our dimension to control the minds of human beings and feast upon their lifeblood?
That sure would explain how it was impossible to destroy the things in the way back when.
And then another notion occurred to Kane.
Does that mean that all instances of shadow vampires are the projections of Swator's will?
Quite possibly, the investigator answered. How can one hope to estimate the number of incorporeal appendages this thing is capable of projecting at once? Against a threat of this magnitude, banishment might be the best we can hope for.
Then what are we waiting for?
Kane said boldly. Van Melsen, with the tips of his bony, calloused fingers, extinguished the cigarette, clutched the copy of Cycle, and climbed to his feet. Detection time, the P.I. announced confidently, gesturing in the direction of the basement. Leaving the standard lights shining and the candles burning by the Afghan, the determined pair left the breakfast room and descended into the gloom below. Reaching the second door on the left in the dank corridor, the investigator and the Lancastrian paused before it. Kane took a moment to study the symbol, which, according to Van Melsen, had faded somewhat since his previous visit that morning. What had been a subtle odor of hydrogen sulfide earlier was now rather noxious, resulting in a fair bit of wincing on the parts of both of them. Armed with a torch, and characteristically confident, Van Melsen pushed the door further ajar and strolled on into the sooty space. Kane stepped in behind him and followed the beam of light as the investigator shone it upon the murky wall surrounding them. As per his earlier hunch, he traced three distinct shapes with the torchlight, the familiar shadows of human beings. But these shadows were echoes, the forms of those who had once stood before them, burned into the cold stones over 100 years before. Though their physical bodies had long since turned to ash owing to the light from a scorching and indifferent star, the possessors of those forms had remained, the clutching tendrils of Swator, for a century confined to the room by a forgotten curse. And it was the forgetfulness or negligence of those who subsequently maintained the premises that saw it slip into disrepair, and, with the passing of the last witness to the turn of the century confinement, the lodge was abandoned for over 40 years, only to be acquired by those who had no knowledge of what had transpired there all those years past, those whose innocent renovation efforts were to unleash an evil the likes of which modern society had never dared contemplate. Swator's claw, Van Melsen muttered, observing the faded shapes on the wall, which, akin to the illustration in Arkwright's book, resembled so much a twisted, clasping hook, the two-dimensional representation of the hand of the seducer. It's here, Norman. Its essence, its fingers, the tablet, it's Swator, Norman. Somehow I can feel it. I don't know how or why, but it's almost as though it's calling to me." The PI paused, before adding, "It must be banished before it can do any more damage." And it was at precisely that moment that Van Melsen's torch flickered and promptly flashed out. In the darkness surrounding them, the pair became acutely aware of additional presences. These presences were felt as one detects a gentle breeze atop a hill on a summer's day. Formless, questing appendages swirled, clutched. Kane fidgeted, mindful of the proximity of the whirling things about him. "Be still," Van Melsen whispered. "I sense that it's attracted to fear in the main." As the quiet moments passed, the eyes of both the investigator and the Lancastrian slowly began to adapt to the near darkness into which they had been plunged. A dim glow from the nearby Tadcaster Road spilled faint light into the room, and, soon enough, the pair were able to make each other out in the empty space. But they saw other silhouettes, too, frolicking, amorphous figures, forming and dissolving, short and tall, wide and thin, contracting and stretching repeatedly in an inexhaustible attempt to establish contact with the corporeal beings in their midst. "We must retreat now," came the decisive tones of Van Melsen, and, without hesitation, the investigator began to withdraw in the direction of the door. Kane made it to the door first, at which point, per Van Melsen's command, he was instructed to flee in the direction of the breakfast room. The Lancastrian did so, and was shortly followed by the PI, who quickly joined his friend under the shelter of the standard lamps and candles on the Afghan. Though Kane never voiced it aloud, and never would, he couldn't help but shake the idea that he and the investigator were much like a pair of children playing a game of Desert Island, in which the colourful Afghan rug represented a haven from the shark-infested waters, denoted by the sizable swathe of parquet flooring beyond it. But there they were, two adults, stationed at a Georgian Grade 2 listed building in the aftermath of a murder, sitting cross-legged on a multicoloured rug in the middle of an empty room. So absorbed was Kane by his analogy that his oldest friend took him by surprise when he shushed him, and proceeded to open cycle to page 99, the page headed Deportation. It was difficult to make anything out in the gloom beyond the standard lamps and the candles, but Kane was sure that his senses had identified movement out there in the dark, and if the franticness with which his old friend was scanning page 99 was anything to go by, Van Melsen was aware of that movement too. But when a familiar voice called out to them from the shadows, both Kane and Van Melsen were taken by surprise.
"Mr. Molson?"
It was Agatha Winston, having returned for reasons unknown. "Mrs. Winston?" Van Melsen called back to her. "Get over here, right now." The investigator spoke with such sternness and conviction that the proprietor immediately did as Van Melsen ordered, but with possibly a little less urgency than he would have liked. "Quickly," he added. Agatha, approaching from the entrance to the breakfast room, had a clear view of Van Melsen and Kane, illuminated as they were by the umpteen lights surrounding them, but the pair, blinded by the very same light sources, could only listen when Mrs. Winston gasped shortly, and was dragged to the hard floor by the disembodied fingers of the extradimensional entity, Swator. "Mrs. Winston?" Van Melsen yelled again. "Mrs. Winston?" he repeated, but his frantic words were only received by the bare walls of the breakfast room. A near silence followed, broken only by a distant, muted scuffling.
"Do you hear that, Peter?"
Kane muttered. "Yes," the PI returned.
"Do you think she's putting up a fight?"
But Van Melsen didn't respond. The two just listened then, as the scuffling sound ceased and stillness reigned supreme. The investigator and the Lancastrian sat motionless for a lengthy, undetermined period of time, at the end of which footsteps were heard coming from the direction of the hall between the breakfast room and the basement stairs. The footsteps drew nearer and nearer, until finally terminating at the entrance to the breakfast room, the echo of which tickled the eardrums of the two men, nervously anticipating their arrival.
Mr. Melsen?
Came the voice of Mrs. Winston once more, though this time her tone was muted and stilted. Kane whispered,
"Is that Agatha?"
In similarly hushed tones, Van Melsen answered, "I don't know."
Mr. Melsen?
Mrs. Winston's voice was flat, emotionless.
"What do we do?"
Kane continued quietly, his on-the-job inexperience evident in his quavering voice. "Don't move a muscle," Van Melsen instructed. "Just sit tight."
Mr. Melsen?
Again, Mrs. Winston called to the pair from the edge of the room. The intrepid duo remained steadfastly motionless. Van Melsen returned his attention to the open book in front of him. As was typical in books of an occult nature, Arkwright had provided a series of phrases transcribed phonetically from the various banishments he'd witnessed over the years. Under his breath, the investigator began to recite the words as written there, pronouncing them to the best of his ability. Much like a priest conducting an exorcism, it was important to deliver the incantation with the utmost conviction. To waver in the presence of that which one was attempting to banish was, in essence, to yield to it. So over and over again he recited the jumble of letters there before him, sweat appearing on his wrinkled brow as the heat from the dozen or so standard lights and candles bore down on him. Kane, who had unwittingly become a hapless spectator, was terribly aware of the presence by the entrance to the breakfast room. Agatha had ceased calling, and instead had begun to edge towards the Afghan rug in the center of the room. At least, Kane thought she was edging towards them. This is evidenced by the increasingly noxious scent of hydrogen sulfide permeating the air. And then it was clear that the form of Mrs. Winston was approaching, for just beyond the blinding glare of the standard lights, both Kane and Van Melsen, who now too was drawn to the glamour, saw the general outline of something terrible, a figure that was both female, recognizable as the proprietor of the Knavesmire Lodge, and also the dreadful amalgam of three shapeless tendrils, the Trinity come together as one to fuse with an innocent human being, not to feed upon her blood like they had the others, but to take possession of her, to become the most complete representation of Swaytor living witnesses had ever seen. Agatha cum Swaytor moved closer and closer to the men upon their island rug, and the nearer she came, the more horrifying were the details revealed to them. From the top of her head and the backs of her arms protruded dark, tentacle-like shadows, contracting and lengthening over and over again, feeling the air about them. The woman's face was all but gone, only the mouth and eye sockets remained, shadowy hollows in all three instances, a void for each of the elements comprising the Trinity. Her delicate legs carried her forward much as they always had, though now with the singular intent of attaining Swaytor's goal, to consume the flesh and blood of Peter Van Melsen and Norman Kane. Coming within a couple of feet of the Afghan rug, Van Melsen turned to his oldest friend and yelled, "Now, Norman!" As per the instructions detailed in Arkwright's cycle, the pair jumped to their feet and leaped backwards, Van Melsen crying at the top of his voice the incantation he'd hastily rehearsed there on the rug. "Mutto crestiendo, mutto san, mutto dusto prentiendo man, divinen supierto corpol in ten, mutto crestiendo, mutto on one, bestio fundavul, mutto en san." Like a spider sucked into a vacuum, the creature once known to the world as Agatha Winston was drawn into the center of the room, there illuminated by the standard lamps and candles. The monstrous thing let out a deafening cry as its strange feet came into contact with the Afghan, a veritable bed of coals. Van Melsen, assaulted though he was by the pervasive cries of torment, repeated the incantation. "Mutto crestiendo, mutto san, mutto dusto prentiendo man, divinen supierto corpul in ten, mutto crestiendo, mutto on one, bestio fundivul, mutto en san. The pair watched in horror as the tentacle-like shadows infesting Mrs. Winston were extracted from her body like thorns from flesh. About her they whirled maniacally, screeching frantically, the inexorable gravity of the Afghan confining them to the center of the room. Over and over again Van Melsen yelled the incantation, and throughout the swirling shapes withered and withered, their cries losing their potency, until finally, in what was little more than the blink of an eye, the clutching tendrils of Swator, the bothersome tablet, shadow vampires, vanished into thin air. The motionless body of Agatha Winston slumped to the ground. Van Melsen was immediately at her side, and was overjoyed to discover that the proprietor of the Knavesmire Lodge was still breathing. "Norman," he called to his oldest friend. "She's alive." It was several days later that Peter Van Melsen, enjoying the peace and tranquillity of his quiet abode in Rosedale, contemplated the nature of the banishment he and Norman Kane had ostensibly fulfilled. "Swator," he mumbled under his breath, "where are you now?" Throughout the ordeal at the Knavesmire Lodge, the P.I. had experienced an unaccountable familiarity in relation to the presence that lingered there in the shadowy basement, and like those gloomy subterranean rooms, Van Melsen too had murky depths, repressed memories whose heavily vaulted doors rattled with every mention of that banished entity. The immutable voice of the seducer remained in the back of his mind, whispering indistinctly. "Where are you now?" the P.I. repeated in a low voice, the billowing smoke of a cigarette obscuring him. In an effort to unburden himself of the ethereal presence, the investigator took a moment to call his oldest friend, who was also revelling in some much-needed respite at his home in Preston. "It's all over, Norman," he informed his friend, having just that very afternoon received a visit from DCI Brent, thanking him for his involvement in the case. "Brent wanted me to pass his thanks on to you."
Is it though?
Kane said doubtfully. "Words are powerful things," Van Melsen retorted reassuringly. "It isn't the first time words have saved the day, is it?" Kane laughed, saying,
You're right there.
"The official line, according to Brent," Van Melsen continued, "is that a wild animal was responsible for the deaths on the Knavesmire." Kane laughed again.
A wild animal? In York?
"Ridiculous, I know, but rather that than say the killer's relocated, or even more ridiculous, tell the truth. I'm not sure the world's quite ready for that." Chuckling, Kane asked,
How's Agatha doing?
"She's well, very well actually. Doesn't remember a thing. And of course, the idea that a wild animal mauled a guest is much better for business than... well, you know what I mean." Van Melsen lit another cigarette. "There was something else I wanted to talk to you about, Norman."
Okay, what is it?
"Earlier this year, I was up in Scotland on a case. I'd meant to pick your brains about this earlier, but the whole Knavesmire business followed in short order. To put it simply, can you tell me anything about Jason Murphy?"
4 Steps, Murphy, you mean?
"That's the one. I was deep in the forest, way up in Galloway, and I came across a very familiar etching in an old house. 'Beware the path less travelled.' You know the verse, don't you?"
Aye, it's a dusty old thing, that memory, etc.
"What about the custodians? Ring a bell?"
Blimey, Peter. Yeah, Murphy, the custodians. What do you want to know?
"Perhaps we're due another meet-up already."
Aye. I'll tell you what, leave it with me. I'll have Wax dig some bits and pieces out for me.
"As always, thank you, old friend."
Don't mention it. Let's arrange something in a week or so.
And it was with thoughts of extra-dimensional beings, worlds beyond Earth, and the mystery of the custodians that Van Melsen drifted off to sleep that evening. And there, in the depths of slumber, he once again found himself atop that towering cliff in the subterranean cavern, where far below above a giant lake, drifted a huge, slow-moving airship. The Stonegate Horror. The following correspondence was mailed to one Gary Cook of Cook's Books, Wigtown, in the late spring of 2018. Dear Gary, you'll be pleased to hear that the mission was a success. I suppose that's an overly dramatic way to put it, but it's a true statement nonetheless. I have the object in my possession, and will be happy to receive you at your earliest convenience. But, if you don't mind me saying so, I hope you won't beat about the bush. If the significance you've attached to the item is indeed half as prodigious as you've intimated, I'd rather have it off my hands post-haste, if you catch my meaning. Allow me to bring you up to speed regarding the particulars of its acquisition. You'll forgive me, I'm sure, for rambling. You know I can't resist the opportunity to spin a yarn. So, there I was, just 2 days ago, I might add, sitting in Della Vega's tea room on Castlegate, my head in the press, when a familiar face wanders in and orders herself a cup of tea. I believe you're familiar with Ellen Moore, the young lady involved with that terrible business in the hills a few years ago. Well, we bump into each other fairly regularly at Della Vega's, and have become good friends. She's a student, you know, bioarchaeology as fate would have it, but I digress. Spotting me, she pulled up a chair, and the two of us enjoyed a brief catch-up, before, inevitably, the perceptive young lady saw through my transparent attempts to conceal the fact that the afternoon ahead was to be anything but a regular day out in the city. She asked what I was up to, and, being incapable of lying to Ellen, I told her, omitting, of course, the true object of my visit to 35 Stonegate. Naturally, Ellen laughed when I stated that I'd booked a spot on a ghost tour of the property in question. "What are you really up to?" she asked, in response to which I held up my hands defensively, shaking my head. But that wasn't to be the end of it. There and then, Ellen pledged her company. "I'm going with you," she stated. "You'll need backup in there, Peter. I'm not sure you can handle the jump scares heading your way." And that there was the first crimp in the plan. It goes without saying that I was reluctant to have her tag along with me, but there's something indomitable about Ellen. She senses adventure, chases after it. I knew from the way she studied me with her big round eyes that she was on to me. She wanted in on the journey, and I hadn't the heart to deny her. And so, finishing our tea, mine being a respectable organic Darjeeling exclusive to Della Vega's, I politely accepted Ellen's offer of companionship, and off we went in the direction of Stonegate. I must put in at this juncture that it was necessary to collect additional supplies along the way, each item of which served to provide Ellen with tantalizing clues as to the true nature of my objective. It was a fine afternoon by all accounts, clear skies, temperate. Sightseers were out in full fluster. Opting for a more surreptitious route, which admittedly is no mean feat in the city of York, we clung to the alleys and the snickelways, avoiding the larger crowd clusters, finally emerging on Stonegate by way of Coffee Yard. One approaching 35 Stonegate will observe a rather grand frontage. As I'm sure you're aware, Gary, it's a Grade II listed building harking back to the 15th century. It is, also, rumoured to be haunted, hence the ghost tour. Rather fortuitous, really. Had the ghost tour not been an option, I'd have been forced to seek other, less conventional means by which to gain access to my ultimate destination. Upon arrival, Ellen purchased a ticket from a rather awkward-looking young man who seemed to be serving as both ticketer and doorman. We were a good 15 minutes early, and so, per Ellen's suggestion, we decided to pass the time by surveying the window display of a curious medieval alehouse opposite. I tell you, Gary, if it had been any other day, I might have been tempted to sample a tipple or two. The tour commenced at 1:30 p.m., at which time Ellen and I reconvened with the awkward doorman and merged with a group of excited-looking tourists. Needless to say, owing to my choice of attire, no doubt, Several of them mistook me for the tour guide, but, fortunately, Ellen saved the day by asserting that I was in fact just another vacationer. The actual tour guide, an elderly chap by the name of Smith, quite the character if his contentious choice of words was anything to go by, eagerly conducted us into the heart of 35 Stonegate. At the end of a long, narrow passageway, I observed a beautiful stained-glass window, beneath which was etched, "Knowledge is now no more a fountain sealed," from Tennyson's The Princess. How pertinent. But I'm sure you've no interest in the interior of an old haunted house, Gary. As Smith prattled on about the house's spectral occupants, a tall man in a black hat and a furtive, balding monk, I spied a chance to vamoose. Ellen anticipated this action, and, with a movement wonderfully synchronized, the two of us slipped away from the group and passed through a pair of heavy velvet curtains, which, as luck would have it, concealed an entrance to the cellars. You see, the time-worn blueprints, as provided by our mutual contact, showed a number of potential entrances to the catacombs beneath the city. The Minster vaults provide the most obvious means of access, but they were quickly eliminated due to the sizable extent of the site. There's an old tunnel said to run parallel with the shambles, but I decided that entering the sewers by means of a manhole located in the busiest part of the city was simply out of the question. No, the curious trapdoor situated in the cellars belonging to 35 Stonegate was to be, by far, the most logical starting point. This, as I've already stated, owing largely to the convenience of a public ghost tour in operation above it, 7 days a week. So now you should have a pretty accurate view of the scene, Gary. Myself and Ellen descending into the basement of 35 Stonegate, the absent-minded Smith continuing his tour with, hopefully, the belief that he'd simply lost 2 attendees to boredom, if, in fact, he'd noticed our desertion at all. Reaching into my satchel, I withdrew my trusty torch and proceeded, with Ellen at my rear, into the darkness below. In muted tones, Ellen whispered something to the effect of, "I knew you were up to something," but refrained from asking precisely what that something was. She's a brave lady, that one. After all we'd been through together that strange winter, I was still uncertain as to whether I should allow her to accompany me, and so, as we reached the bottom of the stone staircase, coming face to face with a number of anonymous-looking corridors, I decided to bring her up to speed, to give her an opportunity to leave well before any unseen dangers might present themselves. But I'm sure you've guessed it already, Gary. Ellen outright refused to abandon me. "I was supposed to be meeting friends for a late lunch," she whispered, "but this beats the hell out of that." That's Ellen for you. Anyway, I briefly consulted the notes I'd prepared in advance, written in phosphorescent ink, I might add, and saw that the trapdoor in question was to be found in a small storage room along the corridor to our immediate right. We traipsed along the passageway, mindful of the sound of our tread in the dust beneath our feet, until we reached the room. A stubborn door stalled our progress temporarily, an obstacle quickly surmounted by the quick thinking of my sidekick. She slid a slender hand through a hole in the door and fumbled with a catch on the opposite side. This was the first indication that I was on the right track. The door was locked from the other side, suggesting that whoever had last visited that cramped space had exited via other means. And in we crept, torch held aloft. The room itself was insignificant, devoid of contents of any kind. No windows, no other doors. According to my notes, that which I sought would be concealed beneath a stone slab. In fact, the cellar floor consisted entirely of large stone slabs, which, I don't mind admitting, resulted in an exhausting game of trial and error, which finally paid off when, in the northeast corner of the room, we uncovered an ugly iron trapdoor. The slab concealing the hatch was a third the thickness of the other slabs, allowing, seemingly, one with suitable strength to pull the trapdoor closed behind them, with the stone atop it. In the gloom of the basement, where cobwebs danced before us with every exhalation, Ellen and I shared a glance under the light of the torch. The iron hatch had instilled a feeling in both of us, a sensation as of history repeating itself. Déjà vu, you might call it. Unlike the stubborn door to the chamber, the trap-door yielded with little effort. I pulled it upwards, resting the rusted metal against the propped-up slab. A black aperture yawned before us, and with it the breath of buried centuries arose, pervading our nostrils. In addition to the face mask I packed for the journey, I withdrew the one I'd purchased for Ellen and handed it to her. These simple garments were the type worn by spelunkers to prevent the inhalation of excess dust. Out came the LED head torches too, quickly followed by Ellen's smartphone, which also functioned as a flashlight. Donning our equipment, we descended into the catacombs by means of an iron ladder of questionable integrity. And what a descent it was, Gary! To think that those old passageways had remained unvisited for centuries. Or had they? Our mutual contact assured me that the only portion of the catacombs that sees any regular activity is the portion beneath the minster. But one can never be completely sure, can they? I only need mention that strange business involving the Worcester Warrens. They say nobody's been back down there since, but I have it on good authority that not all entrances have been properly concealed. But that's another matter. Ellen and I, after much toil, reached the bottom, and once again were met by a branch of anonymous-looking corridors and entranceways. Turning to Ellen, her face illuminated by the bluish light of my head torch, I informed her of what I'd learned from Butterworth's riveting text, Improbable Depths. If Norman hadn't sent that my way, Gary, I'd have been abandoning the pursuit there and then. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the full extent of Butterworth's article on the York catacombs, but I was able to ascertain from the text that the item in question would likely be found in the system's sanctum, system being another word for catacomb in this case. In terms of navigation, one is able to access the sanctum by employing a method of divination known as telekinetic compulsion. Essentially, it's the cumulative effect of combining one's senses with one's intuition, and I was comfortable enough with the idea. I've employed variations of the method many times before in determining the potential danger posed to me in certain situations. However, there was another matter that I wasn't quite so comfortable with. As had apparently been recorded at similar sites throughout the country, including Bath and Durham, to name but a few, the sanctum at the heart of the York catacombs was said to be guarded by a being or creature known as a sentinel. According to Butterworth, who quotes extensively from the John Dee translation of the Necronomicon, the form the sentry takes is largely dictated by the predispositions of the individual visiting the sanctum. How would you interpret this, Gary? Does it suggest that one of pure intent, for example, a noble pilgrim, sees in the eyes of the sentry naught but a reflection of their good? If so, then does a person such as myself, whose goal is ignoble, see precisely the opposite? A reflection of his misdeeds made flesh? You can imagine my turmoil. What would it be that awaited me in the darkness of those interminable passageways? Such were the thoughts that swam in the fear-coloured waters of my mind, as Ellen and I prepared to move off in the direction of the sanctum. "What is this place?" Ellen asked innocently. "It's an unholy maze," I remarked, somewhat distracted by the task at hand, at the centre of which stands a shrine to the Old Ones. "The Old Ones?" she repeated, and I felt, rather than heard, the understanding in her voice, as her memory of that terrible thing we faced in the Howardian hills returned to her, what it was and where it came from. "Yes," I said, acknowledging both her question and the dreadful thoughts that assailed her mind. "They're never far from the surface, incessantly seeking a way to return. These places were built in order to worship them, positioned deep underground to be closer to them. And it was then that I warned Ellen of that which awaited us in the shadows, the sentinel. Again, I said, I'm offering you an opportunity to leave. Turn back now. Go home. But the young lady who had once scrawled pictures of the dying looked back at me and shook her head firmly. Such were her convictions. With that, I focused my concentration on the numerous passageways before me. In my mind's eye, I saw the tunnels spiraling outwards chaotically, many of which terminated in dank stone walls. My intuition guided me, establishing an algorithm by which I might physically traverse the labyrinth. Subtle sensations, the flow of air, the sound of our footsteps echoing ahead of us, heightened my confidence in the route uncovered by my instincts. And like a pair of automatons, guided by telekinetic compulsion, Ellen and I entered the system proper. We threaded our way through those bleak tunnels much in the way a locomotive follows a track. We were merely passengers, led on a linear journey towards something terribly outre. We only stopped to lay line markers, each of which would prove much more reliable than telekinetic compulsion, should we be forced to retreat in haste. I was utterly taken aback by the emptiness of the tunnels. This was a system designed to discourage, disorientate, a labyrinth meant to deter would-be plunderers from reaching that which sat at its center. It was reminiscent of the interior of the Great Pyramid of Giza, mysterious hallways betokening unimaginable treasures, secrets intangible, just out of reach. On we pressed, driven by that weird compulsion, my intuition for the nonce true. The dust beneath our feet was akin to the packed sand of a broad beach, suggestive of myriad interlopers having made a similar journey many times before, forgotten worshippers of forgotten gods, long gone from this world. Detecting a faint glow ahead of us, we laid the last line marker at our feet and took a moment to collect ourselves. We guzzled water, checked our torches, and proceeded towards the source of light at the end of the passageway. It was the sanctum. Approaching the chamber, it was immediately apparent that our torches would not be necessary. An ethereal radiance emanated from something unseen at the center of the large space. We crossed the threshold and entered the sanctum, overwhelmed, I think, by the sheer magnitude of the place. Like the corridors preceding it, the lofty walls of the chamber lacked adornment. Each of the vast, inwardly sloping surfaces rose to form a dome, beneath which, at the very center of the sanctum, was positioned a raised altar, again completely bare in appearance, save for the item that sat upon it, the very thing that seemed to be emitting that curious glow. There were no other points of entry into the chamber. Ellen and I stood at its only door, gazing about us in awe at the scope of the place. It was rather like the top portion of some giant stone egg, 75 feet in diameter and at least 100 feet high at its introdos. So impressed was I by the scale of the sanctum that the troubling concept of the sentinel slipped my mind, albeit temporarily. The notion returned to me in a flash, as my eyes fell upon something that had, at some point while we were gawping, appeared between us and the altar. What it was we were looking at right then, I cannot say. It was a perplexing shadow, a lump of cloudy, translucent matter, lacking form. It floated some 2 or 3 feet above the ground, the thing itself being some 6 to 7 feet in height. Hovering there menacingly, it was clear to me, and I owe my suppositions on the matter to Butterworth, that the thing was poised between us and that which it protected, waiting for us to make our move, to ascertain whether we were friend or foe. How might such a thing be determined, I wondered. I looked to Ellen. "You're my aide," I stated affirmatively. "Do as I say." She nodded. "What follows," I continued, "lies with me. my actions. Are you with me?" Again, she nodded. Strangely, I had yet to feel any sense of fear or trepidation. Perhaps it was due to the fact that I had some sort of understanding regarding the thing in my midst. Understanding eliminates fear, does it not? But still, I felt it was important to test my suppositions prior to wading into a situation that neither Ellen nor I would be able to walk away from. And with walking in mind, I took a single step towards the mass. The thing, very much resembling a small, oblong thundercloud, flashed briefly, seemingly sensitive to my approach. I invited Ellen to follow a step. Doing so, the shape flashed again, but this time, as it did so, it seemed to remold itself. Limbs characteristic of legs sprouted at its base, followed by a head-shaped lump at its top. The two of us took another step, and again the mass evolved further still, sprouting rudimentary arms. After several steps in its direction, we were within 10 feet or so of the thing, as its cloudy trunk adopted the suggestion of a slender torso. These transformations continued with subsequent steps, until the pair of us were standing within 3 or 4 feet of the sentinel, gazing at what now resembled a gaunt humanoid with a paucity of mortal characteristics, its bald, featureless head that of an unfinished sculpture. The translucency had passed, too, leaving a solid figure of stone in its wake. Slowly, by some uncanny momentum, the being lowered itself to the ground, its heavy, toeless feet clinking as it touched the stony surface of the egg-shaped sanctum. We stood in silence for several moments, observing the thing cautiously. I saw something unsettlingly familiar in the ominous, inanimate form standing before me. Later, Ellen would say the same. Familiar, much in the way that one recognizes the outline of a friend in the dark. And that was exactly how it appeared to us, silhouetted by the glow to its rear. Still, we observed without fear or trepidation. Unperturbed by the curious figurine, I stepped around it and moved towards the altar some 5 or 10 feet behind it. Ellen remained before the statue, eyeballing it earnestly. Approaching the altar, I discovered that it wasn't the object itself giving off the ghostly radiance, but an inexplicable light source embedded in the altar's surface. A weird phosphorescence, the likes of which I've never seen before. To tell you the truth, I am at a loss to describe it. I noted the particulars of the item, namely, its size, color, and shape, to be absolutely positive that it was indeed the artifact you'd sent me to retrieve. It certainly is a curiosity, Gary, and precisely as described in the old tales. As per your instructions, I slipped on the gloves and reached out to collect it. Just then, Ellen came about and met my gaze across the altar. As she did so, we heard a disturbing sound, a noise akin to stone crumbling to the ground. Fearing that the sanctum was on the verge of collapse, I scrutinized my surroundings intently, my eyes darting back and forth. Ellen did likewise, but, as far as we could tell, the integrity of the sanctum remained unimpeded. Despite the task at hand, Ellen and I found ourselves staring at the strange stone figure in our midst. I sure as heck didn't want to, but it seemed to be in possession of some uncanny ability to draw one's eye. Forcing myself to look away, I retrieved the object from the altar. Clutching the item in my gloved hands, I braced myself for some sort of retaliatory reaction from the silent sentinel, but it remained absolutely motionless. And then I seemed to lose focus for a second, my attention returning to the object. As I held it, I was confounded by a number of baffling sensations, feelings of inevitability. Notions of destiny and fate swept through my consciousness, and in a state of uncomprehending detachment, I was whisked back into the past, where I'd apparently known of the object in my possession, been aware of its reputation. Large voids in my memory were momentarily filled. Questions that had plagued me for decades were answered. But it was all too fleeting. I knew that the special gloves were shielding me from the item's true power, and in that moment, I don't mind admitting, I was incredibly thankful. And then I was aware of something else. The strange luminescence at the heart of the altar, now deprived of the object it had once housed, was beginning, very slowly, to fade. Once more, Ellen and I heard that sound, that crumbling sound. "What is that?" Ellen whispered. Our eyes met across the altar, and, owing to a set of circumstances I shall shortly relate, Ellen's question was answered, much to our mutual discontent. Peripheral vision is a curious thing, is it not, Gary? I, for one, have never trusted it. What we see there is open to interpretation. It is subjective. Our minds have the nasty habit of jumping to conclusions when we observe things out of the corners of our eyes. In this case, what I saw, what Ellen saw, or at least what we thought we saw, were the heavy, pallid limbs of the figurine beside us moving. Moreover, we thought we saw its slender neck turning, its impossibly rigid legs twisting. This movement continued as Ellen and I gazed at one another, each of us resisting the overwhelming urge to look directly at the thing, neither of us wanting to confirm the reality of the uncertain pictures our peripheral vision was feeding us. The crumbling sounds increased, and we could see, out of the corners of our eyes, clouds of fine gravel ejected from the cumbersome joints of the sentinel's contorting extremities. It was moving with greater swiftness now, the ever-increasing rate relative to the speed in which the altar's inexplicable glow was fading. And then I yielded. I turned and looked at the thing. Immediately it ceased its progress, returning to the eerie, inert state it had formerly occupied. My companion looked at it too. "Ellen," I whispered, my eyes fixed upon the sentinel, "I want to test a supposition." I instructed Ellen to look away, which she did. I, in turn, returned my gaze to the altar, and sure enough, the stone figure began to move again. It was facing us now, and in the brief few seconds our eyes were averted, it had started to shuffle towards us. Once more, I turned to look at it directly, and again it froze. "Keep your eyes on it, Ellen," I instructed, finally succumbing to the fear and trepidation that I'd managed to suppress up until that point. "It would appear that it cannot move if you're looking at it." But the light was fading fast, so much so that we were forced to switch our head torches back on. "What happens when the light goes out?" Ellen had to ask. "Well," I said, with some hesitation, "we'd better hope our torch batteries last, hadn't we?" The realization dawning upon us, we withdrew our backup torches and trained them on the sentinel. Seconds later, the sanctum's inexplicable light source was entirely depleted, leaving the pair of us stranded in a stalemate situation with the motionless figure. It was with a true sense of horror that my head torch began to flicker and promptly went out. I quickly swapped the battery, but to no avail. Retraining my trusty torch on the sentinel, I watched it closely, refusing to break eye contact with it, maddeningly conscious of every blink. That empty face haunts me still, Gary. I imagine I'll never look at a shop mannequin the same way again. The horror intensified as Ellen's smartphone, under what I now believe to be the draining influence of the creature in its midst, lost power. The time had come to act. Reliant on my trusty handheld torch and Ellen's head torch, we'd have to make a run for it, praying to whatever benevolent force was listening that we'd have the good luck to outrun the nightmarish guardian and successfully retrace our footsteps through the labyrinthine system. I certainly didn't want Ellen to suffer as a result of my actions, and I was reasonably sure that the thing would only target me, but I wasn't prepared to take the risk. She needed to get out of there first. "It's time to go, Ellen," I said slowly. "Off you go. Follow the markers. I'll be right behind you." Ellen, whose beating heart was audible above the deathly silence of the unholy sanctum, nodded and took off at a brisk pace. My eyes remained fixed upon the pale sentinel as I slowly passed it and walked backwards in the direction of the threshold. I kept my torch on the thing as I backed up into the corridor, preparing for the inevitable. I'd all but forgotten about the item clutched in my left hand, but right then I realized that I had tightened my grip upon it, and somehow my sense of courage was reinvigorated, and, armed with this renewed sense of optimism, I took off into the maze, hell-bent on catching up with Ellen. "Keep going, Ellen," I shouted into the forbidding gloom. "I'm right behind you." "Hurry, Peter," I heard her yell, and was driven on by this confirmation of her safety. From behind came the heavy, unwieldy footfalls of the sentinel. With every step it took, freed from the eyes of the living upon it, it grew in poise and stride, its stony limbs connecting with the earth like sledgehammers struck by giants. In taking the object from the altar, I had identified myself as a foe, an enemy of who or whatever that unholy sanctum had been devoted to, and the sentinel that had literally manifested itself in front of our very eyes out of the fetid chamber air was out to fulfill a simple task, to retrieve the stolen item at all costs. On I ran, hounded by the ceaseless steps of the hulking guardian. Fortunately, I was flesh and blood, agile. The sentinel was tall and clumsy, and so, naturally, it had little chance of catching me, provided, of course, that I navigated the system correctly. To deviate, even once from the route marked, would mean certain death for this paranormal investigator. Picking up my pace, I rushed ahead, turning left, then right, then left, drawn to each and every marker like a pointer pursuing a pheasant. And it was with a tremendous sense of relief that I saw the ladder to the surface ahead of me, my friend Ellen bracing herself for a swift ascent. This would be the final test of that ancient apparatus. "Climb, Ellen," I yelled, and off she went at a pace I couldn't dream of matching. The fumbling, tumbling footfalls of the sinister sentinel echoed along the myriad passages behind us, but it was evident to me at that moment that the thing had abandoned its pursuit and was returning to the sanctum in order to answer to its incorporeal masters. I shoved the curious prize into my satchel and followed Ellen. All the while I climbed that rusty ladder, I listened to the retreating steps of the guardian. I, the desecrator of that unholy place, had escaped its clutches. I briefly pondered the fate I might have suffered should that bulky monstrosity have captured me, and then my thoughts returned to the object stowed safely away in my satchel. It had played a role in our escape, I was sure of that. Finally, we reached the safety of the storage room, where we were quick to close the trapdoor and return the stone slab to its rightful place. Not that I was particularly confident in its ability to keep anything from emerging from that dreadful maze below. I must remind you, Gary, someone or something descended via that ladder before us, perhaps a long time before us. What became of them? The rest of the story is rather uneventful. Ellen and I left the storage room, returned to the house proper, and, following a stint of almost 4 hours traversing the catacombs, were just in time to exit 35 Stonegate prior to its closure at 5:30 p.m. Standing amongst the shoppers and tourists on Stonegate, Ellen and I stared at one another in stony silence. There was an air of weary resignation, as the pair of us accepted that our adventures together were only just beginning, that other and potentially stranger escapades likely awaited us in the months and years to come. We parted company at Bootham Bar, a location of great significance for the two of us, and I made for the peace and tranquility of home. Well, Gary, I'm sure you'll understand now why I felt it necessary to tell you the whole story. I haven't slept particularly well since my time in the catacombs. There was something in the air down there that, in spite of the mask adorning my face, seeped into my being on a level hitherto unknown to me. Or, quite possibly, it has nothing to do with the air at all, but instead the object still sitting comfortably in my satchel. I'm not sure I should look at it again, Gary. I certainly won't be touching it again, gloves or no gloves. As I said, when it was in my grip and my thoughts were focused on it, I saw and heard things that now remain only as fleeting images, memory fragments, if you will. But there's one image that sticks in my mind above all others. It's an image of myself overlooking a vast precipice in some deep cavern. I know the place well, for I've dreamt of it 1,000 times. Only this time I'm seeing myself from someone else's perspective. Who is watching me atop that strange peak in the cavern, I wonder? And it's that same vision that now allows me to recognize the familiar form the sinister sentinel had assumed before Ellen and me, gaunt and tall. It was me, Gary. The sentinel in stone was merely a prototype. The old ones had sensed my intentions, and had sent that abomination after me. I'm sure now that if I'd been captured, it would be I, Peter Van Melsen, down there in the dark, watching over that altar. This was all related to me in a series of fleeting images, related to me by the little black box. There was a name, too, whispered across illimitable gulfs of space and time. Murphy. The box is connected to Jason Murphy, isn't it? Where on earth is he? I feel as though I'm haunted by the man. I eagerly await your arrival, Gary. That's all for now. Peter. The Lore of the Dreamscape. It's a dusty old thing, that memory, littered with weeds unseen, over the hills under the trees there on the edge of a dream. Stray too far and you'll miss it, the thought it won't ever occur, to stray into wilds without reason, magnificent the end of despair. Beyond the bridges of slumber, no couth and her barnacled throne, fade into blackness and stroll by the light, close to the end of the line. And when awake once again by the starlight, look to the eye of the storm, but beware the path less travelled, for you might just forget who you are. The Path. Prologue. The renowned paranormal investigator Peter Van Melsen was in good company. He was sitting opposite his old friend Gary Cook, at Cook's Books in Scotland's national book town, Wigtown. The PI had recently been tasked by Cook with the retrieval of an extraordinary artifact. In quest of the elusive item, Van Melsen had plunged into the tunnels beneath the old city of York, aided by another chum, the young student, Alan Moore. The recovery hadn't been without its dangers, though. He and Ellen managed to outmaneuver an ancient entity known as a sentinel, the designated guardian of the artifact in question. Following the escapade, it had been Van Melsen's hope that his old friend Gary would collect the little black box from his home in Rosedale, North Yorkshire. No such luck. Somehow, Cook had convinced Van Melsen to make the 200-mile journey to his humble bookshop in Dumfries and Galloway, in order to assist him with an even bigger problem, an issue the investigator was unable to ignore due to his inexplicable connection to it. According to Cook, the little black box, an item of some power, if Van Melsen's inability to handle it without succumbing to fantasies was anything to go by, hadn't belonged to those who revered it in the shadowy catacombs of York. "Then how did it come to be there?" Van Melsen asked, more than a little surprised. Cook, a rotund gent in his late 70s, was perched on a barrel stool, smoking. "It's a long story, Peter." Van Melsen, too, was smoking, inhaling deeply. "You know me, Gary. I'm rather partial to a long story." It was a warm July evening. Surrounded by books on all sides, the pair were perspiring. "Can you give me something to work with, Gary?" the investigator blurted. "I feel like a slow-roasted chicken here." Cook leaned forward and nodded. "I'll give it to you straight, Peter. We're off on a little trip this evening." Van Melsen, exhausted after spending most of the day climbing on and off trains, replied, "A little trip?" "Well, you've made it this far, haven't you?" Cook said. The investigator frowned. The bigger problem, Cook had mentioned over the phone just 24 hours earlier, had concerned the mysterious and missing figure Jason Murphy. Having spent most of the year haunted by Murphy in one way or another, Van Melsen had agreed to assist Cook, if only to be freed of the young man's persistent presence. Just 6 months before, whilst investigating a curious entity in the forest of Galloway, Van Melsen had come across a reference to the missing man etched in the door of a derelict farmhouse deep in the woods. Thereafter, a recurring dream of the investigators had increased in frequency, a nightmare he had endured for as long as he could remember, in which he would find himself leaping from a cliff in a huge underground cavern, startled into doing so by an approaching shape to his rear. And more recently, having gripped the little black box in that dreadful subterranean sanctum, Van Melsen had been subjected to an unnerving phantasmagoria. From another's perspective, he'd watched himself leap from the cliff in the cavern, his gaunt frame tumbling towards a slow-moving airship below. Had he been watching through Jason Murphy's eyes? He felt all but sure that he had, for during his brief, gloved contact with the mysterious box, he'd heard a faraway voice whisper the man's name. "What do you actually know about Murphy?" Cook asked. "Bits and pieces," the PI returned. "Disappeared over a decade ago. Walked the path, as it was later termed. 4 Steps Murphy, they call him. The steps relating in some way to his supposed crossing of the bridges of slumber. Murphy's method, some refer to it. The custodians come up, too. You know, as first mentioned in Dylan Fisk's Nun." "Daniel Fisk," Cook corrected. "Daniel, yes," Van Melsen accepted, before continuing. "Our old pal Norman asserts that the custodians know where to find Murphy. Says his method produced an active element, like the old portals in the forest up here." Cook puffed on his cigarette, nodding. "Heard this from Kane, you say?" "Educated conjecture, as he put it," Van Melsen replied. "Well, there's some truth to it," Cook said, climbing to his feet. Hobbling over to a dusty bureau, he plucked a frayed book from one of its many drawers and handed it to the PI. Van Melsen opened the book and saw that it was a handwritten journal. "Everything I know about Murphy is on those pages," Cook said, returning to his stool. After a few minutes spent leafing through the journal, the investigator looked up at his old friend, a look of wonder on his bony face. "The box produced the active element?" "That's what the evidence suggests," Cook replied, motioning towards the brown travel bag sitting on the small coffee table separating the two. "That's why I had you retrieve it, Peter." "Wait a minute," the investigator said, dumbfounded. Then, pointing at his travel bag, "That thing in my bag there is the box?" "Yes." The custodian recovered it from precisely the spot in which Murphy happened upon the active element. He and the box traded places, as it were. Something called to him, lured him there. Once again, Van Melsen frowned, asking, "To what end?" "That's the million-dollar question, old friend." The investigator shook his head. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Staying on the subject of the box for the moment," Van Melsen pressed, "how on earth did it end up in the hands of those cultists in York?" Cook frowned. "Like I said, Peter, it's a long story." A look of apprehension appeared on the investigator's face. "The gloves you provided," Van Melsen said, shaking his head. "They shielded me from the truth, didn't they? If I'd known it was the box you'd sent me after—" "Believe me," the shopkeeper returned, "the last thing you needed down there was a realization of that magnitude." Van Melsen puffed on the remnants of his cigarette, lit another with it. "So let me guess. You're sending me after him." Cook nodded, his wrinkly cheeks suddenly rosy. "We have to know what happened to him, Peter. What it was that summoned him, and why." The PI sighed. "I'll do it, Gary, but you have to level with me first." The shopkeeper nodded again, returning, "Absolutely." "You're a custodian, aren't you?" Cook lit another cigarette before answering. With lungs filled with smoke, he uttered, "I am, though I prefer the term bookman." "Bookman?" "Yes, has a nice ring to it, don't you think?" Van Melsen gazed at his old friend, his eyebrows raised questioningly. "You needn't be concerned, Peter. I'm just a scholar. I rarely leave Wigtown." "I have to admit," the investigator stated, "I had my suspicions when we last spoke on the subject." The shopkeeper shrugged, adding, "No more secrets. You have my word." "I won't deny you secrets, Gary. We all have them," the PI affirmed diplomatically. "Just tell me, where do we go from here?" "Follow me, and bring that bag with you," Cook instructed, then climbed to his feet, wandering off in the direction of the basement. The basement of Cook's Books was a brightly lit space, filled to the brim with cardboard boxes, many of which were stamped with the name of the shopkeeper's bi-monthly publication, Mysteries of the Mind. Guiding Van Melsen through the maze of packaging, Cook led him to an open area towards the back of the cellar, that to the investigator's eyes resembled a hookah lounge, all Afghan rugs and Killam cushions. From a garish chandelier above flowed a haze of diffuse light, softening somewhat the dazzling reds and fiery oranges of the gaudy furnishings. "What is this place?" Van Melsen quizzed, grimacing. "I'm thinking of calling it the Gateway," Cook returned, grinning. "I see," the investigator said, trawling through the front pocket of his velvet blazer for a cigarette. "Take a seat, Peter," Cook invited, indicating the many cushions covering the floor. Van Melsen did so, lighting the cigarette he'd fished out in the process. Cook took a seat opposite him. "Now then," the shopkeeper said, "let me tell you everything I know." The chap with the white hair and indigo eyes was ready to delineate his plan of action, a scheme that had been in the works for many years, but a bit of background was required to kick things off. Jason Murphy, a resident of West Broughton, Lancashire, disappeared in the latter days of November 2004. A neighbour who lived across from Murphy in the apartment block on James Street found the young man's door wide open one morning, and, suspecting something untoward had befallen him, called the police. A thorough search of Murphy's flat revealed nothing to suggest foul play. In fact, it appeared as though the loner had simply climbed to his feet one night and abandoned the place. Unwashed dishes filled the sink, a half-eaten meal was still out on the kitchen table, and a muted television was flashing away in the living room. The local papers reported the disappearance, and thus an enthralling mystery was born. The first I heard of it, Van Melsen put in. It was Bob Wright's article in Fortean Weekly, early '06 it would have been. If I recall correctly, wasn't it a local dog walker that said he'd seen a chap matching Murphy's description, walking in the fields just north of town? That's right, said Cook. All and sundry started searching for Murphy after that. Somehow Bob Wright caught wind of the investigation and, evidently intrigued by the odd circumstances surrounding the young man's disappearance, drove up to Lancashire to join the search. Classic Bob Wright, Van Melsen said, puffing on his cigarette. The shopkeeper went on to say that Wright, a.k.a. Bob's Always, after spending several days in West Broughton combing the surrounding fields and talking to Murphy's neighbours, deduced that there wasn't anything particularly remarkable about the young man. He was a loner, it came out, an unemployed 30-something, who, aside from a perfunctory interest in the occult, spent most of his time at home, whiling away the hours in front of the television. And yet, despite this suggestion of mundanity, Bob's always felt quite strongly that Murphy had strolled out that night with a specific purpose in mind, though what that purpose was, the writer could only surmise. Cook paused to light another cigarette. This is where the bookmen come in, Peter. Wright's article in Fortean Weekly caught the attention of a Manchester-based custodian, a bookman called Pimpernella. Can't say I've heard that name before, Van Melsen declared. I'm not surprised, Cook said. She kept a low profile. Past tense, Gary? Bear with me, old friend. The shopkeeper went on to relate the circumstances surrounding Pimpernella's discovery of the little black box. It's like this. If there's an active element within a certain radius, we can detect it, Cook stated. On the back of Wright's article, Pimpernella went out to West Broughton. Using a piece of equipment we call a primary, she managed to locate the AE. Quite the journey she went on, I can tell you. Ended up in the West Pennines. Van Melsen nodded, saying, White Coppice, wasn't it? Aye. Not completely out of the loop, are you, Peter? Like I said earlier, bits and pieces. Well, Cook continued, Pimpernella located the little black box by the aptly named Black Brook, just on the outskirts of the Lancashire hamlet. Initially, she theorized that the missing 31-year-old had employed a rather uncommon psychic ability in order to produce the now-defunct active element. Telekinetic compulsion, by any chance? Van Melsen ventured. Aye, said Cook. The PI said, Well, as I'm sure we've discussed before, Gary, telekinetic compulsion requires foreknowledge of that which is sought. One focuses on a given location or object and is drawn towards it. The same method I utilized in order to find the sanctum in the York catacombs. Absolutely, Gary said, nodding. You'd have saved Pimpernella a great deal of time if you'd been around back then, Peter. Took her months to rule TC out. And that's why it has to be you that goes after the young man. You're the only one qualified for the job. Van Melsen frowned, suddenly aware once again of the peculiar den in which he was sitting. I have to admit, Gary, I want Murphy out of my mind. Indeed. Doesn't it seem as though he's reaching out to you? The shopkeeper proposed. It's possible, Van Melsen agreed. But why me? It's not as though I know the man. Beyond speculation at this point, Peter. Van Melsen puffed on his cigarette, right down to the butt it was. What happened to the custodian, Pimpernella? He asked. Well, Cook began, sighing. We've Pimpernella to thank for retrieving the gubbins from Murphy's flat, his vague notes concerning the 4 steps, the verse we now know as the path. Without her, that lot would have gone to the tip. Fascinating, the investigator reflected. I've always wondered how that stuff came to light. The shopkeeper hesitated, shaking his head. But she wasn't the same after recovering the box, he continued. It changed her. She was hell-bent on going after the young man, wouldn't listen to reason, clung to the little thing day and night. It warped her. She grew impatient, communed with the old ones, they say, handed herself over to those cultists, descended into the tunnels under York, just like you, Peter. Took us years to piece the whole grimy affair together. Blimey, Gary, the investigator said, reluctantly revisiting those shadowy passageways. I daren't imagine what became of her. Better not to try, old friend. But know this, she hasn't been heard from since. A moment of shadowy silence passed between the two, as both Cook and Van Melsen visibly reeled from the brown travel bag in their midst. With his mind on the strange item sitting quietly nearby, the investigator said, I've heard the stories, Gary, all the rumours, but I'd like to hear your take on it. Where do you think Murphy ended up? Oh, it's very hard to say, Peter, Cook admitted, though the most compelling rumour in the air, as far as I'm concerned, is the notion that he did indeed happen upon and cross the bridges of slumber, those links between worlds, and found himself elsewhere. It's been suggested that Murphy was a very sensitive dreamer. Perhaps he was shown a glimpse of something beyond his reckoning, the promise of an irresistible utopia, the path to it ensured by the manifestation of that little black box. But what of the steps? Van Melsen queried. This is 4 Steps Murphy we're talking about. There are many possibilities, Peter, Cook said, his bushy eyebrows raised. A means by which to locate the bridges of slumber? A series of instructions pertaining to his return, perhaps? A way back? The investigator mused. Indeed. Pimpernella said as much following the discovery of Murphy's notes. Van Melsen sighed, saying, A missing dreamer, a series of vague instructions, an unfathomable black box. Oh, I'm at a loss, Gary. Such is the nature of the thing, old friend. However, my plan to go after the young man isn't quite as verbose. Then why don't we just get to it? Van Melsen blurted, lighting another cigarette irritably. The old shopkeeper nodded and took a deep breath. Okay, Peter, Cook said. We've got the box, and that's all we need in terms of navigation. Pass me the bag. Warily, Van Melsen handed the travel bag to Cook, noting the shape of the lamp within as he did so. The shopkeeper donned a pair of gloves, thick leather gloves, just like those he'd provided the PI with for use in the York catacombs. Then, with great care, removed the little black box from the bag. For a moment, Cook just held it there in the palm of his hands, marvelling at its stark simplicity, the lack of embellishment, an ebon cube some 4 inches square. Van Melsen gulped too. It was as alien a thing as one could ever hope to encounter. The shopkeeper placed it on the cushion in front of him, ensuring its stability before removing his hands. Next, we need to burn some incense, he said. A specific combination of oils. The stuff burns long and produces a great deal of smoke, inducing a particular state of mind, Peter, one that, in combination with the box, will, in theory, allow you to commune with Murphy. Commune? Van Melsen asked for clarity. Yes, you'll be a passenger of sorts in the back of Murphy's mind. And this will actually work, will it? The presence of the box will ensure our success, Cook stated with confidence. I have it on good authority that a man of your abilities will have little trouble focusing on Murphy, wherever he is. There's a reason you're drawn to him, Peter. As I said before, I believe he's been reaching out to you. Perhaps, the investigator said, diffidently. But how and why? The answer to those questions awaits you beyond the smoke, old friend. Puffing on his cigarette, Van Melsen retorted, This is the only smoke I put my faith in, Gary. Cook chuckled, climbing to his feet. Navigating the would-be hooker lounge, he collected a sizable incense stick and what looked to be a military-grade gas mask. Returning to the cushion opposite the PI, he donned the mask and withdrew a box of matches from the breast pocket of his shirt. "I don't like the look of you in that mask," Van Melsen commented, placing the butt of his cigarette in the ashtray beside him. "Nor do I like the look of you through it," Cook returned, his muffled voice sounding a million miles away to the investigator's ears. "When I light the incense," the shopkeeper continued, "take hold of the box." Van Melsen nodded, his heart beating rapidly. "And then?" he begged of his masked companion. "Once you're in there, wherever there is, you'll find yourself attached to Murphy. You must find a way to guide him out, Peter. The little black box is the key to this, or so I'm told." "Black and white, Gary," Van Melsen put in cynically, refraining from asking further questions. Though his old friend's strategy was vague and peculiar, he trusted him implicitly. "Relax," Cook encouraged. "Just think of Murphy. Focus on him." "But I've never seen the man's face." "His face has nothing to do with it, Peter. Focus on the presence, that presence that continues to haunt you in your dreams." Exhaling slowly, the investigator nodded, bracing himself for the inevitable. Cook lit a match and brought it to the incense stick. In a matter of seconds, the smoke was positively billowing from the thick stick. Plumes of the stuff pervaded the air, filling Van Melsen's nostrils with the unmistakable scent of lavender, amber, and what was that? Devil's snare, perhaps? Cook was rapidly consumed by the wafting vapors. Nothing but the eyes of the gas mask were visible to the investigator, vast and round like the eyes of a giant fly, studying him intently. Blindly, he reached forward in search of the little black box. The moment his naked fingers touched it, he was assaulted by a series of images: cityscapes, seascapes, extensive forests, sandy plains, and a lofty tower, a massive structure piercing the very sky itself, a black sky full of clouds. He coughed and spluttered as the smoke filled his lungs, stripped him of his orientation. He flailed about wildly, the box gripped firmly in his right hand, assaulted by the countless images that dominated his field of vision. "Gary!" he called out, the sound of his own voice instantly devoured by the fumes enveloping him. "Gary!" But the man in the gas mask had disappeared. Or was it Van Melsen that had disappeared? The investigator found himself in the void, an indeterminate space in which only his sense of self remained. Cook's hooker lounge was gone. The intense smoke was gone. Even the little black box that had been firmly clutched in his right hand was gone. He had disappeared. But that was the least of his concerns. Where, exactly, had he reappeared? The renowned paranormal investigator, Peter Van Melsen, was now a passenger in the back of Jason Murphy's mind, who presently was sitting barefoot and cross-legged on an open stretch of tarmac. Part 1. The Flight of Fancy. Jason Murphy couldn't say where it was that he had learned of the idea. Perhaps he'd read of it on an internet forum, or maybe it was scrawled on the wide margins of some 20th century encyclopedia, the kind of heavy volume studied exclusively by those engaged in the loneliest pursuits. Had the idea come to him in a dream? The flat Murphy had occupied for the past 11 years was just a space. It held little value, whereas the idea That had gnawed away at him for the longest time. And now it was the only thing on his mind. Not the dingy tower block on James Street, with its panoramic views across the industrial landscape of West Broughton. Not the ghosts of the Revolution, the dimpled hills and the derelict mills. Only the idea. It lingered there on the periphery of his consciousness, tempting him with its pledge of brighter tomorrows. And so, one night, he climbed to his feet, strolled to the door of his flat, and stepped out into the cold of a dreary English evening. He didn't even bother to close the door behind him, didn't look back. Not so much as a farewell was uttered, as he walked away from over a decade within its walls. Nor did he bid farewell to his life. Friends were few, family estranged. The young man was a lonely soul on the edge of poverty, a quiet man who preferred to keep himself to himself. His good deeds and moral excellence had done little to enrich his life. Never was he rewarded for his altruism and righteousness. The idea was all that mattered to him now, and at last he'd surrendered to its irresistible call. The young man left James Street behind, wearing only a pair of faded stone-washed jeans and a plain black t-shirt. Barefoot, he winced as he trod upon a piece of broken glass, but it didn't draw blood. On he strolled. Deep into the backwoods he wandered, drawn towards the idea, the abstraction glimpsed in reveries, known as the bridges of slumber. He treaded the flats of the Zark, vast expanses of moorland totally unfamiliar to him, for that which he sought lay beyond the marshland and the barren hills. Guided by gnarled trees and murky skies, he continued doggedly, the passage of time itself giving way to the young man's relentless determination. And eventually, the young man found that which he sought, and in doing so, vanished from the world he'd always known.
"Welcome to the dreamscape,"
whispered a soft, far-away voice. Murphy opened his eyes. His surroundings were strange. There he was, sitting barefoot and cross-legged on an open asphalt road, surrounded by all manner of vehicles, rust-bitten cars of indeterminate origin, crumpled motorcycles, upturned tramcars, and even the hollow fuselage of an aircraft. Further observations revealed other curiosities. An abandoned fast-food kiosk with the name Fisk above it, an upright piano in mahogany, several cardboard boxes filled with videotapes, and a single kaleidoscopic waltzer carriage. Amongst the clutter, he saw bodies, dozens of bodies. Living or dead, he couldn't be certain. Though the fallen figures were motionless, their wide, staring eyes appeared lustrous and aware. Unbeknownst to he who had sought the bridges of slumber, a trio of sharp-suited gentlemen slouched to his rear. As he turned, he was met with their twisted features, arms outstretched, frozen in time. The young man let out a startled cry before promptly rising to his feet. The scene was that of a veritable dystopia. The road on which the new arrival stood stretched as far as he could see. Even in the deep distance, its broad pathways were crowded with vehicular clutter and motionless mannequin men. Towering skyscrapers dominated the scene, reducing the thoroughfare itself to nothing more than a slot canyon. Murphy's eyes followed the facades of the buildings to their dizzying heights, many of which disappeared into the hazy clouds inhabiting the lower atmosphere. Billboards affixed to the towers were plentiful, host of plain descriptions such as bank, mall, and antiquities. Brass street lamps spilled smatterings of soft light onto the scene, the light of day barely reaching the road's surface. All was incredibly quiet, the only sound to be heard the familiar whistle of distant wind. Traversing the detritus, The young man set off in the direction of the aircraft fuselage. North, south, east, or west, it was impossible to tell. He simply moved with the wind. Already, fear was beginning to get the better of him. The repetition was frightening. He would find himself passing the same objects repeatedly: a rusty Ford Prefect, an insect-like Jowett touring car, and the aircraft fuselage. And then a distorted face would meet his eye, its absent glare threatening to undo him completely. The sheer strangeness of the situation had Murphy dumbfounded. "Where the hell am I?" he grumbled, the notion of the bridges of slumber far from his mind. The man in the black T-shirt wandered for what felt like an eternity, and yet the mysterious highway remained unremitting in its repetition. Upturned tramcars, boxes of videotapes, the bank, the mall, and that damned prefect. As Murphy's frustration reached its apex, something in his surroundings changed. Sandwiched between bank and mall, the young man noticed a new addition to the otherwise familiar scene. A small, ill-matched brick building, with a wooden sign hanging from an iron bracket reading, "Books." An unfamiliar voice in the back of his mind instructed him to enter the bookshop. Approaching the store, a low, whistling wind brushed by Murphy, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. A dreary shop window display greeted him, which, judging by the dust and cobwebs coating the items on show, had gone unattended for some time. But the odd and strangely comical titles of several paperbacks immediately caught his attention. The Milking of Goats by J. Cheeseman. Commas in the middle of words by B. Punctuation. What is it with towers, anyway? By B. A. Tallman. And the ridiculously long-winded, an incomplete but nonetheless critical look at the history of totalitarianism in the god-awful, rat-ridden, maggot-infested district of County Bravardis, by Too Many Words. Then Murphy noticed something else. It was a minor thing, really, a scrap of paper in the hands of a wooden dummy, but he felt that he had to have it, whatever it was. Ignoring the sign that read "Closed," he pushed the door open and went after his prize. Inside, the bookshop was hideously dark. It wasn't hard for the young man to envisage dark figures lumbering about in the shadows. He could barely make out the interior. The odd desk and chair here and there, bulky shelves housing hundreds, if not thousands, of books, and innumerable indeterminate objects, both small and large. Clambering onto the poorly assembled shop window display, merely sheets of newspaper over cardboard boxes, he clutched at the hands of the dummy. Retrieving the scrap of paper, he fled like a child, afraid of the thing he was now certain was skulking in the shop's blackened depths. At the speed of sound, he crossed the street and hopped onto the bonnet of a rusty prefect, his gaze returning to the store, its wooden door swinging to and fro on its hinges. Oddly, after leaving the bookstore, Murphy saw that the place appeared to have aged considerably. The shop window was thick with creeping moss, and the sign, barely clinging to the iron bracket now, read, "Boo." The roof tiles had apparently melted, the tired grey slates drooping like the wings of bats over the tarnished facade. The man in the black T-shirt turned his attention to the piece of paper in his hand. He unfurled it, revealing the familiar words within. Step 1. The path begins at you. Open your mind. Let it all go. Glancing up at the tallest towers, Murphy sighed. Though he'd undoubtedly read or heard those words before, he couldn't for the life of him recall their meaning. His recollections were vague and fragmentary. He was still unsure of himself, of who he was and where he was. Compelled by the urge to walk, the young man climbed from the bonnet of the car, pocketed the paper, and eyeballed the interminable highway. The answer to his predicament was out there somewhere, and he was determined to find it, whatever it was. The brilliant, towering symmetry of the alien cityscape filled him with fear and uncertainty, but he didn't hesitate. Thinking of the words on that bit of paper in his pocket, he confidently strode into the unknown. As he went, Murphy ignored the bodies and the vehicles, the banks and the malls, and remained focused on the distant horizon. Slowly but surely, he found himself encroaching upon something new, the end of the road. Beyond the terminus, just visible on the horizon, was an open space, a softly illuminated square. The young man galloped towards it, eager to savor the change of scenery. On reaching the square, Murphy was relieved to have passed beyond the clutches of the impenetrable skyscrapers, to have dodged the last prefect and aircraft fuselage, to have escaped the glare of those innumerable inanimate bodies, the frozen eyes of which had gazed blankly in the direction of this new location. The precinct was considerable. It held the spirit of the colourful old towns of Eastern Europe, such as the Cloth Hall of Krakow, or Sukienice, as the young man distantly recalled. But the colour this place might once have held had faded long ago. The square was some 1/2 kilometre in diameter, at the centre of which stood several tired and empty market stalls. Deserted retail outlets formed the area's perimeter, comprising barren bakeries, closed cafes, rotten restaurants, and jaded jewellers. Its bleakness was infectious, as evidenced by the conspiracy of clouds threatening to douse it with water, black clouds filled with an unfathomable rage. On the opposite side of the square, Murphy beheld a huge elliptical arch in Gothic style, a passage beyond waning into darkness. The arch was clearly visible in the soft light, with its bold columns and jewel-encrusted spire at the apex. A ravenous-looking gargoyle was perched atop the spire, its contorted features a note of caution to those seeking entrance to the passage it served to protect. The man in the faded jeans felt drawn towards the arch, but before he could consider moving in its direction, an enormous, lucent orb of water descended from the sky. Some 20 feet wide and the same again high, it hovered above him momentarily, like a giant, watery eye. The lidless sphere gazed at him, transmitting a curious message. "Get ready for the show." In the moments that followed, the ball of water promptly evaporated, and 4 distinct beams of light shot from spotlights in the corners of the precinct, illuminating the night sky. The beams danced an iridescent jig as a marching band entered the square, some 30 strong. Then came the stalls, men and women in gold and red behind them. They served hot dogs and hamburgers, candy floss and toffee apples, and crowds were quick to follow, citizens of all shapes and sizes, all creeds and colours, the denizens of that strange metropolis eager to feast upon the plentiful delights. A dancing troupe was flung from a trapdoor, thrust into the air by something hidden and unseen. Fire-breathers and sword-swallowers, magic men and snake-charmers. The scene was one of joy and merriment, carnival. Murphy simply watched, mesmerized by the spectacle, the dancing, the eating, the performance, the drinking. Then, after what could have been an hour or a day, it was impossible to tell, a chiming bell was heard, rung from a belfry close to the Gothic arch. The marching band ceased, the brilliant spotlights converged on the gargoyle atop the arch, and the crowds, dancers, and performers all shuffled towards it. Silence, bated breath. The citizens of that strange place stood motionless, their eyes fixed on the floodlit gargoyle, frozen, just like the bodies Murphy had passed on the highway. But there was something else amid the men and women gathered there on the square, a presence, and it was in that moment that Murphy realized the crowds were oblivious to him. Not a single person had so much as made eye contact with him. And yet, standing amongst them in the cool evening air, he was cognizant of that strange company, as though another of the anonymous carnival attendees was in fact just like him, an interloper from elsewhere. The young man searched the myriad faces for eyes that saw, expressions that spoke, but neither were forthcoming. To whom that palpable, familiar presence belonged, there was no way for him to tell. The sensation quickly passed, as a realization dawned upon him. The crowds were waiting for the gargoyle to speak. And speak it did, but not before that peculiar ball of water once again fell from the sky. The lucent orb engulfed the gargoyle. Refraction magnified the hideous figure, and an inexplicable current animated it. Enveloped by those abnormal, rippling waters, the figurine addressed its audience. In cracked tones, the stony monster welcomed all to the heart of the city in which Murphy had found himself, New Babylon. The last show of its kind was about to take place on the square, an announcement that drew a sigh from the crowd. The gargoyle babbled on, its features full of expression, as the wave-like surface of the floating orb continued to imbue the sculpture with life. It spoke of change and the difficulties of acceptance, but emphasized the importance of joy and the significance of hope. And as the ball of water threatened to depart, the last peculiar tones to leave the gargoyle's monstrous lips spoke of the pending arrival of the circus. The orb evaporated then, rendering the gargoyle once more inert. Distant melodies were heard, emanating from the depths of the strange highway from which Murphy had recently emerged. The spotlights converged on the great road, as did the fixed gaze of the crowd, and onto the square poured a band of wagons and carriages, surrounded by marching flautists and burly clowns. Smiles lit up the square, as the white faces comprising the circus encircled men, women, and children alike, taunting and teasing playfully. The marching band sprang back to life, the spotlights ignited the sky, and the crowd cheered as the grand spectacle entered its second phase. It was curious. Murphy saw the drummers drum and the audience applaud, felt the heat radiating from their numerous writhing bodies, but he heard nothing. Nothing, that is, except for the circus, the honk of horns and licentious laughter. And though the men, women, and children of New Babylon were totally oblivious to the interloper in their midst, the clowns were not. In a matter of moments, the man in the black t-shirt was surrounded by a dozen clowns, their oversized shoes just inches from his bare feet. They too fell silent. Murphy was frozen to the spot. A blue-faced clown addressed him in hushed tones, saying that the circus had come to sing him a song. The clown's face was peculiar, somewhat lacking in expression, quite possibly incapable of expression. Murphy shuddered. Clowns were superstitious. Blue face paint was meant to be avoided, or so a voice whispered to him from the back of his mind. He fought the temptation to flee, as the waxen figure brushed up against him. Then came the chorus, 12 strong. We have been waiting to spring this upon you, a mask for your fear you must sport. So much of your person is drawn to the darkness, you must work to safeguard your heart. And then a red-faced clown brushed up against him. Flute in hand, it accompanied the bizarre vocal with an eerie melody. All that you see is inevitably born of a picture inside. The road to salvation is laid out before you. You must try to open your mind. Concluding their performance, the clowns were quick to retreat. They jumped onto their wagons and promptly vacated the square, returning to the shadowy depths of that fantastic highway. and as the last echo of distant clown horns fell on his ears, Murphy was shocked to find himself standing at the centre of an empty square. The spotlights were gone, as were the stalls and the bustling crowd. Everything was as it was before, barren and desolate. Frowning, the young man approached the Gothic arch, the dampness of the stone the only evidence that his recent experiences had actually occurred. Or was it the only evidence? Had the gargoyle's right arm been extended like that, its rigid finger pointing towards a building in the grounds of a murky courtyard to its rear? As dark clouds began to gather overhead, Murphy passed beneath the gargoyle. Into the courtyard he trod, his gaze targeting a tired signpost jutting out of the cobbled earth. It read, "The Theatre." The young man could see the building in some detail now, a huge red-brick monstrosity. Hugging the shadows, surrounded by towering trees, the theatre recalled visions of Moscow's Kremlin. Stained glass windows were scattered across the walls, depicting strange and oddly disproportionate figures. Gaunt faces stared out, their glimmering eyes penetrating the gloom. A vast, red onion dome crowned the building, once again evoking visions of Eastern architecture. Then came the rain. The depths of the courtyard were difficult to observe clearly, though Murphy could just about make out the treetops lining the perimeter. Street lamps spilled soft light onto the scene, but failed to illuminate the dim corners. He refrained from gazing at these, spooked by the darkness, just as he had been in the little bookshop on the highway. Crossing the courtyard at speed, the rain soaking him thoroughly, he neared a small flight of steps leading up to the theatre's entrance. A soft gust of wind brushed the nape of his neck as he hastily climbed the steps. Bold lettering above the building's entrance served to remind Murphy that he was about to enter a theatre. Its double doors were a dark, olive green, heavily tarnished, with several inscriptions in a language beyond his comprehension. Each boasted an opaque glass window, as well as time-worn iron handles. An arch above the doors was host to a symbol, two cutlasses, one across the other, forming an ornate X. Clutching the handles tightly, he pushed forward with all his might. The doors swung open, and Murphy stepped into a modest foyer. The rain fell violently then, pummeling the doors as they closed behind him. He studied his new surroundings. A large chandelier was the first thing to catch his eye, the 16-nozzle crystal fixture dominating the small space. Its candlelight brightened what little was to be seen in the hall. Hung along the wall to the left were 7 paintings, each the same as its neighbour, depicting a generic, featureless landscape, a rolling hill, a smattering of trees. Below the painting stood a small lectern, host to a piece of laminated paper. It read, "The Landscape." As Murphy studied the paintings, an elderly man spontaneously materialized beside him. The individual was lean, with graying hair, wrinkled brow, piercing eyes, and sporting the most ill-fitting tuxedo a man of advancing years had ever been known to wear. With a warm and inviting voice, he welcomed the young man to the theatre, and spoke of the main exhibition, an item referred to as manifestation. But prior to viewing manifestation, the man added, Murphy was to thoroughly digest the paintings comprising the landscape, paying special attention to subtle differences. Understandably bemused, the man in the faded jeans was just about to inquire as to who the old man was, when the aged gentleman dematerialized in as mystifying a manner as that in which he had appeared. "Look, Jason," came that voice again from the back of his mind. "Look closely." Murphy studied the paintings in the foyer. He looked for subtle differences, but he'd never been particularly fond of Spot the Difference, and so the subtleties, he decided, were probably beyond his detection. Approaching the 7th painting, though, Something stirred in his belly. Although it appeared to be a replica of the other 6, there was something familiar about it, something compelling. As he watched, the wooden frame surrounding the image appeared to recede. The once motionless trees in the foreground were coming to life, sprouting grass-green leaves. Luscious fields birthed wild orchids, swaying from side to side. The globule of yellow paint representing the sun was flickering in the azure sky. M-shaped squiggles soared above the hill, their destination some distant, unknowable plain. Murphy was awestruck. He needed to be there. An overwhelming sense of inevitability enraptured him, an urge that would be satisfied if he could but find a way to climb into that painting before him. But the sensation was fleeting, and in a matter of moments all motion in the picture ceased. It was just a painting again, a generic, featureless landscape, a rolling hill, a smattering of trees. But the young man was fascinated. He was eager to feast his eyes on the main exhibition, manifestation. Off he went in the direction of the main hall. The doors to the hall were walnut brown, boasting brass handles in the shape of doves. He clutched the majestic birds and pushed forward. As the doors swung open, Murphy's gaze fell upon a breathtaking view. The main hall was massive, a grand space, basking in colourful opulence and antique reverence. Hundreds of empty seats sprawled towards the stage, fashioned from oak, furnished in leather, delicately polished. Balconies towered above the parterre, some 4 stories high. From the grand circle to the elegant gods, draped in the finest Victorian furnishings. The marvellous stage, at the bottom of a narrow, descending aisle, called to him. An easel awaited him there, host to what could only be the main exhibition, manifestation. Hesitantly, he set off towards it. The young man's pace was slow, and purposefully so. There was much to absorb. He noted the prominent facets of the theatre's interior, the elegant draperies and crimson curtains of the balconies, the sculptured angels and marble cherubs astride the stage, and the soft, scarlet carpet beneath his naked feet. But despite its beauty and sumptuous comfort, Murphy's fascination was on the wane, owing chiefly to the return of that strange, indefinable presence, the very sensation he'd detected earlier on the open square. Murphy stopped in his tracks. What was once a warm and inviting place was now cold and repellent. His gaze turned to the painting on the stage, the detail of which he was still unable to distinguish. But the source of his trepidation wasn't sitting on the easel. It was elsewhere, watching, waiting. He ogled the angels and the cherubs. No comfort there. Anxiety consumed him. Paranoia tugged at his vitals. Closing his eyes, he silently willed whatever it was to make itself known, a mantra he repeated again and again in his mind. He began to sweat. He was about to scream, but instead, at a heartbeat away from frenzy, he turned sharply and looked upwards. High in the gods, at the very back of the hall, stood a figure, an indistinct, static silhouette. Murphy struggled to perceive the ghostly character. All he could make out was that the figure was wearing a hat of some sort, a fedora, or a trilby perhaps. The individual lingered there, much as he himself was lingering there in the aisle, a standoff of curious proportions. The young man wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, waved a hand, and proffered a hesitant greeting. No reply was forthcoming. Like the lifeless paintings in the foyer and the inanimate bodies on the highway, the figure was frozen in place. But it was very much alive. Murphy could feel its cold gaze passing through him, a penetrating glare that was probing for something hidden in the back of the 31-year-old's mind. But what? Murphy spun on his heel, silently praying that the piercing stare of the stranger was in quest of something on the stage. But the moment he did so, the frosty sensation departed him. Surveying the gods once more, his instincts were confirmed. The mysterious figure had disappeared. Somewhat relieved, Murphy continued along the aisle towards the painting. Dragging himself up onto the stage, he approached the easel. Much to his disappointment, he discovered that Manifestation was simply another replica of the paintings he'd seen in the foyer. That generic, featureless landscape, a rolling hill, a smattering of trees. But then, just like before, the wooden frame began to recede, like a snake shedding its skin, and Murphy was drawn towards it, like a moth to a candle flame. The simple blues and greens were slowly replaced with browns and greys, as a new landscape began to manifest. The trees wilted and turned to ash, the grass blackened and turned to dust, the sun in the sky withered and turned to coal, the M-shaped squiggles dropped like stones and disintegrated. The scene was nightmarish. Figures that might have been men lay impaled on pillars of scrap metal. Shapes that might have been buildings rose from piles of accumulated debris. Black towers loomed in the background, like lifeless sentinels above the sinister decay. As the gloom continued to scribble itself onto the hideous canvas, Murphy watched in nervous anticipation as another tower, much taller than the others, took form at the center of the cityscape, its dark, lofty facade calling to the watcher, just as the painting in the foyer had. And again, the young man felt that he needed to be there, standing at the foot of that unlikely structure. But the image was short-lived. In the blink of an eye, the nightmare cityscape was erased, leaving a blank canvas in its wake. Silence pervaded the grand hall. In the quiet moments that followed, the name of the exhibition played on Murphy's mind. Manifestation. Was the desolate cityscape he'd observed a glimpse of something still to come, or merely the result of something predetermined by the artist, whomever he or she was? Regardless, the young man was eager to move on. He'd seen enough of that dreadful canvas to last a lifetime. Gathering his wits, he looked beyond the easel and saw a small neon sign above a door backstage labeled Exit. Abandoning the canvas before him, he strolled to the door and stepped out into darkness. Much to his delight, the rain had stopped. A small flight of stairs led the young man into a narrow alleyway, filled with scraps of newspaper, discarded tin cans, and plastic bags. A questing ant colony plundered the waste, one by one disappearing into a tiny fissure in the ground. High above, eerie beams of moonlight penetrated the oppressive black clouds, dimly illuminating the scene. To his rear, the theatre was now engulfed in thick fog. Only the faintest impression of colourful figures in stained glass could be seen beneath its veil. Murphy crept along the alleyway, his attention drawn to a solitary, glowing street lamp. Scuttling critters moved in and out of the light, roaches and crickets, beetles and spiders. He danced around them, careful not to crush them with his bare feet. Beyond the light of the lamp, he observed the terminus of the alleyway, and soon enough the rangy walls gave way to a small, open waterfront, an enclosed cove surrounded by little wooden huts and rocky outcrops. Stepping onto the harbour, he sensed again a presence to his rear, but this time it belonged to someone else or something else. Turning, he was surprised to be confronted by a cloud of mist, probably formed of the same thick fog that had consumed the theatre some minutes earlier. But unlike regular mist, this veil formed a flat surface, a wall of fog, and it was moving towards him. But as it came within striking distance, it abruptly stopped. Was it conscious, this wall of mist? Was something lurking within, driving it forward? Whatever it was, Murphy sensed that it was benevolent, that it perhaps was there to guide him in some capacity. He felt an overwhelming urge to reach out and touch the mist, but a sudden racket coming from the waterfront stole his attention. The harbour was host to a pier, which in turn housed a number of motorboats, 7 in total. The furthermost boat, dimly visible at the end of the pier, roared as its engine sprung to life. Evidently, there was a passenger aboard. It buffeted and bounced as it set out into the blackness, the rippling, dark waters protesting its company. Murphy called after it, but his cries went unheard as it faded into the spectral night. The man in the faded jeans crossed the harbour and mounted the pier. The wooden slats beneath his naked feet were wet and greasy. It took a great deal of effort to remain steady and upright, but for some unknown reason, he was highly motivated to follow the boat and its mysterious passenger, and so he tiptoed along the length of the pier in search of a boat of his own. Approaching the 6th boat, a black and white coble, Murphy immediately detached the rope from the cleat and haphazardly hopped aboard. The colourless water rocked the boat significantly, the result of some invisible disturbance beneath the surface. Meanwhile, the seemingly conscious wall of mist resumed its course, obscuring the numerous huts and rocks along the shoreline, before once more coming to a halt at the foot of the pier. Murphy's entire world had been reduced to nothing more than a rickety wooden pier, a pool of black water, and 6 unremarkable motorboats. Studying the coble's rudimentary controls, he felt that it wouldn't be beyond his powers of deduction to start the engine. The essential controls were akin to those found in an automatic car. He climbed into the helm seat, placed his hands on the small steering wheel, and located the ignition device, a simple key lodged in a hole beneath the wheel. Though the key resisted his initial efforts to turn it, it relented under considerable force, and the engine came to life. Gripping the wheel tightly, he sat back and tentatively pushed his foot down. Heedless of the direction in which he was heading, Murphy simply accelerated into the darkness, hot on the heels of the 7th boat and its furtive navigator. The waters calmed somewhat as he moved away from the pier. In a matter of moments, he was utterly consumed by the inky blackness. The cloud cover above was absolute. Steering blindly, he decelerated significantly, wary of what may or may not be floating alongside him out there on the dark waters. Was it a lake he was crossing, a broad reservoir, or some vast oceanic expanse? He had no way of knowing. Either way, it was terribly still and totally grim, shrouded as he was by the velvety night. After some 15 minutes or so of sightless navigation, Murphy killed the engine in order to survey his surroundings. Sitting quietly in the absolute shade, he listened intently, the rhythmic beating of his heart dominating the soundscape. Unfathomably distant though it was, he thought he detected the faintest hint of a motorboat engine. He focused all of his attention on the sound, until he felt reasonably sure of its origin. And so, guided by nothing more than the idea of a compass in his mind, he turned the key in the ignition and accelerated in the general direction of that distant roaring. Over the sound of his own engine, nothing else could be heard. A deep, ominous sense of isolation was starting to get the better of him. He was on the verge of coming undone. But then the clouds began to dissipate, revealing the shimmering moon. A thick haze, glowing yellow in the moonlight, met his eyes. Unlike the strange wall of mist he'd left behind at the waterfront, this fog was truly cloud-like. It surrounded him utterly. but the boat cut through it like a knife through butter, the water vapour dampening his face and hair as he went. Visibility, though, was just as poor as it had been in total darkness. Murphy saw only his hands and the steering wheel in front of him. In the moments that followed, a strange feeling came over the young man. He detected a kind of tipping sensation, the sort of sensation one experiences aboard a log flume prior to its rapid descent into the body of water below. And with the impression came a gust of wind, furthering the notion of an imminent, swift plunge. As the dark waters grew choppy ahead of the boat, Murphy tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his eyes narrowed to slits. But this was just the beginning of his troubles. A clattering and spluttering sound was heard as the boat's engine stalled and promptly failed. The boat was dead in the water, completely vulnerable to the volley of waves now bombarding it. And it was taking on water, too much for the young man to scoop out with his hands. All the while, the turbulent wind continued to churn the waters as Murphy clung to the now defunct steering wheel. Suddenly, a booming, cacophonous roar sounded below the boat, triggering bolder, loftier waves, transforming the dark waters into a bubbling cauldron. The subsurface quake intensified, threatening to tear both the boat and its passenger apart. A tremendous wave drove the boat into the air, and Murphy's saturated hands lost their grip of the steering wheel. Tossed into the back of the little Coble, he braced himself for impact. If the curious sensation of tipping he'd experienced had been a precursor to some unknowable plunge, then the dramatic tilting of the water body now was surely the actualization of that inferred descent. Like a river flowing down a mountain, it sloped at an angle of roughly 30 degrees. Crashing into one of the rear seats, Murphy turned, sat upright, and let out a silent scream as the boat, just like the log on the flume, dropped. And what a ride it was! But rather than culminating in an almighty splash, the boat continued to accelerate towards an unseen target. This, Murphy realized, was because the water body was still tilting, and the rotation persisted as the young man emptied his lungs, praying for divine intervention. But perhaps this was a form of intervention, he thought, an alien method of conveyance through means of topographic transformation. And now the monstrous rotating water slide had achieved an angle of 45 degrees. Murphy was glued to the seat, his face a mask of fear. 50 degrees, and still the water body continued to tilt. 55 degrees, and Murphy's heart was in his mouth. He simply closed his eyes, willing it to be over. Uncannily, the moment he did so, it all came to an abrupt end. Perhaps the force of gravity acting upon his minuscule frame had induced a hallucinogenic episode of some sort. Whatever it was, the man in the black t-shirt was no longer sitting in the motorboat. Instead, he found himself sitting on a large wooden raft under a blue sky. The raft was floating on a measureless expanse of ocean, completely still under the golden light of the sun. The water surrounding him was perfectly clear. He saw Dorado, Antheus, and Blennies just below the surface, attracted to barnacles growing on the underside of the raft. But there was something else down there too. Was it a body? The thing that floated amongst the Dorado and the Blennies certainly held the impression of a body. The legs and arms, the hands and feet, the head and a mass of long golden hair, the distinctly feminine curves of the torso. The water was so still, and the raft so steady, that Murphy could almost make out the lady's face, a beautiful face, and he saw that she was rising from the depths. And then he saw the arm, pruned and pale. The young man staggered backwards, as the unseen lady tightened her grip on the edge of the raft, slowly pulling herself upwards, revealing a second, withered arm, the skeletal hand of which appeared to be clutching something small and indistinct. Then followed the long, golden hair, slick and matted, texture like seaweed, and barnacled. Unexpectedly, Murphy snapped out of the reverie, and found himself sitting rather comfortably in the back of the little motorboat. Cautiously, he sat forward and slowly climbed to his feet, studying his new surroundings. The boat was docked and attached to another wooden pier, overlooked by an eerie harbour under the soft light of the moon. The quiet waterfront was almost the mirror image of the one he'd left behind. Dilapidated huts and rocky crags along the water's edge, with the exception of a single candle-lit lamp-post standing at the land end of the pier. In addition to his boat, there were 6 others docked alongside it, including the one he'd set out across the stretch of water to follow. And there, beyond the glare of the lamp-post, ambling into what appeared to be a dark forest, Murphy saw the recently disembarked stranger, the man in the hat. He called after the elusive figure, but again his cries fell on deaf ears. The man in the black t-shirt climbed from the boat and stepped onto the pier. In the act of doing so, he glanced back towards the water, but whereas he might have expected to see an expansive lake, he saw only a towering wall of water. The water body, in its grand transformation, had continued to rotate until it achieved 90 degrees, and was now positioned at a perfect right angle to the quiet cove at the end of the pier. And all this, ostensibly, including the docking of his boat, had occurred whilst he lay unconscious in the back of the coble. Divine intervention, indeed. He approached the wall and reached out to touch it. His hand penetrated the surface, just as he expected it to. After all, it was only water. His eyes traced the wall up into the interminable darkness as it faded into oblivion beyond the reach of the dim moonlight. He wondered if New Babylon was up there, looking down at him. With only one direction in which to head, Murphy turned his back to the wall of water and walked the length of the damp pier in his bare, aching feet. He stopped beneath the light of the lamp-post briefly, suddenly conscious of the little scrap of paper in his pocket. He withdrew the note, and once again studied the words printed there. Step 1. The path begins at you. Open your mind. Let it all go. The words now held a greater import, for he remembered what it was to have pursued the idea, the path, to have turned his back on his life, to have freed himself of worldly burdens. But that was just the first step. There were others to rediscover. Murphy looked towards the dark forest. He felt, rather strongly, that the key to understanding his situation lay in the hands of the enigmatic stranger he was now trailing. And as he followed, consumed by the Stygian woodland, a strangely conscious wall of mist emerged from the towering facade of water that overlooked the harbour. "Gary!" called the paranormal investigator, shrouded though he was by white vapour. "Gary! Can you hear me?" And the muffled voice of the shopkeeper Gary Cook sounded from some faraway place. "Peter, I can hear you. Loud and clear, in fact. Where on earth are you?" "Poor choice of phrase, Gary. I appear to be on the edge of Murphy's consciousness. I've managed to reach him a couple of times." "What are you seeing?" Van Melsen, his sense of self vastly reduced, obscured by the racing thoughts of the man in the black t-shirt, described for Cook the journey he was witnessing. "It's a true dreamscape, Gary, incorporating elements of Murphy's personal experiences. I joined him at the very beginning, at the very moment he crossed over, as it were." "Is he aware of you?" "Yes, on some level at least. He's deeply puzzled, though. Some memory loss. We've got a way to go yet, Gary." "Understood. What now?" Cook pressed, the sound of his voice much clearer now. "I'm pushing through. I think I might have found a means through which to walk at the young man's side." "What? How?" "I'm not sure exactly, but it has something to do with the incense. Why do I get the feeling this stuff hasn't been properly tested?" Cook's silence provided Van Melsen with the answer to his question. "I'll check in with you again soon, Gary. If I can, that is." "Okay, Peter. Be careful out there." "You know me, old friend. Careful to the last." And with those closing words, the renowned paranormal investigator, disembodied though he was, pushed against the thick white vapors surrounding him. Part 2. The Transitional Realm. The dusky skies were indiscernible as Murphy glanced upward through the looming canopies and arched branches. Beams of moonlight fought to penetrate the cloudscape, casting a dull luminescence across the quiet forest. The dirt track was made up of gravelly lumps, pebbles and sand, making it challenging to traverse. The track was flanked by giant ferns and trees of varying heights, limbs of oak intertwining with sticks of sycamore, pea-green leaves enclosing delicate caterpillars, and glutinous sap clinging to crinkly bark. The path zigzagged through the forest, its scenery forever changing, dark foliage engulfing statuesque elms and creeping bluegrass afoot stumpy pines. The deeper the man in the black t-shirt tramped, the darker it became, the pebbled footpath continuing to hinder progress, reducing his gait to little more than a shuffling shamble. As Murphy trudged along, his bare feet aching, he caught sight of something in the distance, a pale yellow glow. The light intensified as it neared him, the source of which was evidently a torch or lantern, as the glow was swaying back and forth, as though carried by someone. The young man paused in his tracks, cautious. The outline of a small figure came into focus as it neared him, and within a matter of seconds the figure was clearly visible, a bearded dwarf clutching an oil lamp. Reaching Murphy, the dwarf stopped and held up the lamp in order to get a better look at the young man's face. In doing so, Murphy caught a glimpse of the dwarf's face. It was a rugged set of features, full of deep lines, a brown cabbage-like beard attached to the chin. Small, sunken eyes squinted at him, above which a mound of thick, braided hair hung loosely about his head. A fur coat covered the dwarf from neck to toe, riddled with unusual charms, brooches, tusks, and sharp claws. Oddly, the look the dwarf offered Murphy was one of recognition. Then, turning on his heel, he signalled for the newcomer to follow him. No words were exchanged, as the diminutive figure guided the young man through the woods. The pair walked in silence for a space, until, quite suddenly, the dwarf abandoned the main trail in favour of an imperceptible track through a clump of ferns, beyond which was located an iron gate between two oaks. The dwarf opened the gate, and Murphy squinted in the lamplight in an effort to see what lay beyond. The 31-year-old was led into a little clearing host to a number of shacks, with a roaring fire at its centre. The modest dwellings were lit up by the flames, as were a number of faces. 3 dwarves sat by the fire, 2 of which were dressed in a similar fashion to Murphy's guide, though the third, a large and striking individual, was wearing an elegant scarlet tunic. Upon their arrival, the distinctive dwarf climbed to his feet and approached the pair. Murphy was invited to join the other dwarves by the fireside, next to which one of them was in the act of preparing edibles, namely mugs of beer and skewers of meat. The conversation that followed was ambiguous and bizarre. The dwarf in the scarlet tunic introduced himself as Red, and attempted to explain, in as few words as possible, the nature of the world in which Murphy had found himself. The dwarf described the dreamscape as a transitional realm, a world between worlds, in which mankind's recognized laws of nature might not necessarily apply. Reaching into a concealed pocket, Red withdrew a richly coloured meerschaum pipe and a unique pocket lighter with the letter R engraved on it. He rolled the lighter's thumb wheel and lit the pipe. After a few spluttering puffs, his address continued.
"You're not the only one to stroll through here tonight, you know," came Red's throaty tones. "There's another. Better watch yourself, boy."
"I think I've seen him," Murphy stated. "Wears a hat?" Puffing on his pipe, Red said,
"Mark my words, boy. Better watch yourself. You're not going after him, are you?"
"Well," Murphy began, shrugging his shoulders, "after everything that's happened to me today, I figured the company couldn't hurt."
"Lucky you ran into us, then,"
the dwarf scoffed, ogling the man in the black t-shirt. "I reckon so," Murphy agreed, accepting a mug of beer handed to him by one of the other dwarves. A period of silence ensued, in which the dwarves focused on their mugs of beer and the skewers of meat, a dark meat that Murphy politely refused to eat.
"I've got some directions for you,"
Red offered, and proceeded to outline a way out of the forest. Murphy was to follow a faintly illuminated track in the direction of a small settlement by the name of Vokar, in order to obtain counsel at the House of Solutions. He would know he'd reached the town upon sight of the artist Bilbezbo's famous reptilian humanoid monument. Some 20 feet in height it was. Bilbezbo was a Vokar native, a deranged sculptor, whose affinity for reptiles had ultimately led to his death, when, in an effort to appraise the texture of crocodile hide, he'd become a carnivore's lunch. Another period of silence followed, the dwarves gulping and chewing, Murphy preparing himself for the journey ahead. What the House of Solutions was, the young man hadn't the vaguest idea, but the words of the now inebriated dwarf resounded like a broken record in his bewildered mind. Seek out the House of Solutions, obtain counsel. Spurred on by the notion, he climbed to his feet and bade farewell to the party of dwarves.
"Go well, Jason,"
muttered Red, puffing smoke into the air. "I will," Murphy replied. "Thanks for the beer." The dwarves simply nodded as the young man took off in the direction of the dim track. Negotiating the trail, Murphy observed that the faint radiance illuminating the track in uniform fashion was composed of fireflies, each of which appeared to be obeying some uncanny law, some hidden voice whose command was evidently urgent enough to warrant acquiescence. There was something unnatural at work, the young man mused, but pressed on regardless, guided by the soft glow of the beetles. Eventually, Murphy reached the edge of the forest, where beyond he saw the promised sculpture, Bilbezbo's reptilian humanoid. The thing was hideousness personified, irregular scales like ocean waves, teeth like cemetery stones, black eyes like bottomless wells. If such a thing had lived, the mere sight of it would surely have been enough to slay Bilbezbo long before that ill-fated encounter with the crocodile. The monstrosity was enclosed by a courtyard comprising ugly rock walls, uncut stones piled on top of one another haphazardly. Waning moonbeams accentuated the terrible curves and lines of both the statue and the surrounding courtyard. It was a ghastly place, and Murphy hesitated before swiftly crossing the space in the direction of a large archway on the far wall.
To the left of the archway, clearly visible above the piecemeal walls, loomed a wide stone tower, some 60 feet tall, a structure eerily familiar to Murphy. It resembled a rather distinctive building, located in his hometown of West Broughton, known as Santall Tower. Santall Tower stood in isolation atop the town's highest peak, instilling fear in the imaginations of the young and the impressionable, with its moss-green walls and crown of crumbling stones. It had been a water tower in its youth, a pressurized water supply system constructed during the Industrial Revolution. But later, in the early 1930s, a tragic flood led to the tower's closure, and as a result, the building fell into a state of disrepair. Naturally, the landmark inherited a reputation. Intrigued by the haunted tower on the hill, children flocked to the building throughout the late 30s, 3 of whom eventually managed to gain access to its forbidden interior. Michael Weathergreen, James Turner, and Alice Anforth bypassed the poor security measures, namely a metal fence and a gate labeled Keep Out, and crawled into a drainage duct. The duct led directly into the heart of the building, which, unfortunately, was still partially flooded. And there, in the darkness, the 3 teenagers mysteriously drowned, and were only discovered several days later, when an eyewitness came forward claiming to have seen them heading towards the tower on the day of their disappearance. In the years that followed, dozens of similar stories abounded concerning Santall Tower, all of which were committed to local folklore, told and retold to subsequent generations, Jason Murphy included. And so, that ugly stone tower on the edge of Vaucar served as a horrible reminder of childhood terrors. Averting his gaze, the shoeless man ducked into the large archway and continued along a narrow stone passage. Emerging at the opposite end, Murphy found himself standing at the center of what could have passed for a town in America's Old West. But not the real Old West. Far from it. A mere facsimile, as encountered on the set of a movie. The facades of the wooden structures were facades only, wooden boards supported by cumbersome beams and scaffolds. The windswept scene before him was entirely unfathomable. Golden-brown, sun-baked grass sprawled across the street, crawling up through uneven slabs and loose stones. Kerosene lanterns hung from wrought-iron hooks, gently flickering in the moonlit darkness. Abandoned wagons lay partially buried in the sand, toasted and useless. Across the street, Murphy observed 2 wooden arrows affixed to a freestanding signpost. The arrow pointing to the right read West, Cran, and the arrow pointing to the left read East, House of Soul. Guided by the words of the dwarf in the scarlet tunic, the young man followed the latter. A gentle wind tickled his bare feet as he traversed the replica ghost town. Indifferently, his eyes fell on the false storefronts and the flickering lanterns suspended from them. And, after strolling some 200 feet eastward along the dusty highway, he found himself within striking distance of an impostor, a structure unlike the others, a facade in possession of a tangible surface area and solid brick walls. A small, round window overlooking the street emitted a soft, white light, its glow revealing a tired-looking rocking chair positioned on the porch beneath it. A rickety sign above saloon-style doors read, House of Solutions. As Murphy approached the building, the white light blinked out, so that only the dim ruddiness of the highway's numerous lanterns aided him in reaching the entrance. Pausing before the doorway, he hesitated. What was he to do? Knock? Shout? Or simply stroll on in? Could he trust the word of the enigmatic Red? Where was that voice in the back of his mind when he needed it? The young man listened for sounds of activity beyond the threshold. He detected a faint, squeaking, a subtle rocking back and forth, and his eyes were immediately drawn to the dilapidated rocking chair beneath the window. Someone, or something, was waiting for him within, an individual perched on a similar piece of furniture. Running a hand through his greasy hair, Murphy inhaled deeply and entered the House of Solutions. The murky space in which he found himself was difficult to discern. He felt the rough surfaces of wooden planks beneath his feet, and winced as a shrill creak announced his entrance. Ahead of him, in the darkest recesses of the room, he was able to perceive the outline of a sizable rocking chair, upon which, as he had surmised, sat an indeterminate figure, now entirely motionless. Cautiously, Murphy took a step in the direction of the silent shape, before thinking better of it, and chose instead to proffer an introduction. As he did so, the being acknowledged his arrival by opening its eyes, and those wide sockets emitted soft, white light, evidently the source of the glow he'd seen from the street. Instantly, the room was brightly lit up, and Murphy saw all that there was to see. Bare brick walls, free of embellishment, and the highly polished arms of the oak rocking chair upon which the figure sat. But the source of the light, the hulking being emitting the glare, was now completely imperceptible. Only the edges of the black robes adorning it were visible under its incessant gaze. In a strange, guttural voice that sounded infinitely distant to Murphy's ears, the being introduced itself as Gertrude. Then it leaned back in the chair and rocked back and forth for a stretch. Its eyes, those bright, illuminated spheres, moved up and down like spotlights, assessing its present company. In turn, the man in the faded jeans took another step forward. Eventually, Gertrude ceased its rocking and proceeded to offer Murphy a solution to a problem. "Seek out the unfamiliar within the familiar," it began in a strange, heavy voice. "Find that untrodden road or footpath. Seek out unfamiliar trees and unfamiliar plains. Walk under strange stars and mysterious moons." And Murphy found that he'd heard those words before. "This is the second step," Gertrude continued. "But you already know that, don't you?" The young man nodded, for he did know. He recalled what it was to have trodden the flats of the Zark, to have strayed beyond the familiar. The second step had led him to the bridges of slumber. "Then hear this," the great being whispered, its voice low and barely audible. "You must rediscover the third step. Go home. Look to he who has come for you." And with that vague, concluding statement, Gertrude closed its eyes and returned to that weird state of stillness in the darkness of the House of Solutions. Baffled, Murphy turned, his eyes once more adjusting to the gloom. Approaching the saloon door, he stepped back out onto the street. But the street had changed. Nothing remained of the mock town of the Old West. The wooden facades and kerosene lanterns had been condemned to oblivion. Instead, Murphy was met by two perfectly rectilinear rows of terraced houses, neatly intersected by a seemingly endless tarmac highway. Each and every house, as far as the eye could see, was the exact duplicate of its neighbor. 2 stories, red brick, slate roof. The young man quickly realized that the building from which he'd emerged seconds earlier had now gone the way of the replica ghost town. It was nowhere to be seen. It was as though he'd been instantaneously transported from one location to the next, in the blink of an eye, perhaps the strange blink of Gertrude's eyes. Go home, it had said, and now he'd been whisked away from that place, and there was something uncomfortably familiar about the thoroughfare on which he found himself. The sky above was dark and cloudless, starless and moonless, yet an ethereal, violaceous hue seemed to hang in the night air, the source of which was impossible to determine. Murphy, tired and confused, set off along the middle of the road. There was nothing to mark his progress, no distinctive landmarks, no change in the sky overhead, just the road and the houses, every last one identical, right down to the finest detail. The red brick walls, the double-glazed windows, the lanky chimney pots, the oxblood wooden doors. Approaching a dozen or so of the duplicate properties, the young man concluded that all of them were empty. Dark, vacant spaces with featureless walls and inappropriately gargantuan fireplaces, like gaping, malnourished mouths. Once more, Gertrude's words returned to him. Go home. Where was home, exactly? He stopped and seated himself on a portion of interminable curb. Sitting there quietly, he mimicked the final action of the great being in the dark, and closed his eyes. Go home. Murphy meditated on the notion. What is home? He thought long and hard about it, and eventually identified his own definition of home, what it meant to him, and where he would always consider it to be. And it was in that moment of peaceful contemplation, and perhaps due to the revelatory nature of his conclusion, that once again the world about him began to change. The young man opened his eyes. The violet haze turned a deep crimson. The red bricks darkened. The chimney pots shrank. The window frames expanded. Familiar lampposts sprung from the earth like grass, quickly achieving the height of the houses, before sprouting dim, orange bulbs. And then a building from Murphy's past appeared on the horizon, rushing toward him with the momentum of a steam locomotive. The young man climbed to his feet. The oncoming house ground to a halt before him, as, without warning, a cloud of luminous vapor descended from the empty sky, enclosing the scene in a large, shimmering dome. And that wasn't all. Floating above him was a curious translucent sphere, about the size of a tennis ball. But Murphy was too distracted to focus on the orb. The ghostly house in his midst held his attention completely. It was home, his first home, the home in which he spent his childhood. The house was a modest terrace, at least it should have appeared as such, had the luminous dome not isolated it so. The familiar brickwork and slate roof was just as he remembered it, basic and typical of the late 19th century. He gazed fixedly at the front door, studying the years of wear and tear, including the distinctive indentation in the wood, where he once, accidentally, threw a cricket ball. Affixed to a panel above the door was the number 10 in bold, striking brass. He noted the white, wooden window frames, ever so carefully maintained by his mother, the scent of fresh paint filling his nostrils at the memory. On the other side of the windows, the curtains were closed, masking the interior, but the lights were on, suggesting that someone was home. The quiet yard, comprising flagstones and potted plants, beckoned Murphy. He shuffled forwards, his bare feet brushing against dead leaves sprawled across the yard. Go home, Gertrude had said, and there he was, approaching the door of 10 Beefold Lane, a house he hadn't laid eyes upon in over a decade. How baffling, how unexpected. The translucent sphere followed Murphy, floating just to the rear of him, like an inquisitive apparition. Stepping inside, the young man allowed the heavy door to close by itself, as, in silence, he studied a scene from the past. The living room into which he strode was a perfect recreation of a time gone by, a time when, if his memory served correctly, he would have been a teenager. The open room was filled with familiar items, a 3-seat red leather sofa and 2 matching armchairs, a neatly polished coffee table strewn with miscellaneous newspapers and TV magazines, a large bulky television atop a pine corner unit, an overbearing brick fireplace filling the entirety of the leftmost wall. Above the fireplace was positioned an elaborate cuckoo clock, a centerpiece much beloved by his mother. The room, it would seem, was an ode to the rose, the perennial in multiple colors, decorating carpets, curtains, and wallpaper alike, twisting and intertwining, inundating the room. But most telling of all, a number of cards had been placed neatly across the fireplace, each in celebration of Murphy's 18th birthday. The man in the black t-shirt had stumbled into the memory of 1991. Nostalgia had him in its grip, and as such a wave of excitement washed over him as he thought of his bedroom. He passed through the silent living room, along the back of the leather sofa, and mounted the stairs at the opposite end. Up he went, his eyes drawn to the numerous photographs decorating the wall to his right. He was the subject of all of them, from the child of 2, whose first word was toaster, to the boy of 16, whose expression spoke of the joy he felt, having completed secondary school. At the top of the stairs, his bedroom was situated at the end of a short corridor to the left. With the luminous sphere hot on his heels, he followed the corridor enthusiastically, and was unable to contain an audible chuckle upon sighting the familiar warning sign affixed to his bedroom door, "My room, not yours." Oddly, his bedroom light switch was located in the corridor. This had given his mother some degree of control over his supposed bedtime, though she hadn't been able to do much about the portable television. Murphy flicked the switch and watched as a band of light appeared at the base of the door. Gripping the stiff door handle, he turned it and pushed. Much to his surprise, the room was incredibly tidy. Not a thing was out of place. To his immediate left, he saw his old computer desk, host to a Commodore Amiga and an unbranded CRT monitor. To the right of the computer desk, towering above it, was a bulky, white wardrobe covered with colorful stickers pertaining to popular music of the time. And to the right of the wardrobe, along the length of the adjacent wall, was a single bed, immaculately made, its pillows plumped. The young man approached the old bed and sat down. It was incredibly malleable and soft. It practically consumed him upon contact. Glancing at the pillow end, he noticed a small teddy bear. Carefully, he gripped the toy and gazed at it. It was about the size of a pint mug, wearing denim dungarees and an eye patch. Without thought, Murphy hugged the bear. He couldn't help himself. It was Brian the bear, his childhood friend. But then a thought occurred. Was Brian the bear still a part of his life in 1991? And the answer to that question was no. Brian the bear had been lost in a supermarket some 9 or 10 years earlier. Besides, the 18-year-old Murphy had little time for toys. The starkness of the bedroom bore witness to the fact. Something else was at work here. But in that quiet moment, he didn't care. He lay down on the bed and placed Brian next to him as his head hit the pillow. Closing his eyes, he allowed his recent experiences to cloud his mind. He saw the staggering towers of New Babylon and the motionless bodies that littered its deserted streets. He recalled the great square and the chattering gargoyle, the unsettling clown chorus. He returned to the theatre, wherein that elusive man in the hat had studied him from the gods. He shrank from the memory of his oceanic adventure, the rotating water body from which he had unaccountably escaped. He heard the voice of the dwarf, Red, felt the heat from the fire, the strangeness of their tete-a-tete. He recoiled from the reptilian statue and floated through the replica ghost town. He listened to the being, Gertrude, in the House of Solutions. All of it, every last detail, seemed to have served a single purpose, to guide him home. And just like that, he opened his eyes and immediately located the mysterious orb floating above him. "What are you?" he asked, noting the way the sphere appeared to be shimmering. "Are you trying to communicate with me?" The orb returned a series of flashes, but the sequence meant nothing whatsoever to the man on the bed. "Any idea what I'm doing here?" Again, a series of flashes. "Is there something I'm supposed to find here?" Flash, flash. But that was the limit of Murphy's queries for the present. His tired eyes closed, and he drifted into a deep slumber. Murphy was dreaming of a precipitous crag in the depths of a vast cavern. A man was atop the peak, his attention fixed on a giant, slow-moving airship below, floating above an enormous body of water. Scattered beams of light lit the strange scene, emphasizing the numerous curves and lines of the floating vessel. A prod at Murphy's shoulder roused him from the ambiguous dream. He shot up on the bed, looking from left to right, as the vision of the stranger at the top of the cliff promptly faded. And then his eyes fell on the young boy in his midst, the child, who just moments before had stirred him from his slumber. Several seconds elapsed before recognition set in. The boy was himself, a much younger version of himself, but not the Jason Murphy of 1991. This was more like the Jason Murphy of 1981. Murphy's younger self examined him with wide, bright eyes, eyes full of luster and innocence, eyes unblinkered by the devastating truths of adulthood. A mound of curly hair crowned the boy's head, engulfing his eyes and ears. Standing over Murphy, with a look of determination stamped on his face, the boy gestured towards the bedroom door, muttering something about a painting in the dining room. The man in the black t-shirt sat up and climbed to his feet. As he did so, a vague memory surfaced. In his mind's eye, he saw the dining room, wherein his late father often sat by an easel, but the recollection was fleeting. The boy led his older self out of the room, claiming that a stranger had entered the house, wandered into the dining room, and climbed into the painting above the fireplace, just as one might climb through a window. But there was more, the boy said. The stranger was now a part of the painting, a dark silhouette perched on a lonely peak. Murphy followed the boy downstairs and into the dining room. Further memories returned to him. His father had referred to the dining room as the library, as evidenced by the vast and numerous bookshelves covering the walls. It was in the library that his father liked to paint, inspired by the many volumes surrounding him. Murphy's eyes fell upon the spines of various books, from rosy-hued leather-bound occult grimoires whose names included the Heptameron and the Key of Solomon, to the iridescent dust jackets of the classics, including the complete works of Algernon Blackwood and H.P. Lovecraft's Dream Cycle. Hanging above the mantelpiece in the center of the room was the painting the boy had evidently been referring to, a painting all too familiar to Murphy. But its familiarity wasn't due to some distantly recalled memory. It was owing to the generic landscape he'd laid his eyes on in the theatre, a rolling hill, a smattering of trees. Was this the original work? His father's work? On closer inspection, just as the boy had inferred, he saw the indistinct silhouette standing on top of the hill. Was that figure wearing a hat of some sort? Murphy immediately concluded that the outline belonged to the very same elusive individual he'd pursued across the rotating water body, the character the dwarf Red had warned him about. The two Murphys gazed at the man in the painting, and the man in the painting gazed back. The elder of the two announced that he was going to climb in after him, in spite of Red's warning, to go in search of the unfamiliar within the familiar. His younger counterpart frowned. Approaching the fireplace, Murphy studied the painting minutely. It truly was a window, a door to another place. A subtle warmth met his fingertips as he extended an arm towards it. Mounting the mantelpiece, he turned to face his younger self and smiled reassuringly. The boy held up a hand and waved. Inhaling deeply, the man in the faded jeans and black t-shirt leapt into the painting. The translucent sphere that he'd all but forgotten about followed forthwith. "Gary!" Van Melsen called into the ether. "Peter!" sounded the muffled voice of Cook. "What's happening?" The disembodied investigator was preparing for the final push. He'd successfully managed to detach himself from Murphy's troubled mind, but the ball of vapor to which he now belonged was making communication with the young man even more difficult. "Murphy and I are now separated," Van Melsen stated, acutely focused on the strange painting above the fireplace in Murphy's childhood home. "I have a presence now," he continued, "but I must transcend this new form if I'm to walk beside him." "Tell me all you can, Peter," Cook insisted. "Murphy's subconscious is spilling out, Gary. We're seeing tantalizing glimpses of his past. It's very seductive. I sense that something wants to keep him here, or at the very least, distract him." "Something?" "There's someone else here in the dreamscape. Someone who might very well have some influence over the place. Furthermore, Murphy is on the trail of this individual. He's drawn to him somehow." "Him, Peter?" "Yes. I haven't managed to get a good look at him, but I'm certain this individual is leading us somewhere. And I say us, for I'm all but convinced that he's aware of my presence too." "What do you think he's after?" came Cook's distant tones, decidedly anxious. "I'm sure he'll let us know soon enough, but I don't like the smell of it." There was a lengthy pause before the masked shopkeeper responded. "You'd better press on, Peter," he said. "You've a lot to accomplish." "Isn't that the truth?" said the P.I., readying himself for the plunge ahead of him. "But what an adventure, eh?" The immaterial man heard only the distant chuckle of his masked friend as he willed himself towards the painting. Moments later, Gary Cook vanished entirely from Van Melsen's perception, as the ball of vapor penetrated the intangible membrane dividing two worlds. Emerging on the other side, the sphere promptly dissolved, spilling from its innards the unmistakable physical form of the renowned paranormal investigator. Part 3. The Noble Act. As Murphy fell from the open sky, a majestic silence enveloped him. Though gravity drew him down, pulling his body ever closer to the green landscape below, he felt no fear. A startled rabbit caught a glimpse of the falling figure, then scurried into the undergrowth, the only witness to his graceful arrival on the sprawling carpet of grass. And graceful it was. The young man came to rest on his back, like a feather dropped from the heavens. Far above him, he could just about make out the floating picture frame through which he'd leapt. Was that a small hand that waved from within? A hand belonging to his younger counterpart, perhaps? He returned the gesture, then climbed to his feet, in order to get a better look at his surroundings. The scene was quite beautiful. Rolling hills met Murphy's gaze, hosted towering oaks and leaf-strewn horse-chestnuts. Clusters of bluebells dotted the plains, gently bobbing in the breeze, a breeze that appeared to be puffing in a very particular direction. 7 pure white doves briefly eclipsed the sun, obeying the allure of that gentle wind. They flew towards a distant spire nestled in the reaches of a wide valley between the hills. The waning sunlight reflected from the spire's shiny apex, indicating a route towards it through a patch of woodland in the vale. High above, a group of mischievous clouds raced across the sky, blotting out what remained of the fading sun. The valley was plunged into shadow, but the young man wasn't deterred. The stranger he had glimpsed atop the hill in the painting was nowhere to be seen, but Murphy felt certain that he would catch up to the man in the hat if he followed the wind. Enjoying the sensation of the soft grass beneath his bare feet, he took off in quest of the now hazy spire. Darkness gathered as Murphy entered the vale. The trees surrounding him loomed like scarecrows, their awkward limbs outstretched like gnarled, pointing fingers, urging him onwards. And through the branches the gentle wind shrieked, like the desperate screech of a dying owl. The woods grew darker and darker, till all was monochrome, a realm of shade through which the young man tiptoed, becoming increasingly aware of a presence to his rear. Were eyes upon him? He couldn't be sure, but a handful of paces ahead he perceived a substantial clearing, in which the spire, a golden tower amid a huddle of indistinct houses, awaited him. Stepping into the clearing, the man in the black t-shirt observed a number of candle-lit lanterns on the verge of burnout, indicating the perimeter of what appeared to be a small village. Despite the onset of night, aided by the relentless clouds above, the village was calm and inviting. The nagging impression of eyes on his back had departed for the time being, leaving him free to ask of nobody in particular, "Where am I?" The houses dotted about were little more than log cabins, with thatched rooftops and barn-style sliding doors. Oval windows adorned the dwellings, dark curtains masking their interiors. Penetrating the rooftops were stone chimneys, coughing plumes of white smoke into the air. Murphy counted a dozen houses in all, through the middle of which, ending at the golden spire, ran a gravel pathway. The young man stepped onto the path, contemplating the strange street lamps lighting it, wooden posts crowned with candles, thick with wax dripping. Looking up at the imposing spire, Murphy was humbled by it. At the base of the structure was a wooden door, above which the young man saw once again 2 cutlasses, one across the other, forming an X, just as he'd seen above the entrance to the theatre in New Babylon. "Sanctuary," he mumbled, as though the meaning of the symbol was exactly that. Halfway up the spire, aligned with the oaks at the clearing's perimeter, Murphy studied the plain clock face situated there. Unmoving, the large hands displayed 7 minutes past 11. 2 sinister-looking cherubs were positioned astride the clock face, their stony eyes fixed on the frozen hands. At the top of the golden steeple sat another ravenous-looking gargoyle, just like the one he'd given audience to in the heart of New Babylon. Murphy heard voices. From where the sounds issued, the young man couldn't be certain, but he turned his attention to the nearby houses and saw ruffling curtains, the hidden occupants therein suddenly interested in his coming. The inaudible muffling continued unabated for several seconds, whilst the denizens of the cabins retreated from their oval windows and shuffled towards their fireplaces. Immediately thereafter, the billowing plumes of smoke ceased, and arose instead the unified voices of a dozen villagers, chanting as follows. "A quiet boy roamed a quiet town. His thoughts were sound, his daydreams loud. The quiet boy met quiet souls. A noble act made the quiet boy whole." All fell silent. Turning to examine the clock face, Murphy saw that the hands remained stuck at 7 minutes past 11. The candlelit street lamps had grown dim, badgered as they were by an expanding haze. Perplexed by the verse of the villagers, the young man proceeded along the gravel pathway, wincing with every step as the rough stones came into contact with his bare feet. Reaching the spire's wooden door, the man in the black t-shirt observed a strange spectacle. The crossed cutlasses above the door began to melt. The molten metal ran in a stream down the front of the door, following a network of grooves along its surface. Terminating in the middle of the door, it solidified again, forming the unmistakable shape of a human hand. The silver hand was situated as one inviting a handshake might proffer a palm, open and enticing. Murphy approached the hand and shook it. Instantly, the metal hand disintegrated and fell to the floor. Then the wooden door, of its own volition, opened inwardly, revealing a tenebrous space beyond. Tentatively, Murphy entered the structure, mindful of the oppressive silence pervading it. His footsteps made the slightest of sounds as he crept across the cold stone floor into what resembled the nave of a church. Outlandish frescoes adorn the windowless walls, huge, iridescent spheres pursuing terrified men and women across barren cityscapes, monstrous crab-like creatures guzzling marine life from massive lake beds, and gaunt, emaciated human beings suspended from the branches of crooked trees, begging for death. Shuddering, the young man averted his gaze from these horrors. Passing a number of empty pews, Murphy approached a raised pulpit at the far end of the nave. Climbing its short flight of steps, he mounted the podium and discovered a dusty volume lying open on the bookstand. The book, untitled as it was, concerned a race of people known as the Tenators. Occupants of the great realm of Gati, the Tenators were wiped out following a bizarre event involving the coming of a mysterious stranger. The stranger was a woman, went the text, a woman in possession of a strange machine. She offered the machine to the Tenators as a gift. Freeing herself of it, the woman promptly disappeared, leaving the Tenators to agonize over the nature of the thing. An elder, by the name of Bakran, proposed the notion that the stranger's gift was intended to aid in the Tenators' technological advancement, and so a young scientist called Treathen was employed to reverse engineer the little black box. Her name was Pimpernella, came a voice from across the nave. Murphy, startled, looked up. His eyes narrowed, searching for the source of the voice. She descended into an ancient sanctum to rouse the old ones, sounded the voice again. But she wasn't prepared for what she disturbed down there. The old ones took control of her, infused the little black box with the verminous dark ones, and drove her to commit a terrible act of iniquity. "Who are you?" Murphy called, seeing only the suggestion of a person in the far, hazy recesses of the nave. "A friend," answered the man in the shadows, stepping into the light. "Do I know you?" the young man begged, sensing recognition on some level. "I'm here to help, Jason," said the man with the gaunt face, his eclectic dress suggestive of a character from a Hammer horror movie. "The name's Peter Van Melsen." Murphy searched his memory. Though he was sure he'd never seen the man's face before, he was sure he'd heard his voice before. But where had he heard it? "Where did you come from?" the man in the black t-shirt asked, watching the approaching figure closely. "To coin a phrase, it's a long story," Van Melsen stated, offering the young man in his midst a broad, toothy grin by way of reassurance. "But if you'll give me the time of day, I'll do my best to bring you up to speed." Nodding, Murphy collected the untitled book and descended from the pulpit. "Let's head outside," the investigator suggested. "One of the villagers has very generously offered to brew us a pot of tea." "Tea? Here?" blurted the young man. "You'll find there's little you need to go without round here, Jason. It's just a case of adapting to the environment." Wide-eyed and mystified, the man in the black t-shirt approached the man in the long black overcoat, and together they went after that much-needed pot of tea. Murphy sat facing the mysterious Peter Van Melsen in the quaint living room of an elderly lady by the name of Hilda. The senior had rushed out to greet the PI, convinced he was a former resident of the village, absent for generations. Unfortunately for Hilda, though, it was a simple case of misidentification. Still, she'd greeted the stranger warmly, inviting both him and the man to whom the villagers had recited a traditional verse for tea.
"Welcome to Moppen,"
Hilda said, pouring a cup of pine needle tea for the barefooted man.
"What happened to your shoes?"
she asked, an expression of befuddlement across her wrinkled visage. Left home without them," Murphy returned, shrugging.
"You'll catch your death,"
the old lady stated, returning a shrug of her own. Waving the cup of hot tea under his nose, she added,
"Better drink this."
Then, turning to the grinning, gaunt investigator,
"And I don't know what you're smirking at, mister. That pasty face of yours could do with a spot of colour."
It was Van Melsen's turn to shrug. As Hilda shuffled away, the PI turned to Murphy, who was still clutching the untitled book he'd retrieved from the spire. "That machine you were reading about, the little black box," the investigator began. "I have it in my possession." The young man looked up, evidently intrigued. "Really?" "Indeed," Van Melsen confirmed. "Without it, I wouldn't have known what it was you were reading." "You have it with you?" Murphy pressed. Van Melsen hesitated. "Well, sort of. Sort of. It's complicated." "Isn't everything?" the young man stated, shaking his head. Sipping his tea gingerly, the investigator nodded at the book on Murphy's lap. "The young scientist, Treathen," Van Melsen said, "ultimately failed in his attempts to reverse engineer the strange machine. He did, however, prior to the Black Light event, as it was afterwards termed, suggest that there might be a way to open it. Treathen succeeded in this regard, which disastrously unleashed the Dark Ones, resulting in the elimination of his people." "How do you know all this?" Murphy ventured. "The box, Jason," the investigator stated carefully. "It communicates with me. I've learned a great deal from it, though I sense that the information it chooses to convey is directly linked to my current objective." "What is your objective?" Murphy begged, sipping his tea. "To guide you out of here, Jason." "Why?" "I chose to come here." "True," Van Melsen admitted. "Though, isn't it also true that you haven't the slightest clue as to where you are and why you chose to come here?" The young man nodded as memory fragments floated to the fore of his consciousness, bits of half-remembered dreams in which he would wander unending plains in search of some mysterious prize, guided by the disembodied voice of a stranger. The recollections disturbed him, felt far too familiar, as he looked upon the face of the gaunt individual in his midst. And that was the source of the stranger's familiarity. Not too long ago, Van Melsen had been in his head. "Have you any idea how long you've been here?" the investigator quizzed. The man in the black t-shirt shook his head. "A day? Half a day?" he muttered. "Feels like forever." "You've been here for years, Jason," the investigator stated. "Over a decade, in fact." "What?" Murphy exclaimed, almost spilling his tea. "You disappeared in 2004. It's 2018 now." The young man simply shook his head in bemusement. Van Melsen commented, "A long day out in the dreamscape, eh?" The conversation between the young man and the investigator continued, Murphy doing his best to outline the nature of the strange dreams that had resulted in his happening upon the dreamscape, and Van Melsen attempting to plunder the depths of the dreamer's subconscious in order to fish out the details pertaining to the mysterious 4 steps. "If we're to succeed in getting you out of here," Van Melsen said, "we need to know what those other steps are. There are 4, Jason. The first 2 provided a means for you to cross over. Stands to reason steps 3 and 4 might provide a way back." Then in walked Hilda, her eyebrows raised.
"Blimey,"
the old lady started.
"Seems you've got to spell it out to some folk."
"Excuse me," Van Melsen returned.
"Listen,"
Hilda continued, ogling Murphy.
"A quiet boy roamed a quiet town. His thoughts were sound, his daydreams loud. The quiet boy met quiet souls. A noble act made the quiet boy whole."
"A noble act," Murphy repeated, his eyes wide. "I remember now. Peter, I remember. Step 3, the noble act. There are those in need of your help. Assist them. This does relate to getting out of here. I'm sure of it." Nodding, the old lady pointed at the untitled book sitting on the young man's lap.
"It's all in there, young man,"
she said, then shuffled away again. "The tenators," Van Melsen put in. "How can you assist a vanished race?" Eagerly, Murphy opened the book and leafed through its weighty pages. He read as follows. "The strange machine put an end to the great realm of Gati. Buildings turned to coal, people to dust. Skies darkened. A charred wasteland, Gati's marvellous skyscrapers were reduced to scorched lumps. Meadows flat and featureless, lake beds dry and cracked. Only the citadel remained, a wonder at the heart of a dead world." Murphy paused, seeking comfort in his pine needle tea. "Visitors to this dead place," he continued, "speak of the realm's new inhabitants, beings that have come to be known as the Dark Ones. They live in Gati's murkiest corners, its shadows, its derelict, windowless ruins. One would be foolhardy to plunder the citadel, for that surviving bastion of the tenators is assuredly home to a veritable horde of fiends." Abruptly, Van Melsen jumped to his feet, spilling tea all over the place. Oblivious to this blunder, he addressed Murphy prudently. "That's it, Jason," he began. "Gati, the citadel. That's where it happened, where Treathen opened the box." Murphy frowned, returning, "I don't follow." "The noble act," the PI continued, pacing back and forth now. "You must enter the citadel and retrieve the little black box. Doing so will restore the tenators, restore the great realm of Gati." "Wait, I don't understand," Murphy declared. "I thought you were in possession of the box." "I am," Van Melsen stated, resuming his seat, "but not here in the dreamscape. Listen, I know this doesn't make a lot of sense, but I believe your acquisition of the box will bring us a step closer to dragging you out of this place." "How can you possibly know that?" the young man begged. "Because it speaks to me. It's in constant communication with me. Can it be trusted? I haven't a clue, but that isn't important. What is important is that you get your hands on the version of it that resides here in the dreamscape before that man in the hat does." Murphy's eyes widened. "Who is he?" "I'm sorry, Jason," the PI said, grimacing. "I'd hoped to get you out of here before bringing him up. I don't know who he is, but if this thing in my possession speaks sincerely, then it's possible that the man in the hat is looking to trade places with you. It's very likely that he's seeking a conduit through which to manifest himself on Earth. Why? I can't answer that. But I think that now you're here in the Dreamscape, all he needs to do is locate the little black box in order to cross over, trapping you here permanently." Murphy scowled and swallowed audibly. There was a moment of silence before the 31-year-old finally plucked up the nerve to ask, "What have I got myself into here?" The investigator simply shook his head and took a sip of what remained at the bottom of his teacup. "If you gaze long enough into an abyss," Van Melsen quoted, "the abyss will gaze back into you." Murphy sighed, rubbing his greasy forehead. "My presence here is to your advantage, though," the PI continued, smiling. "With my guidance, I'm sure we can pip this character to the post. I doubt he was banking on the likes of me showing up to assist you. Dozens of people back home have a vested interest in your safe return. Some have been searching for you for years." The young man nodded, a look of optimism filling his features. "Where do we begin?" he asked. "We follow the wind," the investigator stated with confidence, climbing to his feet. And, thanking the elderly lady, Hilda, for her courteousness, Jason Murphy and Peter Van Melsen strolled out onto the quiet streets of Muppen. Tasting the night air, it was immediately apparent to the young man and the investigator which direction the wind was blowing. Beyond Muppen and its golden spire, beyond the dark woods, beyond the murky hills. "You must head north, Jason," Van Melsen declared, pointing towards a great peak, at the top of which a faint arc of light illumined a solitary tree. "And I'm afraid I can't go with you." Murphy glowered, searching the investigator's gaunt face for an explanation. "The noble act," Van Melsen continued. "It must be yours, and yours alone." Understanding dawned, and the young man nodded. "Once I have it, if I make it that far, that is," Murphy began. "What then?" "You must find a means of escape. It's my firm belief, though, that the little black box will aid you in this respect." "Has it aided you in coming here?" Murphy questioned. "Precisely," the PI returned, sifting through the front pocket of his velvet blazer for a cigarette. "Listen," he said, lighting his unearthed prize. "The sun, or whatever passes for a star here, is rising over Gati. The great realm is located beyond that tree there on the hill. You must reach the citadel before darkness falls again. You can't miss it. It's the only building still standing. Go now. Don't turn back. And most importantly, keep to the light. The shade is home to the dark ones." A look of cautious curiosity washed over Murphy's face. "I might regret asking this, but," he began, "what exactly are the Dark Ones?" "Phantasms," Van Melsen declared coldly. "The festering progeny of the Old Ones. Spectres, whose sole purpose is to engender death and decay in the name of their creators." "And the Old Ones?" the man in the faded jeans breathed. "A discussion for another time, Jason." "Okay," he managed through gritted teeth. Then, with some hesitation, "I suppose I'd better be on my way." "Be vigilant, Jason," warned the investigator, eyeing him intently. Nodding, the young man turned and took off along the gravel pathway, ignorant of the rough stones under his bare feet. "I'll find you afterwards," the PI called. "Mark my words." By way of acknowledgement, Murphy waved a quivering hand, his thoughts acutely focused on the task at hand. Who the mysterious investigator truly was and what he was really after were notions the 31-year-old would have to push to the back of his mind for the time being. It was odd, though. Somehow he felt that the investigator could be trusted, that the gaunt chap had his best interests in mind, that he genuinely wanted to assist him. The being, Gertrude, had said, "Look to he who has come for you." It was clear now that Gertrude had made a reference to Peter Van Melsen. As for the other character the gaunt chap had spoken of, the elusive man in the hat, Murphy wasn't so sure. What would it mean for him to end up trapped in the dreamscape? What had he hoped he would find here? An escape from the trappings of everyday life? A mundane life that had driven him to the brink of despair? There were too many unanswered questions. Questions that, if he didn't succeed in his current task, might never be answered. The very thought of failure spurred him on, and through the murky woods he trod at speed, drawn to the solitary tree at the top of the towering hill, clearly lit now by a large orange sun. Up the hill he went, doggedly, driven forward by the notion of a way out, a return to mundanity. The young man pondered the irony as his bare feet flattened fallen leaves and blades of grass. Back home, mundanity had been his undoing. Here in the dreamscape, facing the very real possibility of becoming a prisoner with no chance of parole, mundanity was a cause worth fighting for. Cresting the tree line, he pushed harder, the tree above the focus of his efforts. Fatigue was upon him. It was as though he'd been climbing the hillside for hours, and the environment was changing. Where before he trod upon soft, yielding grass, the ground beneath his bare feet was now cracked and dry. The smattering of trees he passed were crooked and bare, and although above the sun still shined, a veil of dense mist shielded the majority of its light, reducing visibility dramatically. The blackened turf beneath his feet was akin to sodden charcoal. Every step he took unearthed wiry roots and festering insects. But Murphy ploughed ever onward, in pursuit of the solitary tree. When at last he reached the top of the hill, the young man collapsed beneath the tree. It was the ghost of a tree, really. Skeletal limbs riddled with moss, a trunk hollowed by lightning. But it was a goal attained, as far as Murphy was concerned, an opportunity to rest. And there he sat, supported by the gnarled trunk, breathing rapidly. He looked out across the valley from which he'd climbed, saw the golden spire and the huddle of houses, the broad forest surrounding Muppen, all bright and verdant. Quite the contrast to his present surroundings. The hilltop the young man had attained was perfectly flat, a considerable stretch of boggy soil. Looking northward, as indicated by the subtle breeze, Murphy beheld a significant pale glow, the source of which lay beyond the swampy plain. A drop of rain touched his cheek, then another, and another. Within a matter of seconds, the dark clouds that had gathered above positively burst, unleashing a downpour of biblical proportions. Murphy climbed into the hollow of the tree, seeking the partial shelter it offered. Protected by the withered skeleton, the young man watched as the boggy plain transformed under the influence of the heavy downpour. It was tar-like now, a black, feculent pool, flat and animated by the rain. And just as quickly as it started, the rain stopped, leaving in its wake a smooth, black surface, resembling a newly tarmacked stretch of road. Murphy emerged from the relative safety of the hollow tree, and, with a twig snapped from the trunk, tested the integrity of the new surface. The swampland was now indeed a solid surface, a road to Gati. This as evidenced by the view to the north, the source of that pale glow now revealed with the passing of the dark clouds. The man in the black t-shirt crossed the swath of asphalt at speed, seeking the edge of the hill, a position from which to behold the once great realm of Gati. Reaching the desired spot, the orange sun exposed an uncannily familiar scene. Murphy recalled an image, the painting he'd laid his eyes on in the theatre, the picture on the stage, labelled Manifestation. At first, the painting had depicted the simple landscape into which he'd recently plunged, but then he'd watched as it changed before his eyes, becoming a sprawling cityscape, withered and dead. And that was the scene before him now, Figures that might have been men impaled on pillars of scrap metal, shapes that might have been buildings rising from piles of accumulated debris, black towers looming in the background like lifeless sentinels above shadowy decay. And at the center of the nightmarish scene stood the mighty citadel, an immense tower, its dark, lofty facade calling to the young man, just as it had on the stage of the theatre. Once more, the young man felt that he needed to be there, standing at the foot of that unlikely structure. And now he knew why he needed to be there. In an abstract kind of way, the young man was beginning to make sense of his situation. Past events had foreshadowed present events, influencing his journey through the dreamscape. Onwards and upwards, the young man muttered, continuing towards the realm of decay below. The asphalt road made for a smooth descent into Gati. With every step, the ominous realm seemed to close in about him, enveloping his being. On reaching Gati proper, the horror of the scene was initially lost on the young man. His eyes didn't want to see. His mind refused to acknowledge the scale of the devastation. Hundreds of bodies littered the blackened highways, forms little more than insipid mannequins, limp depictions of terror, madness, and death. Resisting the urge to vomit, Murphy closed his eyes, inching along the derelict street in a blind stupor. But he couldn't maintain a state of sightlessness indefinitely, and so, giving in to a terrible temptation, he glanced about him like a manic fly, drawn to and yet repelled by the wreckage surrounding him. As he went, the man in the black t-shirt couldn't shake the notion that the great realm of Gati was the city of New Babylon in an aged state. Back there he'd seen bodies cluttering the streets, walked amongst them, frozen in time. But it wasn't the same place. It couldn't be. Could it? Better not to think about it, he mumbled, mindful of the debris beneath his feet. Sharp stones, metal fragments, and broken glass. It was a miracle he'd made it this far without so much as a scratch. The orange sun above did a poor job of lighting the way, but it afforded Murphy just enough illumination to navigate the desolate streets in the direction of the citadel. A grey, low-lying mist dominated the highways. It made for a humid atmosphere that was mildly suffocating. Fearful of airborne viruses, he tore a strip of fabric from his sleeve and wrapped it around his nose and mouth. The post-apocalyptic vision was complete, a masked stranger amid streets of devastation, in pursuit of something weird yet assuredly wonderful. Nearing the citadel, that great black tower at the center of the carnage, the young man found himself approaching a narrow passageway, a sinister alley between two crumbling walls. The route was dark, but, unfortunately for the seeker of the box, it was the only means of accessing that which he sought. Clutching the mask about his face, he stepped into the passage. The young man immediately realized the error of his ways. The alley was far too dark for a loner. He was vulnerable in there, visible to those rumored to occupy the shadows. In fear, he ambled forth like a drunk, stumbling into unseen objects, negotiating invisible hazards. Suddenly, something gripped his shoulder, something cold and moist, not quite a hand, a claw, perhaps. Icy breath assaulted the nape of his neck, producing gooseflesh. Murphy shut his eyes, redirecting his thoughts, searching for pleasant reveries and enticing fantasies. But the withered claw tightened its grip. Brittle fingernails sank into flesh. A bead of sweat appeared on the young man's forehead, a prelude to panic. His dainty thoughts were too meager to detract from the reality of his situation, and the noxious claw, its owner sensing Murphy's ailing resolve, tightened its grip further still. And then it spoke. Feast upon you, came the hoarse tones of the unseen monster. Feast upon your face. Murphy remained frozen in place, listening to the words of the creature to which he would shortly belong if he failed to act. Turn you around, continued the monstrous voice. Bite off your face. Refusing to yield to the Dark One, the man in the faded jeans tore himself away from the grip of the claw and dashed forward like a man possessed, unmindful of the obstacles strewn about in the shade. Seeing the light ahead, Murphy threw his quivering body headlong onto the highway beyond, basking in the dim light provided by the now waning sun. Shaking, with the inherent numbness of a child, the young man took a moment to collect himself and turned to survey the ghastly passage. Whatever had held him in its thrall had either vanished or was simply invisible in the darkness. Taking no chances, Murphy tightened his improvised mask and delved deeper into the remains of Garty. Before long, Murphy found himself striding along a wide road, at the end of which stood the great citadel. The orange sun to his rear dedicated all of its diminishing energy to lighting the vast structure. And what a structure it was! It was all but impossible to see the apex, obscured as it was by a group of gathering clouds. Nearing the tower, the young man saw that it hadn't a single window. It was composed of large black stones, lacking adornment of any kind, a titanic, imposing edifice, at the base of which a small, Gothic archway housed its only entrance. The man in the black t-shirt approached the archway and studied the portals therein. A thick layer of chalky ash cloaked the surface of the old doors, but he paid the dust no mind as he grabbed the weathered handles and shoved the heavy doors open. A dark hole met Murphy's gaze, in which several tall candle holders housed burning church candles. The holders were arranged in such a way as to suggest a route by which to navigate the space. Ahead of him, the young man caught a glimpse of an undefined figure moving off into further gloom, beyond the glare of the dozen or so flames. He called after the shape, his voice reverberating infinitely throughout the giant hall, but the call went without reciprocation. Whatever was lurking out there would continue to lurk for the nonce. Weary of the draining atmosphere of Garty's ravaged streets, Murphy stepped into the unsettling hush of the hall proper, eager to pursue his goal. The young man removed his mask and crept forward, following the meandering path as marked by the candle holders. To his rear, he heard the double doors closing, either by their own volition or aided by the hands of something gloomy and unseen. Then whispers sounded from the pockets of darkness surrounding him, weird, sibilant murmurs lacking clarity. Undeterred, Murphy continued forward, ignoring the troubling sounds. The scene was quite surreal, a barefooted man, guided by flickering candles across a hall of indeterminate scale, hounded by the mutterings of hidden critters confined to the shade. The seeker of the box pressed forth, intently focused on the path ahead of him, before reaching an obstacle to overcome, a dead end marked by a small lamp. The dead end was, in fact, a great wall of vines, a surface riddled with accessible roots to which Murphy could grip and conceivably climb. But, looking up, the young man saw nothing but darkness. The glare of the candlelight was very minimal indeed. Collecting the lamp at his feet, Murphy noted its unusual properties. It was about the size of an aluminium can, feather-light, and fitted with what appeared to be buckle loops at either end. Withdrawing the mask from his pocket, he used the material to tie the lamp to his head, and was thus armed with a hands-free source of light. He gripped the vines tentatively, testing their rigor. The roots were firm. Tightening the lamp about his head, Murphy began his ascent. Slowly he climbed, but soon enough he was high above the giant hall, looking down at the meandering path below as marked by the candle holders. The incessant whispering that had troubled him pervaded the entirety of the space now, those incomprehensible voices seemingly ascending with him. Up he went, root by root, mindful of the lamp affixed to his head, careful to pause periodically to check its integrity. But the voices were closing in, and he became aware of presences in the darkness behind him, hundreds of unblinking eyes in the void, seeking him. In the periphery of his vision, Murphy saw terrifying shapes, ghostly silhouettes with claws for hands, dark ones, reminiscent of the thing that had accosted him in the murky alley. The proximity of these shadowy creatures served only to boost the young man's stamina, their translucent talons penetrating the circle of light surrounding him, his only protection from their deadly clutches. With every ounce of strength remaining him, he clung to the roots, driving himself ever upward towards salvation. Dark limb after dark limb sought Murphy's being, the cacophonous whispering intensified by a growing frustration, as the owners of those pitch-black appendages repeatedly failed to reach him. The seeker of the box was an automaton, relentless in his determination to elude the Dark Ones, sweat pouring from his brow. But this latter outcome of his efforts was working against him. The perspiration was loosening the grip of the headlamp. Frequently, he stopped to wipe the sweat away, hounded by innumerable claws, as he retightened the lamp. And there it was, just above him, an opening in the great wall of vines, a lighted corridor into which he dragged himself like a tiger in its death throes. A strident screeching ensued, issued by the defeated Dark Ones, incapable of following Murphy into the light. The man in the black t-shirt rolled onto his back, his heart galloping in his chest. He lay there in an apathetic daze, utterly wiped out by the horrifying ascent. Finally, having recovered somewhat, the young man climbed to his feet and approached the edge of the opening. Peering out into the gloom, he was no longer able to perceive the candlelit path below. How high had he climbed to reach his present location? He no longer sensed the Dark Ones, nor could he hear their ceaseless murmuring. The only sound that remained was the beating of his settling heart, interspersed with his quick breathing. Removing the lamp from his head, he tied it to his forearm and turned to survey the stone corridor in which he was standing. As had been the case below, a number of candle holders lined the passageway, host of flickering candles. The stone walls were entirely bare, guiding the eye of the observer towards another opening at the opposite end. Sensing the nearness of something mysterious and powerful, quite possibly the very thing he sought, Murphy crossed the corridor and discovered the entrance to a curious chamber. Was it an ancient bathhouse into which he strolled? The chamber was impressive in every sense of the word. A floor tiled in marble lay beneath his feet, enclosed by oddly frescoed pillars, with a still, dark pool at the center, surmounted by a domed, mosaiced ceiling. The chamber held a note of the grandiose, suggested by the nature of the frescoes, peculiar women in regal garb, their pompous heads held high. But it was the opalescent pool that called to the man in the black t-shirt, something that he sensed awaited him in its watery belly. Creeping along the cold tiles, Murphy's eyes remained fixed on the small pool. How still the water was, its mirror-like surface exhibiting a perfect reflection of the domed ceiling. So perfect was the image that the young man was unable to detect anything whatsoever beneath the surface. He approached the water's edge and got down onto his hands and knees, studying his reflection. A grubby face looked back at him, a mask of soot, below a mound of unkempt hair. His journey thus far hadn't afforded him the opportunity to bathe. Perhaps the pool before him would allow him to do just that. The 31-year-old removed his clothes. Tentatively, he slipped into the water and was surprised to discover that it was warm. A bathhouse indeed. He wiped the soot from his face and rinsed his hair, losing himself for a moment in the calm of the pool. But Murphy wasn't alone in the opal waters. A vision returned to him, that of the experience he'd had during the tilting of the water body after leaving New Babylon. Out on the waters, he'd been unaccountably whisked away from that cascade scenario, finding himself on a raft, floating on tranquil seas. Beneath him, though, had lurked a frightful figure, a pale lady that had gripped the raft and pulled herself up before the vision promptly ceased. Had the vision been a glimpse of things to come? For now, there in the opalescent pool, Murphy beheld the onset of bubbles, immediately followed by thick strands of golden hair covered in tiny barnacles. The young man was frozen in place, could only watch as the face of the fearsome woman arose. But it wasn't the face of a monster the young man beheld. It was a beautiful face, extraordinarily so. The being's skin was damp and grey, but supple. Her eyes were wide and staring, but iridescent like soap bubbles. The curve of her jaw was exquisite, and her full, round lips were mesmerizing.
"You needn't be afraid of me, Jason,"
came the lady's voice, a low, sensual voice that penetrated the young man's gut.
"Look, I have that which you seek."
Murphy simply stared as the figure's bony arms emerged from the waters, her skeletal hands clutching the sought-after object, the little black box.
"He who came before you,"
she continued,
"is a hostile individual, incapable of performing the necessary act."
The noble act? The young man managed, his attention torn between the oddly compelling face of the mysterious lady and the object held out before her.
"Yes,"
she said.
"It is you who shall relieve Gati of its blight. It has always been you, and it is you who shall prevent the hostile one from crossing over. These are the reasons you were called here, Jason."
Mesmerized by the lady of the pool's words, Murphy nodded, finding himself floating towards her. "Who are you?" the young man ventured.
"I'm many things. The swinging pendulum, representative of good, evil, and the shades of grey between. I spoke to you in dreams. The box made it possible."
Murphy realized the significance of her words as the lady with the perfect lips recited that strange verse he'd come to know as the path.
"It's a dusty old thing, that memory, littered with weeds unseen. Over the hills, under the trees, there on the edge of a dream. Stray too far and you'll miss it. The thought it won't ever occur. To stray into wilds without reason, magnificent, the end of despair. Beyond the bridges of slumber, no Couth and her barnacled throne. Fade into blackness and stroll by the light, close to the end of the line. And when awake once again by the starlight, look to the eye of the storm, but beware the path less travelled, for you might just forget who you are."
"It's you," Murphy murmured. "No Couth." The barnacled being nodded, proffering the little black box to the young man now floating before her.
"Take it, Jason, and go forth,"
she whispered, smiling reassuringly. And Murphy did just that. The seeker of the box hadn't given much thought to what might happen should he actually acquire it. Perhaps he believed he'd be forced to descend that awful wall of vines and brave the terrible streets of Gati once more. but he certainly hadn't expected the thing that occurred the moment he touched the strange object. The pool and his immediate surroundings instantaneously transformed. No longer was he face to face with the barnacled lady, but instead Murphy found himself sitting in what appeared to be a storage space. Surrounding him were countless imperceptible shapes, presumably items of furniture concealed beneath dark sheets. The only light source was the lamp he'd found, sitting on top of his clothes beside him. Quickly dressing, he untied the material from the lamp and wrapped the little black box in it. Clutching the lamp, he took off across the cluttered room in search of a way out. Locating a dreary corridor, Murphy paused at the threshold. At the opposite end, silhouetted by a soft luminescence, stood a familiar figure, the man in the hat. "Hello? Hello?" the young man called. No response was forthcoming. "What do you want?" Murphy ventured. Still, no reply was elicited. But the keeper of the box sensed the stranger's intentions. Having been denied the mysterious object, the man in Murphy's midst was going to try to take it from him. Murphy took a tentative step backwards. The stranger took a step forward in kind, and that was all it required to provoke a reaction. The keeper of the box spun on his heel and took off running. Through the room of shapes he fled, ducking and diving at every turn, desperately seeking another way out. He heard the oncoming footfalls of the man in the hat, the distinctive tread of heavy boots on stone, closing in at speed. Propelled by the item in his possession, Murphy sprinted with every ounce of his being and stumbled into another corridor, a passage uncannily similar to the one through which he had accessed the bathhouse. On he ran, noting the candle holders lining its bare walls. This was the corridor that had led to the bathhouse, which could mean only one thing. At the opposite end was a sudden drop-off, a plunge into the infested shadows of that giant hall below. A thunderous crash sounded to Murphy's rear as something toppled in the storage room. Splintering wood was heard as something else went the same way. Then the very walls about him began to shake, accompanied by a low rumble, suggestive of an earthquake. The young man continued to run until he saw the opening ahead of him, that yawning gulf from which he'd narrowly managed to escape with his life, and he was being pursued in its direction by the man in the hat, the citadel itself coming apart at the seams. The man in the black t-shirt was left with a simple choice, to jump or not to jump. Time slowed to a crawl as he neared that precipitous edge. The persistent footfalls of the man in the hat resembled the slow, rhythmic pounding of a failing heart, and the quake rocking the citadel he sensed in the back of his throat, like a preface to throwing up. But Murphy's pace was that of a galloping horse. His great momentum left him with no choice whatsoever. Clutching the lamp in one hand and the bundled box in the other, he closed his eyes, let out an almighty scream, and leapt into absolute darkness. Part 4. The White Room. "What?" Murphy muttered, scanning his surroundings. The man who had leapt into the darkness was lying in a crumpled heap in the middle of what appeared to be a cluttered living room. Light streamed into the room from a large, oval window, revealing a variety of objects. An old mahogany dresser host to a chess rook and a squirrel clutching a crystal ball. A display cabinet filled to the brim with dusty books. A coffee table littered with magazines and faded photographs, and a great fireplace housing a healthy fire.
"Cup of tea, young man?"
came a voice from across the room. It was the familiar voice of Hilda, the elderly lady who had provided him and Van Melsen with refreshments earlier that same day, if it was, in fact, the same day. Murphy mumbled, stumbling to his feet. Please. The young man had managed a couple of steps in no particular direction, when it occurred to him that he was no longer in possession of the little black box. The curious lamp was missing too. Only the strip of material torn from his t-shirt remained, tucked into the pocket of his faded jeans. "Through here, Jason," came another familiar voice. This one belonged to the gaunt chap in the overcoat, Peter Van Melsen. Murphy made his way across the carpeted room and entered the dining room. "What happened?" the young man asked, seating himself opposite the man tasked with his safe return home. "I had it, Peter. Had it right here," he added, dangling the strip of material in front of Van Melsen's face. "Of course you did," Van Melsen stated. "You wouldn't be here otherwise."
"Here we go,"
said Hilda, placing piping hot cups of pine needle tea in front of the pair at the table. Then, ogling Murphy,
"You especially, young man, should drink all of that down."
Nodding and suddenly very aware of his thirst, Murphy sipped at the tea enthusiastically. "Thanks," he said, as Hilda shuffled away. "How do you feel?" Van Melsen asked, studying the dark rings around the young man's eyes. "Exhausted," he breathed, holding the cup close to his chest. "I can only imagine," the investigator responded, "but I have it on good authority that your efforts yielded the desired result." Murphy looked up at the gaunt man, a look of hope filling his face. "Gaunt has been restored?" he asked. "That it has," Van Melsen replied, grinning like a madman. "The great realm is as it once was, rather like the tenantors never encountered the strange machine." "What happened to the box? Where is it?" "Gone from this place." "Didn't you say you had it?" "Not any more," Van Melsen said, gesturing towards the cluttered room. "The moment you appeared in that room, I ceased to sense it." "But I still don't understand," Murphy blurted. "Why did these so-called old ones call for the destruction of Gati in the first place? And how were my actions able to restore it?" "Some things go above and beyond the matters of why and how, Jason. Destructive forces, the old ones included, are abundant. Should we question the morality of a volcanic eruption? Repudiate the power of the sun? These things, by their very nature, are incapable of ethical reasoning. Your seizure of the box was a moral act. The strange machine recognized it as such and reversed the destruction it had caused." "And that's it?" Murphy pleaded, frowning. "As far as the little black box is concerned, yes," Van Melsen said, nodding. "As for you and me," he continued, "we're actors in a play. Ahead of us is the fifth and final act, or, more appropriately, the fourth and final step." For several moments, the pair sipped pine needle tea in quiet contemplation. "Where do we go from here?" the young man asked. "There's another structure," the PI stated. "Far from here, a desert plain houses a vast tower, much taller than the citadel. I caught a glimpse of it prior to your return to Muppen. It was the last thing the box revealed to me. I'm certain we'll find what we're looking for there. We must find it." "How?" Murphy begged, the notion of further adventure increasing his lethargy. "Haven't you worked that out by now?" "Follow the wind," the young man said, with just the slightest hint of cynicism. Van Melsen nodded, displaying that toothy grin again. "But we must move, Jason. He's coming." "The man in the hat?" "Yes. Without the box, you're his only option. He knows you want out of this place, knows his only chance of escape is to overtake you at the finish line, as it were. If your actions result in the opening of a door, all he needs to do is step through it before you." The young man sighed. "I'm not sure I can make it, Peter," he said. "I'm done." "Of course you can," Van Melsen stated affirmatively. "And besides, You won't be heading out there alone this time. No? Absolutely not, came the decisive tones of the investigator. I'll be right there with you, all the way. Murphy managed a smile and nodded. Now get some rest, Van Melsen continued. You'll need to be refreshed for the journey ahead of us. Again, the man in the black t-shirt nodded, climbing to his feet.
This way, dearie,
instructed Hilda, who had emerged from the depths of the house to escort Murphy to the guest room. The exhausted 31-year-old crawled onto the comfortable bed that awaited him in the quaint guest room and lay back. He denied the swarm of thoughts that threatened to invade his mind and fell asleep the second his head hit the feather pillow. When Murphy awoke, he found the gaunt character Peter Van Melsen towering over him. Time to be moving on, the investigator said, handing Murphy a pair of plimsolls. I reckon these should fit, he added, glancing at the young man's dusty feet. Belong to Hilda's late husband. Thanks, Murphy uttered with a grimace. Slipping the plain plimsolls on, the young man crossed the room and splashed his face with water from a pail at the end of the bed. Thereafter, he and Van Melsen left the small house, thanking the elderly lady once more for her hospitality.
May the wind be at your back,
Hilda offered, as the steadfast men stepped out into the twilight. Mappen was bustling. Villagers went about their business on the quiet streets, carrying large sacks of grain and firewood back and forth between dwellings. A crimson sky enclosed the scene, the last vestiges of the fleeting orange sun. Gauging the direction of the wind, Van Melsen led them south, out of Mappen and the Vale, and back onto the open plains into which the pair had plunged some time ago. The landscape was different under the violet light. The surrounding hills were reduced to dark, looming forms, the plain itself little more than a sprawling expanse, a vast swath across which the gentle wind encouraged them. Soon enough, darkness was absolute. The unlikely pair yielded to the breeze, a comforting gale that offered a sense of purpose. And then, quite abruptly, Van Melsen whispered, He's here. What? Murphy blurted. Him? The investigator nodded, urging them onwards. The young man studied his immediate surroundings, saw nothing. But when he turned his head and looked north, back along the expanse, he thought he detected the faintest of outlines in the deep distance, the suggestion of a figure, a dark figure in a trilby hat. Let your eyes look directly forward, Van Melsen quoted, and your gaze be straight before you. And as the investigator spoke, a small black dot appeared in front of them. The dot floated just ahead of them, matching their pace. See it, Jason? Yes, Murphy said, drawn to the spot. We must walk a little faster, Van Melsen instructed, increasing his pace. The man in the plain plimsolls matched it. Faster still, came the instructions of the P.I., and once more upped his pace. And Murphy matched it, again and again, until the pair of them were jogging towards the little black dot ahead of them. As the pair accelerated, the spot began to expand, growing rapidly, until it was about the size of a manhole cover. And then the floating circle became a square, and the scene surrounding them, the dark skies and darker grass, the suggestion of hills astride the plain, was pulled towards it, like water swirling down a drain. Run, Jason, Van Melsen called, observing the instability of the ground beneath his feet. The pair went like the clappers in pursuit of the dark mass ahead of them, as it sought to draw the very landscape around them into its heart like dust into a vacuum. The world they occupied was collapsing exponentially, compelled as it was by the singularity. Murphy knew what the P.I. was about to yell before the words left his mouth. Jump, Jason, Van Melsen shouted, and without hesitation, the young man leapt towards the dark square. The investigator followed in quick succession, and a nanosecond later, the pair were gliding through mid-air prior to landing with considerable force on a polished wooden floor. The intrepid pair were surprised to find themselves back in New Babylon, prone, on the stage of the theatre. But it wasn't as it had been before. The main hall and parterre were crammed, filled to the brim with spectators. The gods were packed, too, clean-shaven and made-up faces staring down at them. The expectant crowd watched closely as the pair climbed to their feet, studying their surroundings. Turning, Murphy was the first to notice the painting on the easel. It was manifestation, and once again it was alive with motion. Within its depths was a figure, the man in the hat, traversing a shadowy plain, barely visible under starry skies. Van Melsen dashed towards the painting and put his fist through it. Murphy was immediately at his side, tearing at the canvas, squashing the fragments in his hands. This display of violence seemed to provoke a reaction from the audience. A solitary voice shouted, followed by a number of claps and whistles. In a matter of seconds, the entire audience was upright, engaged in the act of applauding and cheering. It was a standing ovation the pair were receiving, a celebration of their demolition. Automatically, driven to it by the overwhelming sense of elation in the air, the pair bowed to the adoring crowd, then took off backstage in quest of the door labeled Exit. But it was a New Babylon into which Murphy and Van Melsen plunged on leaving the theatre. Bright sunlight stole their vision as they descended the small flight of stairs at the back of the building. The steps delivered them to a massive expanse of sand, across which only rippling dunes met their gaze. The vivid yellow sun hovered directly above them, a scorching spotlight from which there appeared to be no shelter. The pair would have sought refuge in the theatre, but turning to survey the building they just left, their eyes met only a further extension of the barren sandscape. The theatre was gone, as was any evidence that it had ever stood there in the desert. But on the horizon, much closer than the unlikely duo might have dared hope, stood a strange structure, a perfectly vertical mast, or pylon, disappearing into the haze of the upper atmosphere. The sheer scale of the thing was unprecedented. Neither of the two men in its midst had ever gazed upon such a construction. It was undoubtedly that which they sought. Van Melsen was certain of the fact, owing to that fleeting glimpse provided by the box prior to its mysterious departure. The pylon stood alone on the horizon, its only company the wandering dunes at its base. And then another curious thing occurred. The yellow sun above began to descend. It moved swiftly across the sky, crested the strange mast, then dipped out of view behind it. In doing so, a shadow was cast towards the awed pair, a shadow that would serve as both protection from the scorching orb and a dark path towards the pylon. "Let's go," Van Melsen said simply, and took off along the new highway. Murphy walked at his side, his hand-me-down footwear providing protection from the red-hot sand. "I'm not sure about this place," the investigator said, as they crossed the difficult terrain. "The desert?" the young man asked. "The dreamscape. New Babylon, Garty, everything in between. There's something familiar about this place, and I'm not talking about dreams." "What could it mean?" "I can't say," Van Melsen muttered, "but I sense I've known this place. It's in the air, the sun. If only I could put my finger on it." Murphy had little to say in response to that. His impression of the world into which he'd wandered was quite different. He thought of what the large dwarf, Red, had told him in the woods. The dreamscape is a transitional realm, a world between worlds. What could it mean for Van Melsen to have known it? But the young man chose to keep his mouth shut, as the investigator withdrew what appeared to be the last cigarette from the pocket of his blazer. "Ah, well," Van Melsen breathed, lighting it. "Be home soon." As the pair neared the mast, they noted it was of metal construction, smooth, dark, but non-reflective, some 50 feet or so in diameter. Patterns were hewn into its surface, intricate etchings that, as seen from a distance, appeared to be random. On closer inspection, however, Murphy perceived the markings as extensive Cretan labyrinths, whereas Van Melsen saw them as the outlines of human brains. The duo located the entrance to the pylon, partially hidden though it was by the roaming sand. The door lacked embellishment of any kind, just a plain metal portal, offering little indication of what might lie beyond. Van Melsen wasted no time in brushing the sand away, and, with the assistance of the young man at his side, took hold of the metal door handle and pushed it open. A narrow rotunda lay before them, host to a winding staircase. Mounds of dust peppered the stark concrete floor. A dozen white lights shone back at them from the smooth, round walls. Stepping inside, the PI motioned towards the stairs. "I guess the only way is up," he said, wryly. Then, turning to the man in the black t-shirt, "Are you ready for this?" "As ready as I'll ever be," Murphy muttered, looking up into the central shaft. A black void looked back at him. "It's dark up there," he added, looking to his colleague for reassurance. "Well, I have my pocket lighter," Van Melsen said, withdrawing the golden object from an inside pocket. "We'll use it sparingly. Hang on to the rail as we go." The young man nodded, willing to accept anything the investigator had to say at this point. "Quietly now," the PI added. "Mustn't draw attention to ourselves." "You think he's still on our trail?" Murphy put in. "Undoubtedly." Up the pair went, their right hands clinging to the wooden rail. Footfall followed footfall as they climbed into blackness, the dedicated pair willing themselves onwards and upwards toward some unknowable destination. After a solid 30 minutes or so of relentless ascent, Van Melsen insisted the two take a break, and out came the pocket lighter. Tired and somewhat dazed due to the spiraling ascent, the duo lay back on the steps, resisting the temptation to vomit. Murphy, panting, struggled to come to terms with the sheer scale of the mast. "You saw it, Peter. How will we ever reach the top?" "Oh, ye of little faith," the PI returned. "And anyway, who said we're meant to reach the top?" The thought hadn't occurred to the young man. "We climb until we find what we're looking for," Van Melsen continued. "The fourth step awaits us here. Of that, I am sure." Murphy pondered the notion. "I feel like I know what the fourth step is," he said, turning to look at the gaunt face beside him, animated by the flickering flame of the lighter. "It's on the tip of my tongue." "I wish I could help draw it out of you," the investigator said, smiling emptily. "Let's get going," the man in the black t-shirt asserted. Van Melsen flicked the lighter closed, and the pair took off climbing again. They hadn't been on their feet long when the investigator stopped them in their tracks and withdrew the lighter once again. "What is it?" Murphy whispered. The PI put a finger to his lips, then mouthed, "Listen." From far below, deep in the darkness, the sound of footsteps soared to meet their ears. The distinctive tread of heavy boots reverberated throughout the mast, the source of the sounds close at hand. "It's him," Van Melsen stated matter-of-factly. "Come on." The weary duo climbed with a renewed sense of urgency, step by step, utilizing every ounce of strength to lift them ever higher, stretching the sinews of endurance to breaking point. And it was in the midst of this final push that Van Melsen noticed a dim source of light above them, a soft glow that promised an end to their drudgery. A few more arduous steps, and the handrail to which they clung became visible. They saw again the stairway beneath their feet, and the cold metal walls of the rotunda. "Almost there," the investigator managed, puffing and wheezing, cursing his smoking habit. The source of the soft glow was a narrow passage, a lengthy corridor that, given the limited width of the pylon, shouldn't have existed. A lantern attached to a carrying stick was propped up by the entrance to the passage, an item Van Melsen was quick to collect, throwing it over his shoulder like a hobo's bindle. Into the corridor the PI went, and Murphy followed, his eyes drawn to the red brick walls enclosing them. The unlikely pair tramped along the passage for what seemed like hours, the walls around them unchanging, the darkness towards which they blundered ceaselessly beckoning. And when finally they reached the end of the tunnel, it was an inconspicuous wooden gate that awaited them, a gate exceedingly familiar to the man in the black T-shirt. "How can this be?" Murphy mumbled, bewilderment drenching his words. The gate was small and relatively simple in design, faded, scratched, and part painted a deep blood red. Affixed to a horizontal slat at the top of the gate was the Roman numeral X in brass. "I'm home again," Murphy muttered. "10B Fold Lane. This is the back gate." Van Melsen had surmised as much the moment he'd noticed the number in brass, but the purpose of the weird diversion eluded him. The lantern over his shoulder flickered as Murphy moved closer to the gate, tracing the familiar marks and indentations the young man recognized from childhood. With trembling fingers, he pushed the gate tentatively, and slowly it creaked open. "Remember, Jason," Van Melsen warned, as a new source of light streamed into the corridor. "This isn't your home. You're in the dreamscape. Home is far, far away from here." Nodding, the man in the black T-shirt edged forward, stepping into the light. The space the pair now occupied was a large, empty room, white walls and white ceiling. No windows were visible, nor were there any doors. Even the source of light was impossible to detect. No spotlights, no candles, just a plain, white room, perfectly square. The young man and the investigator strolled into the heart of the room, some 20 paces or so, scanning its featureless walls for a means of egress. It was as though the room was formed of a single piece of exotic material, folded in such a way as to form a seamless cube. "What is this place, Peter?" the young man asked, sniffing the air like a dog. Van Melsen shook his head, perplexed. "I haven't—" "Peter!" Murphy interjected, turning on his heel. The PI whirled round, his eyes drawn to the source of Murphy's consternation. By the wall, where before the little red gate had been, stood the unflinching man in the hat. His general appearance was clearly visible now, lit as he was by the unfathomable light source. He was tall and thin, sporting black trousers and a long overcoat. Black gloves covered his hands, black leather boots clung to his feet, but his face, shaded by the brim of his dark trilby, remained a mystery. "Who are you?" Murphy cried, his heart racing in his chest. "Show yourself!" But the man remained inert, motionless, a spectator awaiting some action on the part of his present company. "What do you want?" the young man continued, pummeling the quiet figure for information. Van Melsen, on the other hand, remained completely silent in the stranger's presence. Somehow, he was intercepting the man in the hat's thoughts, obtaining information utterly mind-blowing to the investigator. How he was intercepting it, Van Melsen hadn't the foggiest, but that was hardly important, given the nature of the data he was receiving. But then, quite suddenly, Murphy took a daring step forward. "Step 4!" he yelled, elated. "Face your fear! Face it! Overcome it! Embrace it!" And the young man took another step forward, a small step this one, Then another, a bigger one, another, closing the distance between himself and the quiet figure in his midst. The stranger fought to conquer the will of the approaching man, covered his face with his gloved hands, shook his head in defiance. But the conviction of Jason Murphy was too much for the man in the hat. He recoiled and took several steps backwards until he was flat against the white wall, wriggling and squirming. Van Melsen watched in speechless awe as the man in the black t-shirt, who before was so unsure of himself, so bewildered and helpless, now pounded the shadowy stranger with burst after burst of intense resilience, the likes of which the investigator had never encountered before. "It's over," Murphy yelled, chock full of stony resolve now. "It's time for you to leave." And with those definitive words, the man in the hat turned and hurled himself at the white wall. The wall collapsed under the weight of the figure's body, and into a pit of darkness the man in the hat fell, leaving a rectangular frame in his wake, resembling a door. Murphy breathed deeply, took a moment to reorientate himself. Approaching the dark portal, he muttered, "The path is complete." Van Melsen was instantly at his side, his eyes drawn to the void beyond the rectangular frame. "You did it," the investigator congratulated, patting the young man on the back. "It all came back to me, Peter. The moment I laid my eyes on him, I knew what I had to do. Step 4, face your fear. Face it, overcome it, embrace it. And the path is complete," Van Melsen finished. Murphy nodded, an air of wonder about him. Motioning to the rectangular frame, the investigator said, "This door, I believe, is your salvation, Jason." "What do you think happened to him?" Murphy ventured, nodding at the void. "You repelled him. Is he dead, do you think?" Van Melsen shrugged. "I hope so," he said. To this, Murphy frowned, repeating, "You hope so? I'll explain on the other side. Come on, let's get the hell out of here." And with that, the unlikely duo crossed the curious threshold before them, and returned to a more tangible world, a saner world. Epilogue. The shopkeeper, Gary Cook, watched with wide, unblinking eyes as the veil of vapor surrounding him in his imitation hookah lounge began to dissipate, revealing not one, but 2 individuals sitting quietly on the array of cushions opposite him. Removing his mask, Cook was eager to address the pair. "Peter?" "Gary," the PI replied, nodding casually. "You haven't got a cigarette, have you?" "Of course," Cook announced, producing a pack of 20 from the breast pocket of his shirt. Lighting one, he proceeded to pass it to his old friend, a look of impatience staining his face. Inhaling deeply, Van Melsen motioned to the young man sitting next to him. "Gary, meet Jason Murphy." Murphy, still reeling from his weird adventure, nodded in Cook's direction. "Jason," Cook said, bowing his head in acknowledgement. "How long was I out there?" the investigator quizzed. 2, 3 hours, something like that. I haven't budged an inch." Then, as an afterthought, "Bladder like a camel." Van Melsen winced. 2 or 3 hours? I was out there for days, Gary. Perception is a hell of a thing, old friend. What about him? He's been missing for over a decade." In response to which, Murphy returned a wry smile. It'd be a long time before he could wrap his head around the concept of his prolonged absence. In the hours that followed, Van Melsen, with sizable contributions from the young man, outlined the events that had transpired in the dreamscape, Murphy's experiences in the city of New Babylon, his encounter with the dwarf Red, and the entity known as Gertrude, the terrifying matter of the noble act in the great realm of Gati, and the final confrontation with the mysterious stranger in the White Room. Murphy's journey was an act of displacement, Van Melsen said. The 4 steps, in conjunction with the little black box, granted Murphy entrance to the dreamscape, but also a way back from it. The voice in his dreams, the words that lured him to that strange place, belonged to the barnacled lady, the great Nokuth. She saw it all, Gary. Cook was aghast, mumbling, "Saw what?" Pimpernella and the little black box, the meddling of the old ones, the man in the hat. The shopkeeper frowned, impatience obscuring his wizened face. "It is he who we should concern ourselves with, Gary," Van Melsen said. "I spoke earlier with regards to my recurring dream." Then, addressing Murphy, "A dream you and I have often shared, Jason. In the dream, I'm standing at the top of a peak in a vast cavern. Below me, a strange airship hovers above a lake." "That's you up there?" the young man exclaimed. "There's more, Jason. He's there too, the man in the hat. I believe he's the source of the dream, wants us to dream it." "To what end?" Cook put in, suitably intrigued. "To make us aware of him, Gary, aware of his intentions. It wasn't Murphy reaching out to me in dreams. It was him. The barnacled lady knew it too. That was why she called upon our sensitive dreamer here. She was working to prevent it." "To prevent what, Peter?" Cook pressed. "The coming of the man in the hat," Van Melsen stated. "I intercepted his thoughts, Gary," he continued. "I sensed a tremendous desire on his part to walk amongst us, to subjugate and control us. As of yet, he's weak. We can only hope that Murphy's actions in the White Room destroyed him." Nodding, Cook said, "I have much to discuss with my colleagues. We need to get all this down on paper, the loose ends, the paradoxes." "Indeed," Van Melsen agreed. "I fear our work here has just begun." Nudging Murphy, the investigator climbed to his feet. "Come on, Jason. Let's get some air." The two left the shopkeeper to his thoughts for a stretch, and stepped out into the muggy air of a July evening in Scotland. "I've asked this before," Murphy began, "but where do we go from here?" "Answers will be forthcoming, my friend," Van Melsen said, searching his pockets for the cigarettes he'd exhausted in the dreamscape. "But we've much to contemplate, many stones to overturn." Murphy gazed into the clear night sky above. He looked to the moon, welcomed the stars. "Almost 14 years, he muttered. "Have I aged?" "Let's put it this way," the PI breathed, abandoning his search for the depleted cigarettes. "You look pretty good for someone in his mid-40s. How am I going to explain it?" "That's something you'll have to work out for yourself, Jason." Murphy shrugged. "I suppose so. I've definitely got some loose ends to tie up." Van Melsen nodded. "It'll take some time," he said, patting Murphy on the back. "The answers we seek are out there. We just need to find them." But even as he said it, the renowned paranormal investigator found himself troubled by a singular notion. And later, when jotting his experiences down in his journal, aka survival guide, he spoke of it explicitly. "The stranger and I have something in common. I can't imagine what it might be, but I suspect it involves the dreamscape, the uncanny familiarity of the place. Have I roamed those weird streets and desolate plains before? I am all but certain I have, and I will again. And what of my dreams? I fear them now, for if I dream of him, I'll know that he survived that plunge into the void." A few days later, Jason Murphy found himself pulling onto Beefold Lane, West Broughton. Even prior to his uncanny disappearance, he hadn't been home for a long time. He and his mother had been at loggerheads for as long as he could remember. The death of the young man's father had transformed the relationship with his mother into something neither of them could stomach. It was a terribly sad state of affairs, but after such a long absence, he was committed to the quarrel's resolution. Murphy parked on the curb outside his childhood home and stared at the old place for the longest time before climbing from the car. Approaching the house, the young man in his mid-40s contemplated the brickwork and slate roof, admired the white wooden window frames, still so carefully maintained by his mother, gawped at the front door with the distinctive cricket ball indentation, and lastly considered the number 10 in bold striking brass above the door. "Sanctuary," he whispered as he raised his hand to knock. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time,